To już teraz oficjalnie. Dzień dobry Państwu. Witam wszystkich bardzo
So
serdecznie.
now officially I would like to welcome you and
Warszawa przywitała
each of our guests.
gości.
Warsaw Hospitable, as always, welcomes its guests with beautiful May,
bardziej kwietniową, ale jednak wiosenną.
maybe April-like weather.
Bo nie ma nic gorszego niż
So I'm very happy because there's nothing worse than meeting under the pouring rain or under the gathering clouds.
okazja jest też
I believe that the weather we're experiencing today helps underline how special this today's conference is. I would like to invite you to the Intermarium, Collegium Intermarium conference, maintaining the sphere of freedom and order. We'll see how are we going to judge this time when the time passes in the future. But I believe that all of us gathered here in this beautiful room in Warsaw and everybody participating in the internet streaming this day, this year is very special. And I think it gives many of us a great hope that the change will occur. For others, it's an opportunity to do something important, and for everyone to experience in the academic life some new energy. I believe everybody here in this room hopes for that. This is going to be the topic of our today's debate. Also, this moment has been the culmination of 2 years' hard work. Your goal, your mission now becomes real, becomes material on this very day. And the creators are going to share their views, their hopes, their experiences with us. I believe that when we finish with the greetings, when we listen to the politicians and scientists, we will have 4 scientific panels, 4 scientific sessions, which will answer many of the questions you might harbor, related with the academic circles, not only politicians, scientists, but also future students. We are here for them, especially for those who'd like to experience a high dose of new knowledge based on those good, as good as always, foundations. I would like to officially welcome our guests from the whole world. This very fact also highlights the importance of today's event. In the first place, I would like to welcome the President Václav Klaus from the Czech Republic. Welcome, Mr. President.
W tym miejscu chcę też podziękować za
I would also like to thank for the letter dedicated to the participants in today's meeting, our Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki. The letter will be read within a quarter. There is here with us Deputy Prime Minister Professor Piotr Gliński, Minister of Culture, National Heritage and Sports. And not the less, we welcome Minister of National Education, Professor Przemysław Czarnek. As I said, we have great guests from the entire world today in Warsaw, but I would like to welcome these guests with a special warmth. Those guests from the Intermarium, the 3C space. There's going to be today with us Mr. Gergely Gulyás, Minister in the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Hungary. I don't know if our Minister of Finance, Tadeusz Kościński, is with us today. Let's welcome him, or will arrive in a few minutes.
Tamas
Suljok, another important guest from abroad, is a chairman of the Constitutional Court of Hungary. I'd like to welcome Professor Marię Gintow-Jankowicz, Justice Emeritus of the Constitutional Tribunal. There's also with us Professor Zbigniew Cieślak, again Justice Emeritus of the Constitutional Tribunal. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Francisco Javier Borrego, Justice Emeritus of the European Tribunal of Human Rights. Another great guest from Great Britain, Lady Caroline Cox, member of the House of the Lords.
Tak jak mówiłem, są z nami
As I said, we have
znakomici
great
goście
guests,
z tej
distinguished
naszej
guests
przestrzeni
from
europejskiej.
our
Kolejny
local
właśnie poseł
Central
Rady
and Eastern
Najwyższej
European
Ukrainy, pan Swiatosław Jurek.
area.
Witamy.
Our guest member of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Mr. Sviatoslav Jurash, deputy to the Supreme Council of Ukraine. Another European deputy from Hungary, welcome, Mr. Erno Schaller-Baros.
Kolejny ważny gość,
I'd like to welcome warmly Mr. Piotr Mazurek, representative of the government for youth policy.
Jest z nami również
There is also with us Mr. Gergely Ekler, Secretary of State in the Ministry of Family in Hungary.
Nie wiem, czy już jest.
I don't know if he has already arrived, but he will join definitely Mr. Sebastian Kaleta, Secretary of State in the Ministry of Justice.
I jest również z nami
And also
pan
Mr. Professor Jan Majchrowski,
warszawskiego, sędzia sądu
Judge Justice of the Supreme Court here in Poland. Please welcome. Before I welcome the following guests, there is a short technical piece of information. If there are any needs and you might not understand if you're a foreign guest, you can receive the headsets in front of the door to the conference hall. So please find your headsets. This might make your participation much easier. I'd like to welcome all the diplomatic guests. I'd like to welcome Miss Ambassador of Hungary, Miss Orszolia Zuzanna Kovac.
Jest z nami ambasador
The ambassador of the Czech Republic, Mr. Ivan Jestrab.
Ambasador Chorwacji.
The ambassador of Croatia, Mr. Tomislav Vidošević. Welcome.
Są z nami reprezentanci ambasadorów Rumunii.
We have representatives of the ambassadors of Romania, Mr. Alexander Petru.
Mołdawii.
Moldova.
Ambasady
Secretary of the Embassy, George Sultan.
Armenii. Bagben
Armenia.
Hanzadin. Dzień dobry.
Mr. Bakben Hadzadian. I'd also like to welcome warmly Ms. Duchess Professor Ingrid Detter de Frankopan, as well as other distinguished members of the academic world, journalists, writers, experts of think tanks, and all our guests, all our media supporters. I'd also like to remind everyone about the headphones, headsets that you can receive in front of the conference hall.
Special earphone to have a translation all the day. Dziękuję bardzo. Bardzo
Thank you very much.
Słowo wstępne.
I would like to present the words opening today's conference, Mr. Professor Tymoteusz Zich. Please welcome.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, 600 years ago, when the Krakow Academy was founded, its goal was not merely the creation of a center for forming the elite and the forum for discussing key topics. The Academy was also founded to create an intellectual counterbalance to the concept of using lofty ideals to forcefully impose power and agenda. Its first rector, Stanisław of Skarbimierz, thoroughly criticized the political doctrine of the Teutonic state, which, in the name of falsely understood universalism, undermined the rights of nations to maintain their own culture and independent institution. He contrasted his doctrine with that of self-determination, explaining that the existence of difference between states do not justify aggression, and every human being has dignity that can be exercised in a community that surrounds him. The legacy of Stanisław of Skarbimierz, which gained European resonance at the Council of Constance and contributed greatly to the rejection of the intellectual errors of his time. It showed that it is possible to unite countries without using violence and imposing one's will on others. It also inspired the emergence and development of the Republic of Poland, which, with its all ailments, was an unprecedented example of the coexistence of cultures and nations. Today, we are not forced to fight for the right of self-determination, but the challenge for us is to obtain real subjectivity. For the first time in centuries, we are faced with a historic opportunity to build a space for cooperation between the sovereign intermarium states lying between the Baltic, Adriatic, and Black Seas. The nations of our part of the world are connected, but many shared characteristics and values: a common culture, respect for the past, and love for the achievements of European civilization, which is undermined by so many today. We love freedom, but we know that it lasts only when it is established in order. For centuries, we were unable to develop our own institutions nor create a solid foundation for academic life. We have experienced suffering. Our countries have been painfully affected by the totalitarian regimes that were imposed and came from outside and were imposed on us. That is why we are very much aware of the dangers and skeptical to all forms of social engineering. Now is the time to break away from the model of dependency. It has been fairly described in the economic context, but it concerns also intellectual life of our part of the world. It means repeating phrases that were created by others on the West or East, without reflecting on how to ask and answer key questions by themselves on problems that concern us, our part of the world. This flawed model is preserved by a profound ideologization of the academic community, repeating the same inconclusive theses and fallacies, formulating assessment and conclusions without a thorough analysis of reality and logical inference. No criticism or fear of engaging in polemics with the majority opinion. Today, Central Europe needs a new platform for cooperation that will help form and integrate elites ready to face the challenges of today. This is why Collegium Intermarium is founded, a new place for independent and free thinking, connecting the countries of our cultural region. Facing this crisis of academic life, we must return to this classical idea of the university. The same one, through the legacy of Stanisław of Skarbimierz, led to the foundation and not only the Kraków Academy, but also the Charles University in Prague and the University of Budapest. An idea that is based on rationality and unconditioned on a free exchange of thoughts. The idea that taking up bold intellectual changes and confronting contradictory positions is not only the right, but also and forming answers to difficult questions is not only the duty of it's not only the right, but the duty of everyone who contributes to and participates in the academic community. Today, as the sense of order, purpose, and meaning is fading away, we must return to the fundamental points of reference: the truth, good, and beauty. Because science, subjected to extreme relativism, seeks false support and easily turns into ideology. At a time when education is becoming mass, wide-dimensional, and very often unoriginal, we must remind that the goal of education must always be integral human development. In the reality of the university, it's a condition on the direct cooperation between the master, the teacher, and the student. We cannot be afraid to refer to the achievements of the previous generations without rooting ourselves in in the experience of those who were preceded, we are weaker when facing these challenges of today. It's very important in our days when many people try to fade the achievements of our generation, as if it was in the House of European History in Brussels, which ignores entire historical epochs, including antiquity and the Middle Ages. We must remember the words of saints. They are the basis of our society, civilization. Bernard Shaw, he says that we are only dwarfs on the shoulders of giants, and if we see more and farther than them, it is not through our own abilities and strength, but thanks to this that they raised us up. In experiencing academic life, we should draw from the sources and rediscover the Roman idea of the law, which is recognizing the importance of the universal law of nations and sees the good and the diversity of traditions and customs of individual countries. It fully supports the concept that a permanent legal order is not only based on a one-dimensional understanding of rights, but also on the duty and responsibility of its citizens. Collegium Intermarium is a place where the Greek tradition of the love of wisdom will be maintained and replicated. The Greeks were the first to not only describe the material reality, but also they systemized the knowledge about the non-material reality, which today is so often approached with reserve or indifference. Meanwhile, without openness to logos, including objective norms governing relations between people, it is difficult to talk about the real development of a person and society. We will also draw from the Christian revelation and organically developing over the culture, over the countries. It's not only the past, but it's also the present and the future of Europe. Alan Bloom, in the 80s, writing about the crisis of the university, pointed out that true tyranny does not only mean restricting the freedom of speech by administrative or penal measures. No, the true tyranny exists when it is possible to erase from people's consciousness the notion that a different reality may exist. This is why Collegium Intermarium is established, precisely to show that a different university is possible. It is to serve as a model and inspiration to depressurize the system. It will truly be a free university of Central Europe, not only in name, but also in spirit.
Dziękuję, panie doktorze. Dr Tymoteusz Zych, a zarazem
thank you, Doctor. Dr. Tymoteusz Zych, and at the time the rector of the Collegium Intermarium University. Right now I'd like to speak Mr. Professor Piotr Gliński, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Culture, National Heritage and Sports.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much.
Chciałem podziękować.
I would like to begin by thanking you for your invitation to the conference inaugurating the establishment of the Collegium Intermarium.
Niezmiernie cieszę
I
się,
am really delighted
na akademickiej mapie
that
Europy
on the academic
powstaje nowy
map of Europe there is a new
naukowy.
establishment being
To jest bardzo ważna
created.
inicjatywa.
It's a very important initiative
Co najmniej z 5 powodów.
for at least 5 reasons.
Po pierwsze dlatego, że obserwujemy
First,
w świecie współczesnym,
as we can
no
see
także
in the modern
w środowisku
life
akademickim,
and also in the academic
olbrzymie
society,
zagrożenie
a very
dla
big
wolności i
threatening
pluralizmu.
for the freedom of pluralism.
Po drugie dlatego,
Secondly,
że ta inicjatywa
because this
podkreśla
initiative
wymiar
underlines the
międzymorza,
dimension of Intermarium,
ważny wymiar
which is so
kulturowy i
important in our
polityczny.
culture and
Po
politics.
trzecie dlatego,
Third,
że ta
because this
inicjatywa
initiative
odnosi się
refers
do
to
nowych współczesnych wyzwań.
to
One
new
są
challenges
bardzo
of our
trudne.
modern times, which
One
are very
są,
difficult.
tak jak to bywa w rozwoju
As it happens in our development of civilization, sometimes we don't even are aware of them, but for us they should be obvious. If we do not face them now, then we will be guilty of neglection. And this initiative, these challenges that we take up, referring the formation and the human strength, not only intellectual, but maybe some more, which is opposed to all the dangers of modern times. The fourth argument, it's important because it refers to very classical, beautiful traditions, also related to the Polish history, but generally the Intermarium and European history. For me, maybe the most important is this reference to the mission of the Polish intelligentsia. And the fifth argument, this is an initiative going from the bottom and not from above. And it contains a very important element, such as courage, no agreement to the bad things that surround us, and refers to self-organization, to some acting like institutions of a civil society. There is no time to go thoroughly through all those 5 points, but I would like, in short, to talk about them in a more thorough way. It seems a very obvious thesis that in modern time, the freedom of pluralism is threatened. I would just like to refer to academic society here in Poland, but also in the whole world, thousands of examples of neglecting, of cancelling, or excluding in many different ways, with culture pressure, symbols, communities, some methods that my generation and even next generations, we do not see not only in historical data, but these methods are really well known from the Stalinist times, like self-criticism that are when those who go out from the mainstream are forced to intimidate the bad thinking, not proper one, the actions that, like, for example, those electronic technologies we can really spread widely, to condemn those who are cancelled and suffer. And at last, administrative measures like dismissing from the university and many other methods. And one more method which is also very widely applied in political and public life and widely speaking in political communities, replacing the truth and the debate by manipulation and emotions. And recently, in the last years, we can see it very clearly, at least from more than 10 years, in the whole world, that we escalate those emotions beyond any rules that create the community and using hatred. This hatred is supposed to damage everything that threatens a very concrete project, intellectual one or political one, the realization of some interests of very powerful groups, lobbies that rule the world, and they have such means to do it, and then really can do this kind of manipulation, emotional, and they colonize the whole world, the social world, and they lead to crisis of intellectual debate. These are all threats, very obvious. Well, sometimes it's more difficult to analyze or find the reasons of those threats. They are really numerous and they have many stages. There are different groups of interests, resentiments, and also related to some ideology. Well, it is not the time to take into consideration in details all those factors.
Natomiast na pewno
But
jednym ze
for
źródeł
sure,
tego
one of the
kryzysu
sources
i
of this
tych zagrożeń
crisis and those
wolności
threats of
pluralizmu
freedom
jest
of pluralism is the crisis
klasycznej instytucji
of the
uniwersytetu.
classical institution,
Jak
which is the
chcą
university.
założyciele tej instytucji,
As the founders of
o
this
której dzisiaj
institution that we
mówimy,
are talking about
to
today,
jest kryzys
this is the crisis
średniowiecznego charakteru
of
uniwersytetu.
a medieval kind
Tak jak wskazywał
of
pan doktor, i
university.
pewnie o tym będzie
As
wiele
Dr.
mówił,
Zich has said,
można mówić
and
i
it will be
analizować
spoken
te
about
klasyczne
many times, we can
korzenie
analyze
średniowiecznego
these classical roots
uniwersytetu,
that we have
ale
of our roots,
niewątpliwie było to wielkie
but undoubtedly
osiągnięcie
it's a very
intelektualne,
big achievement,
europejskie,
intellectual one in
które
Europe
przyczyniło się do rozwoju kultury, do
that
rozwoju polskiej
led
cywilizacji,
to the
przy czym
development of
korzystając
culture and the
chociażby
civilization of
z
Poland.
myśli,
If we look to and base ourselves
myśliciela
on
z trochę
some
innej szkoły, Norberta Eliasa,
very
który
exceptional
wskazywał, że rozwój
thinkers
cywilizacji
like
opiera się na
Albert Elias, that
samoograniczeniu. No
he
właśnie,
does not base himself on
cywilizacja oparta o tego typu
constrainment,
instytucje,
but it's a civilization based
odwoływała
on
się do
constitutional.
samoograniczenia, odwoływała się
And
także
it
do
was
pojęcia
referring
chrześcijaństwa,
themselves
gdzie
to
z kolei
Christianity.
podstawową wartością
That
jest
was the
miłość
basic
bliźniego,
value,
a
where
miłość
the
to
basic
nic
value
innego,
was
tylko
the
dawanie,
brother,
właśnie umiejętność
the
samoograniczenia.
love of brother,
Dzięki temu
and not
tworzyła się
only
cywilizacja,
self-constrainment.
dzięki temu tworzył
And this
się
is
rozwój,
why our
dzięki temu,
civilization has been
ludzkość
developing
mogła
itself,
się
humanity could
rozwijać.
develop
Gdy
itself.
niszczymy tego typu
When
instytucje,
we
niestety
damage
niszczymy
this kind of
także
institutions, we
cywilizację.
also damage
Druga
our civilization.
przyczyna,
The
o
second
której,
reason
warto wspomnieć,
that is worth
to
mentioning
Międzymorze.
is the
No,
Intermarium.
wspaniały projekt
Well, it's a great
kulturowy,
project,
olbrzymie
cultural project.
zasoby
There are very big
intelektualne i
resources of
kulturalne,
intellectual
które łączą
and
narody,
culture.
łączą
They
wspólnotę, a jednocześnie są też projektem,
reunite
który jest
nations,
partnerem dla
and it is a
projektu
project which is a partner for
partnerem
the
właśnie,
Western
bo jest
Europe
równie
project.
poważny,
Why a
równie
partner? Because
wspaniały,
it's
równie
as well as it
zdolny
is important,
rozwiązywać problemy
excellent,
świata
and
współczesnego.
can
I to
solve
wynika
problems of
także
the
z
modern
historii.
world.
Tutaj pan
And it also
rektor
comes from
odwoływał
history.
się do,
Dr. Zich has
soboru
referred to
w
the
Konstancji. Ja
Constance
mógłbym wspomnieć
reunion.
Pawła
I could
Gotkowica, który
say
też wtedy
Paweł Gotkowic
reprezentował myśl
also represented the
środkowoeuropejską
thoughts
i bronił
of
racji
the
poprzez
Central
debatę
Europe thoughts.
Właśnie. Tam
And
to
he
był
was-
wielki moment wielkiego sukcesu
And it was a big
myślenia
success of our
właśnie,
thoughts,
racji intelektualnych.
of intellectual
Zwycięstwo w debacie
sense,
wobec
the
potęgi
winning a debate
zakonu krzyżackiego. A ta
against the
debata
Teutonic,
broniła praw
which
wspólnot takich jak
was a debate to
chociażby,
protect the rights of communities such as
społeczność litewska, czy
the Lithuanian
polskie interesy
people,
związane
Polish
z
people,
agresją krzyżacką.
related to the
Za pomocą
Teutonic
debaty,
aggression,
za pomocą
thanks to dispute,
intelektualnego
intellectual
forum, który można było w
disputes
tamtym czasie
that at that time
wygrać.
could be won.
Tak, Intermarium to jest także
Yes,
coś,
Intermarium,
co jest szalenie ważne
it's something
współcześnie.
really,
Dlatego
really
nieprzypadkowo
important in our
realizujemy
modern time.
poglądy
Well, this is not a mistake that we
odwołujące się do
refer to
tradycji
those
polskiej polityki,
traditions of the Polish
czy
politics,
to Piłsudskiego,
to
czy
Piłsudski,
to Lecha Kaczyńskiego,
to Lech
a także wielu
Kaczyński,
innych,
and many other
odwołujące się do polityki, która mówi o
that
tym,
refer to
że
the
my
politics
tutaj
that
w tym
say
regionie
that we
mamy coś
here
do
in this
powiedzenia
region, we have
światu
something to
i my
say to the
tutaj
whole world,
wspólnie będziemy
and we here all
potrafili
together, we can
organizować
organize
życie dla naszych
life
obywateli.
for our citizens.
Trzeci wymiar
The
to
third
te
dimension
wyzwania związane
are the
z
challenges
nowymi
relating
elitami,
to new elites.
I z tym, że nie przekształcimy
But we
świata
cannot transform
współczesnego,
the modern
jeżeli
world
będziemy ciężko
if we do
pracowali
not work
dla
hard
samodoskonalenia.
on our
Jeżeli nie będziemy
self-development.
wypracowywali
If we do not work
warstw
out
społecznych, liderów we
classes,
wszystkich
social classes and
obszarach
leaders in all
społecznych, na
the
wszystkich
areas
poziomach
of society,
społecznych,
in all levels,
którzy będą odwoływali się do
who would
pewnego
refer
kanonu
to a kind
wartości,
of
który będzie jasny, który będzie
system of
transparentny
classical
i który
rules
będzie
that is clear
komunikowany w
and
sposób
communicated
zrozumiały,
in
a
a
więc
comprehensible
będą to
way.
elity gotowe
So these
nie
would be
tylko do
elites not
debaty
only ready to
intelektualnej, ale
dispute
do
on
tego
the
także,
intellectual ground,
żeby
but also
prowadzić,
to lead,
zarządzać
to manage
życiem
the
społecznym,
life of the
życiem
societies,
publicznym w
the
sposób
public life
demokratyczny,
in a democratic way,
posiadający mandat
with
z wyboru
legitimate
wolnego i
power
demokratycznego.
from democratic
odwołanie do tradycji polskiej
elections. The
inteligencji.
fourth reference
bo to jest
to
ciągle
the Polish
zapominane,
intelligentsia, which is also very often forgotten, not only in Poland, but I'm sorry, not only the Polish intelligentsia, but in the whole Central Europe. I'm sorry for my mistake. It's a tradition which is much wider.
Odwołująca się przede wszystkim
This tradition
do misji
refers
wobec innych.
most
Jeszcze
of
raz
all to the
wymiar
mission
chrześcijański jest
towards
tutaj także
other people.
obecny, ale nie tylko, bo przecież był nurt
Well, there is a trend of intelligentsia
który był nurtem świeckim,
that was not
ale
only
odwołujący się do
Christian, but
odpowiedzialności
also
za
laik.
wspólnotę przede wszystkim.
And the responsibility
jest
for the
tak, że
community was the
jesteśmy
most important
na ten
common
świat
feature.
powołani dla własnych spraw.
It is not true that we are here in this world just for ourselves, for our business. We are responsible not in the individual, not only in the individual area. Of course, we are responsible for ourselves, before God, for our own conscience, but we are also responsible for the community, and the mission of the intelligentsia is so important, and we should rebuild it, we should refer to it, and without the university disputes and debate, it's not possible to do. And at least the fifth dimension that refers to civic courage, activity, that our duty is not to stop working once we are successful. Well, many years, some time ago, the politics meant activity, competence, and the sense of duty to be competent, which also was raising the level of the dispute. And no, some tricks, intellectual tricks that were supposed, or emotions that were supposed to fade those solutions to the public and civic problems. So the civic, from inside, courage, I would like to refer at the end
który pewnie by się z nami kłócił na
to a
tej
thinker
sali,
that
ale na
I think
pewno
he would be, not in agreement with us here in this place.
Zawsze namawiał do tego, żeby być niepokornym.
But he used to ask to be rebellious when thinking is concerned. He declared that, as far as I remember, he was an atheist, but he was a humanist, a great one, and it's worth mentioning that this is an idea. This institution that we are founding today, its idea is to give to all honest, thinking people all over the world an obvious and worth supporting idea. It promotes freedom, pluralism of thinking, and without thinking and dispute on a proper level, a dispute led honestly and transparently, there is no development. There is no future for future generations. And this is why, thank you, I'd like to thank very much to all the initiators of this institution. I think it will be very beneficial to the Intermarium and to Poland. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję, panie premierze.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. Now I'd like to ask the Minister of National Education, Mr. Przemysław Czarnek.
Szanowny panie premierze, magnificencjo,
Mr. Prime Minister, Your Magnificency, Mr. Rector, all the professors of the Collegium Intermarium, all the distinguished guests of today's special event. I was a little bit afraid while reading the scenario of today's event that when I'm supposed to speak after Deputy Prime Minister Piotr Gliński, there is not much to add, and I think it was true. But still, I would allow myself to add a little bit to this great speech, which grasps the very essence of what we are living through today, of establishing the new university, Collegium Intermarium, to just add some few ideas from myself. First, I would like to thank God, in the first place, because
kształcić studentów
Collegium
prawa w
Intermarium,
pierwszej
the place where
kolejności.
students of law will be educated in the first place.
Wartości
We spoke with the foundation Edukacja do Wartości, with the Ordo Iuris Institute. We've been in a dialogue for many months. Even before I really imagined that I will have the honor to sign this university into the register about the legal studies. So I'm very happy about that this has become real. I had this great honor and satisfaction, which I already we spoke about it with the chairman of the Ordo Iuris Institute, that this is a particularly important university, which has already been mentioned by Minister Piotr Gliński. But I would like to refer to what has been said by its rector, Dr. Tymoteusz Zich, to remind you why was the University of Kraków established? For the same reason. 100 years ago, for the same reasons, it was the Catholic University of Lublin. In a bit similar situation, back then, modernism and Marxism were raging across Europe, which turned university from a place where you seek the truth, because seeking the truth is science, is the epitome of science. So if you take the truth out of the university, has nothing to do with science anymore. So over 100 years ago, we experienced a similar thing. And referring to Pascendi Dominici Gregis, the encyclical by the Pope, which established the Catholic University of Lublin, it was supposed to stand in the way of driving the truth away out from the university. Today we're in a similar situation. Today we do not face modernism, but we have postmodernism. Not Marxism, but neo-Marxism. But it's based on the same absurd Marxist ideology that led to both Marxism, communism, National Socialism, and today's ideologies. We have to take up this challenge by engaging in free academic debate. It was mentioned today by the rector, by the Prime Minister, but I would like to repeat that today in Poland, we are living through a situation where we can count dozens of court cases against people who'd like to participate in the free debate. Well, interestingly enough, all of these people either refer to Christianity or conservative ideas, and there is not even one that would be taken to responsibility for bringing up leftist, extreme leftist or liberal ideas. Why is it so? People of freedom have such a feture that they can speak based on arguments with everyone, and they are not afraid to discuss. But people who have nothing to say, who from the very beginning are aware that they do not seek the truth, but they want to drive the truth away from the public debate, they know that they cannot discuss based on arguments, because they have none. That's why they prevent the discussion by eliminating these people from the academic spheres. We face it in Poland, face it in Europe, and in many other parts of the world. That's why we're creating Collegium Intermarium, a university which will ensure the freedom of academic debate. Only the freedom of science, only such freedom can lead to discovering the truth, which is a great treasure, all the greater in today's world, in both the Polish and European global sphere. Its rector mentioned one particularly important thing, and I believe it's worth highlighting it, referring directly to Christianity, to the values that have taken root in Christianity, that are still shaping Europe, have been shaping Europe for thousands of years, Poland for centuries. Why is it so significant, so important? Because those who fight against Christianity either don't know it or are simply evil. Because if Christianity, as mentioned by Prime Minister Piotr Gliński, states a wise love of one's neighbor in the first place, and tolerance as a kind of acceptance of difference, but not acceptance of evil, then it cannot be a problem for anyone, for no people of goodwill, but you have to understand it. You should not be afraid of it. You should not eliminate it. I believe it's worth that all of us in this intermarium European sphere remember about one thing, what the Saint John Paul II said in the year 2000. Entering the third millennium, he spoke very important words that find confirmation not even 20 years later, and we have to face that reality. The Europe of the third millennium will either be Christian or will not be at all.
Albo będzie chrześcijańska, albo nie będzie jej wcale. Przynajmniej takiej,
at least as we used to know it, as we have known it for the 2000 years, as we have grown up, as we would like to wish for the future generations in the name of solidarity with both today's generations, but with the future ones that will come when we depart. That's why I would like to congratulate all the more to the creators, the founders of the Collegium Intermarium. I congratulate them on this idea. Because they're going to teach law, the real law, and the legal sciences that directly refer to this truth, that the law is enacted for people and not people are for the law, that being human is not being determined absolutely by positive law, that there is a natural law that does function among people, whether or not the majority under this or that fashion says otherwise. It's not a human idea that thou shalt not kill. It is just a natural law that we are not killing each other. It doesn't refer to the 48th article of the Penal Code, but from the natural fact that people have their duties and obligations and rights. That the positive law, the lex, has to be concordant with the natural law, and only because of that it has any value. Human laws are driven from a human dignity, which is not a freely defined category, but something entirely immersed in the natural law, that it relates with certain obligations, that we cannot only teach about laws, but about duties. We spoke about this before already. We should not only saying about rights and not mentioning the duties, the obligations, leads to the victory, luckily only in short term, of this ethics of do what you want, and leads to a situation when every duty, every obligation is stressful. All of this will be tackled by the University of Collegium Intermarium, and I'm very grateful for it, and I wish this to all of you. Thank you.
Dziękuję, panie ministrze, za to.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for this speech.
W wyzwaniach słyszymy mnóstwo.
As we see, there are many challenges ahead. Our next speech, our next speaker, it is Mr. in the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Hungary, Mr. Gergely Gulyás. And it is in the form of a video. Let's see and listen.
Zdarza się najlepszym.
Dear colleagues and friends, Poland węgier dwa bratanki. Unfortunately, I can't speak the beautiful Polish language, therefore I continue my speech in English. As its name indicates, Collegium Intermarium, a university with an essential mission, whose opening we are celebrating today, aims to become a defender of the value of not just Poland and the other nations of the Visegrad Group. The new university aspires to the noble goal of creating an academic community that dedicates itself to protecting the Christian conservative principles of the nation that are members of the Three Seas Initiative. It aims to become a bulwark against the human rights fundamentalism and the political correctness that has become rampant in today's Europe. Hungary has always been a supporter of the Three Seas initiative, whose aim is to coordinate and harmonize the interests of the nation of Central and Eastern Europe. The initiative can only serve its purpose if we use it for substantive cooperation by launching projects that will add to the cohesion and development of the region. Collegium Intermarium is indeed such a project. The very creation of this university exemplifies conservative dedication and sense of purpose. Our mission is indispensable for the future of Europe, and all attempts to suppress it must be resisted by all conservatives deploying every tool available to us every day and every week. Dialogue is the key to success of Europe's attempts to resolve its crisis. The premise for a success dialogue is identity. That is why we need a voice, also in institutionalized form, which approaches each issue with respect for Europe's history and tradition and does not choose the path of self-abandonment that leads nowhere. The struggle for a Christian conservative renewal of our continent is an intellectual one. We must return to the intellectual foundations that made Europe great. The traditional Christian democratic parties of Western Europe, largely because they were afraid of being stigmatized, bent over backward to adopt the concept of value neutrality espoused by the left liberal camp. This means that they turned away from the spiritual and intellectual foundation that had made them successful in the first place. The greater part of Western Christian Democrats today have left the intellectual heritage of their old leader far behind. The people of Eastern and Central Europe have an experience that is unknown in the Western world, namely the opposition to the communist totalitarianism and the struggle for freedom that unite the Hungarian, Czech, Slovak, and Polish people. In this diversity, our national particularities need to be abandoned, but having accepted them as a given, we must learn to act in concert. Despite all the effort of Brussels to the contrary, here in Central and Eastern Europe, we continue to believe that an intellectual and spiritual renewal will occur, which will act to protect Christian culture and the European way of life. Best wishes from Hungary to this activity.
Dziękujemy, panie ministrze.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I hope my thanks reach the Minister. And now I'd like to invite for his inaugural speech Mr. Piotr Mazurek, the representative of the government for youth policy. I also like to invite all our guests in the first place. Please forgive me, I'm asking for it, but please try to keep the time limits so that we manage to go through all the planned agenda for today until the evening. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Ja na pewno
Thank you very much.
w ramach limitu czasowego.
I will definitely stick to my time limits. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, all the ministers and distinguished guests, it's a great honor for me that I can speak here today during this conference inaugurating the work of Collegium Intermarium, especially accompanied by so great personas as I see here. I'd like to speak about two most important things from the perspective of what I do today. I'd like to speak of two things. In the first place, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that I can speak as a representative of the younger generation, since I'm carrying out all Poland consultations among the youth, and we speak about different topics, for example, education, science, and what the young people think
należałoby w przyszłości
we should
regulować.
regulate
Myślę, że Collegium
in the future.
Intermarium
And I have to say
odpowiada
that Collegium
na
Intermarium
bardzo istotne
definitely
potrzeby
answers many of the needs that these young people mentioned in our consultations, in our polls, as mentioned by Minister Przemysław Czarnek. In the first place, a very important argument that we see in our debate is the need to have a choice. Young people like to have a choice. They are definitely against a situation in which, in theory, they do have a choice. They can choose this or that university, but at all of them, they are taught the same things, and it is a totally one-sided perspective. A situation when we have universities like Collegium Intermarium, which is built upon a particular system of values, allows these young people, these future students, that they have the opportunity to choose whether they study here or there. Pluralism in the academic world is something very important. We lacked it in Poland so far, so it's a very important milestone in this way. I would also like to pay your attention to the tutoring system of individual approach to each student. Coming back to this relationship between the master and the apprentice. This is something that many young people don't have, and they think they lack it in this mass-scale teaching system. Very often, people who have special needs or special talents are marginalized. They are not taken proper care of, and their professors and teachers are often not interested in developing their knowledge, their abilities. I think in this university, these special highly talented students will have a great space to develop. This international dimension is very important as well. Many young people today have a need to be able to speak to professors from different worlds. I studied at the Warsaw University, which was at that time the best university in the political sciences in Poland, and throughout my studies I never had lectures with any foreigner. So I'm very happy that in Collegium Intermarium we have such a strong strong accent to invite top-ranking, top-tier academics from the Intermarium region, but also from many other countries. I could mention many other aspects today, but they have been mentioned by Mr. Rector, by the ministers, so I would like to stick to my time limit, but there's one thing also I need to mention still. Well, I collaborate with Professor Gliński on the civil society, and I have to highlight that I'm very, very elated that this university has been created by a non-governmental university, that we have gone against a certain stereotype very often mentioned in the public debate, that non-governmental universities cannot realize large-scale serious projects. So I'm very happy that it is a non-governmental conservative organization based on the system of values that we have illustrated clearly today, creates such an ambitious initiative. I think this is particularly necessary to create the sphere of freedom of choice. So I congratulate to Mr. Rector and all the founders. I am happy that there will be an opportunity to collaborate with other non-governmental organizations, and this practical element, apart from this theoretical element of teaching, related with collaborating with other organizations, managing non-governmental organizations, because this is something particularly important which very often does not find its way to the curricula of the other universities. Very often I think it's related. I think here it's going to be true. I'm very grateful that I could have met you today, and thank you for inviting me. Thank you. It was Mr. Piotr Mazurek, representative of the government for youth policy. Now I'd like to ask all of the speakers to sign the declaration of support for the creation of this new university in Central and Eastern Europe, Collegium Intermarium. This is the declaration, as you can see in front. If you believe this is a noble goal, please sign this document. And now I would like to invite a representative of the Chancellor of the Prime Minister of Poland, Prime Minister's assistant, Mr. Mateusz Rafał, who's going to read the letter dedicated to us by the Prime Minister.
You? Not now, not now. Ah, yes, yes, you can. Of course. No to jeszcze chyba poczekamy chwileczkę.
We will wait a few minutes.
Zrobiliśmy zamieszanie.
We created a mess, but
Ważne, że się dzieje.
Proszę zapytać jeszcze kogo. Nie słychać. Dziękujemy za podpisy i wracamy do tej części
thank you for your
inauguracyjnej.
signatures. We're coming back.
Mateusz Rafał
Done our
odczytali
part.
premiera Mateusza Morawieckiego.
Here is the letter of the Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
pozdrawiam wszystkich uczestniczących w
I would like to greet all those participating in the conference Intermarium Space of Freedom and Order. This is an important scientific event dedicated to the challenges and transformations of the modern world and the role played in it by the Central European countries. I keep you all in my thoughts and assure of my highest respect. Today's meeting, bringing together many distinguished speakers and international participants, opens an inspiring debate on the key civilizational, legal, social and cultural issues and opportunities for development that currently faced by the countries of the Intermarium area. At the same time, it inaugurates the activities of Collegium Intermarium, a university which, by restoring the classical academic idea, wishes to create a scholar community deeply rooted in the tradition and culture of Europe and based on its fundamental values. It is guided by the goal of service-oriented education for the common good, referring to the sources of our civilization, Roman law, the Greek love of truth, and the living heritage of Christianity. The establishment of this new international environment provides an opportunity for creative scholarly debate, high-quality research and education, and the formation of students in a civic and patriotic spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, the task of the university is to seek the truth and to respond effectively to the challenges of the modern world, a world that needs freedom and order, education focused on the integral development of the human being, and civic activity that embodies the principles of solidarity, justice, and care for the common good. I wish all those involved in the creation of this emerging university that this conference becomes an impulse to take up further courageous challenges and to put into practice the intentions among which there is development of scientific, social, and economic cooperation with the countries of the historic Intermarium region. Today, I wish you a creative exchange of ideas and inspiring conclusions, which I am convinced will be an expression of our common concern for human dignity, the good of society, and the future of our homeland. With best regards, Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mateusz Rafał has read the letter from the Prime Minister. And now we have two interesting speeches from abroad, unfortunately online, but we are nonetheless honored. Lady Caroline Cox will be the first. She's a member of the British House of the Lords.
Welcome to our conference.
Welcome to our conference.
Dzień dobry. I always introduce myself as a nurse and a social scientist by intention and a baroness by astonishment. I was not active in parliamentary politics, and I was the first baroness I'd ever met. But becoming a baroness means one becomes a member of the House of Lords in the UK Parliament. The reason of my appointment was that I've been fighting Marxist-Leninist domination in certain areas of the UK higher education system. I'd had to leave nursing having contracted tuberculosis and studied as a part-time student at London University for a degree in sociology, including courses in philosophy and ethics, statistics, economics, psychology, and criminology. I obtained a first-class honours degree. I only mention this because it explains my rapid rise to senior academic status as head of department at the Polytechnic of Law and head department of sociology at the Polytechnic of North London, now the Metropolitan University. Here I encountered a situation I had never encountered before: the ruthless ideological domination of totalitarianism. 16 of the academic staff of 20 were hardline members of the Communist Party. Their definition of higher education was incompatible with mine. For me, university education was freedom to pursue the truth within the canons of academic rigor. Theirs was hard-line imposition of Marxist doctrine and penalties for those who failed to adhere to their agenda. I had to fight for 8 years to try to regain academic freedom. Time only permits one example of the challenges. Occupation of polytechnic buildings and denial of appropriate academic teaching were frequent. On one occasion, early in my position, I realized these were based on lies. A new director was to be appointed, who was not a communist sympathizer, he was not a fascist. He had fought against Nazis in the Battle of Arnhem, where he saw many of his colleagues killed. The communist staff and students arranged aggressive protests outside and inside the building, describing him as a fascist. And they prepared syllabuses of what was allowed to be taught. Nothing to do with the syllabuses the students had paid to study. They had groups of vigilantes who would disrupt classes not authorized by the protest committee. I was teaching criminology and had a group of students desperate for their seminar, University Exams Imminent. I agreed to take this class and sat on a chair across the door. After 25 minutes, a group of vigilantes banged on the door, asking what I was doing. I said, I'm teaching criminology. It's what I'm paid to teach, and these students are paid to study. If you want to stop us, you'll have to knock me off my chair. If I'm hurt, you'll be personally liable. I banged the door shut as a gesture of defiance. They shouted, we'll be back, dearie. I had a moral victory. I completed the hour, but when they returned, they knocked me off my chair and subjected those decent students to 20 minutes of virulent verbal abuse. At the start of the next academic term, the leader of the attack asked me if I'd be his academic tutor. I said I'd be delighted. I loved it dangerously. He told me all the final year students wanted to have me as their tutor, but most didn't dare ask, as they were afraid of reprisals by the communist staff. I could give many more examples, many of which are recorded in a book I co-authored called The Rape of Reason, written 46 years ago, but it lays the foundation for what we now are experiencing. Bernard Levin, a renowned columnist in the Influential Times newspaper, devoted all 3 of his weekly columns to our book. He'd only written a trilogy before for Mozart and Solzhenitsyn, 3 in good company. He described the disturbing situation that I, my colleagues and students were forced to endure in the Polytechnic of North London, and I quote his words. The methods of destruction have included continuous violent intimidation, the dissemination of libelous lies about those students as well as staff who attempted to resist the corruption, the suppression by force where necessary of groups trying to put a contrary point of view, the violent disruption of meetings, both the Polytechnic's governing bodies and non-Marxist student societies. in which heterodox views might be heard, the gradual corruption of the academic duty to teach all relevant points of view, including those the teacher does not share. Members of staff have declared openly they will not teach any views but their own Marxist ones, and an application for a teaching post had made it clear that Marxist teaching is what would be required. The repeated occupation of buildings, the concomitant widespread theft of private correspondence and other property. It was clear from near the beginning of the campaign of corruption, which has now been going on for many years, that the aim was the destruction of Polytechnic as part of the wider aim of turning Britain into a totalitarian Marxist state. End of quotation. Shortly after the publication of my book and Bernard Levin's articles, I had the privilege of visiting Poland many times with medical aid. And colleagues, including the late Professor Sir Roger Scruton, were considering setting up another organisation, the Jagiellonian Trust, to provide similar support for Polish academics. As we didn't want to make life even more difficult, we sought advice from Polish experts. I visited a professor at the University of Krakow, carefully walking around the building several times to ensure we were not being followed. We met the professor and asked his advice on setting up the Jagiellonian Trust. His words, typically wise and courageous. He said, if we do not use such limited freedoms as we still have, we are already lost. Tragically, we in the UK are reaping a whirlwind of the destruction of fundamental values of freedom of speech, and we are now vulnerable to pressures of political correctness, which destroy academic principles and fundamental freedoms of democracy, including in our own universities. An analysis carried out by the respected think tank Civitas looked at 3 years of campus censorship, 2017 to 2020, to examine the policies and actions of all 137 registered United Kingdom universities, including their student unions. And they found that 93 of all 137, 2/3, university institutions experienced a controversy relating to censorship of freedom of speech. In another study published by Free Speech University Rankings, FSUR, compiled in 2018, over half of institutions, 54%, were ranked red, meaning they actively censor speech by banning certain views from being expressed on campus, and or ban specific texts, speakers, and groups from campus on the basis of their content or their views. And I was particularly struck and disturbed by the FSUR's finding that 48% of institutions had censorious religion policies, often guarding against, inverted commas, offending faith groups. This is an important point because the instance of prejudice, discrimination, and violence against ethnic and religious groups is increasing in the United Kingdom. In our discussion today, we should be clear. Inciting violence or issuing threats which would lead a person to fear imminent violence should be unlawful. But in our effort to protect those most at risk, we must be very careful not to censor legitimate criticism and investigation. We must do everything we can to protect freedom of opinion and expression. I discussed this recently with the Law Commission here in the United Kingdom, who have been consulting on our free speech laws and whether religious protections are fit for purpose. I explained to them that since 2011, I have submitted 9 bills before Parliament, all of which seek to enshrine the rights of Muslim women suffering from the application of discriminatory Sharia law principles. Such discrimination can take many forms, including inequality in access to divorce. In some Islamic traditions, a man only has to say, I divorce you 3 times in order to obtain a divorce, if the marriage has not been legally registered. And a woman must meet various conditions and pay a fee. Polygamy is practiced by men who have multiple wives and numerous children. Discriminatory child custody policies and inheritance laws. The implicit sanctioning of domestic violence, including cases of wives who are forced to turn to abusive relationships because Sharia councils say a husband has the right to chastise. To draw attention to these concerns, I have tabled amendments to government legislation, submitted proposals for special committees, provided evidence to inquiries, written numerous papers, and given tens of media interviews. All such initiatives have received wide cross-party support, as well as support from organisations concerned with the suffering of these vulnerable women, such as the Muslim Women's Advisory Council, Basira, British Arab supporting universal women's rights, and the internationally renowned Canadian Muslim scholar Raheel Rasul. Clearly, cases of religiously sanctioned gender discrimination must not go unchallenged or unreported. Yet, according to some definitions, including in our universities, speaking against discriminatory Sharia law principles, despite campaigning to protect Muslim women, could fall foul of Islamophobia or offending faith groups. Indeed, when I first raised these concerns in Parliament, many activists labelled me as Islamophobic and accused me of meddling in private religious matters. A rather perplexing rationale, given that my bills were drafted on the basis of advice from Muslim women, and that their very purpose is to ensure greater protection for Muslim women. But it does go to show we must be absolutely clear in our distinctions between the reprehensible hatred and discrimination against Muslims, which we can all agree is deserving of tough laws, with criticism of Islamic practices, including legitimate debate and investigation. May I say, in a different context, I'm very active and very concerned about the growth of the Islamist ideology and its associated policies in the United Kingdom and many other countries such as Nigeria and Armenia and elsewhere, but that's a story for another day. But of course, this is just one example. There are many other complex and sensitive topics which are not always easy to talk about, especially in the context of increased censoriousness. But we must not shy away from speaking up. Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is clear. Everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference. I'm therefore deeply grateful to Poland for upholding this essential value, whether in the reign of communist totalitarian domination, or today when so much of Europe is vulnerable to the possible surrender of essential values of democracy. I'm grateful to you for giving me the opportunity to share the pain and the passion of resisting the assaults on our fundamental freedoms. I'll just give one more example before I close. One example, contemporary, of the power of political correctness. Very recently in the United Kingdom, a school teacher who showed a class of pupils a picture of Muhammad was immediately expelled and is now living in hiding in fear of being killed. So we have very serious assaults on our fundamental freedoms. And the hope that, with your support, we can maintain a democratic Europe and fundamental freedoms for all citizens of our historically democratic nations. I finish by repeating the words of a Polish professor whom I met over 4 decades ago, but whose wise advice continues to increase in relevance. If we do not use such limited freedoms as we still have, we are already lost. Dziękuję bardzo.
My również dziękujemy. Thank you very much.
We also thank you very much for this great speech.
Okay, it's finished. To była pani Lady Caroline Cox.
It was Lady Caroline Cox, member of the British House of Lords. Thank you for being here with us today. Also online, this time we're connecting with Hungary, with the President of the Constitutional Court of Hungary, Dr. Tamás Sulyok.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, first of all, let me thank you for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to speak here today. In my presentation, I will be speaking about fundamental issues that are subject to debate within the EU and the member states. I will explain how the Hungarian Constitutional Court interprets the concept of sovereignty within the context of EU law and how its interpretation is connected to the doctrine of historical constitution, which is the most valuable heritage of the Hungarian legal order. I think it might be easier to follow my argumentation if I first briefly outline the gist of my message. Our new ideal of sovereignty can be viewed as that expresses the legitimate basis of a democratic legal order, which does not exclude plurality and nationalism, while at the same time maintains harmony with EU law. What we can experience these days is that the significance of sovereignty is changing in the European Union. Even so, the ideal of sovereignty has not become relevant or obsolete. It symbolizes the right to political self-determination of community, as well as our identity as it's enshrined in the concept of historical constitution. First, I will give you a brief summary of the structure of my presentation, which will be divided into two parts. In the first section, I will describe the new concept of sovereignty as the basis of a democratic legal order in harmony with EU law. In the second part, I will show you, by describing an important landmark decision, how in its jurisdiction the Hungarian Constitutional Court has struck a balance between sovereignty and European law with the help of the doctrine of historical constitution. Most scholars will probably agree that the concept of sovereignty is still an intriguing issue, subject to permanent debate and considered as an obsolete idea. Both absolutism and its slight tyranny are rooted in the concept of unbounded sovereignty. For thinkers, sovereignty represents a so-called general will, a vague and mystified notion which can be easily manipulated and abused by the majority. For this reason, justifying action by sovereignty may serve as an excuse for uncontrolled power that is for tyranny and dictatorship. Much of today's intellectual antipathy against the concept of sovereignty draws upon its potential conflict with freedom. Our understanding of the function of sovereignty is based on the concept which does not allow the exercise of uncontrolled and repressive political power. Within the conceptual framework of the so-called historical constitution, sovereignty will enable people to achieve freedom by exercising democratic control through a pacified and democratic legal system also within EU. The Hungarian Constitutional Court has embraced the concept of sovereignty which prevails in its practice and jurisdiction. What is exactly this mysterious historical constitution? It can be best described as legal principles that developed through the history of our homeland and constitute the basis of its democracy. The Hungarian Constitutional Court linked Hungarian national identity to the historical constitution and defined multiple principles both as part of national identity and an achievement of the historical constitution. The court held that the constitutional self-identity of Hungary is not a list of static and closed values. Nevertheless, many of its important components can be highlighted as examples such as freedoms, the separation of powers, republic as the form of government, respect for autonomy under public law, freedom of religion, the exercise of lawful authority, parliamentarism, equality of rights, acknowledging judicial power, and the protection of nationalities living with us. According to the court, these are the achievements of the Hungarian historical constitution on which the whole legal system is based. Our position on sovereignty was first formulated in Decision 22 from 2016, in which the Hungarian Constitutional Court provided an abstract interpretation of an article of the fundamental law concerning the EU membership of Hungary. The Constitutional Court declared the following: respecting and safeguarding the sovereignty of Hungary and its constitutional identity, it is a must for everybody And the principal organ for protection is the Constitutional Court. Let me explain the underlying reasoning of the Hungarian Constitutional Court to clarify the meaning of this principle. The Constitutional Court interpreted sovereignty as popular sovereignty or the sovereignty of the people, which means that legal regulations applying to everyone must be adopted by means of democratic processes. The Hungarian Constitutional Court also intended to put a hold the so-called stalking integration that prevented EU bodies from expropriating certain competence. The Hungarian Constitutional Court stressed that EU accession does not mean giving up sovereignty, only the joint exercising of certain competence. The principle of maintained sovereignty means that when the joint exercise of federal competence is at issue, beyond the competence down in the maintenance of Hungary's sovereignty must be presumed. Itself should be regarded as the source of competencies rather as the competence itself. As such, it cannot be transferred. Consequently, Hungarian people must have the opportunity to exercise control over any political power, whether national or supranational. In other words, people cannot be deprived of such possibility. We can also conclude from the decision that EU law is binding unless it violates the achievements of the historical constitution of Hungary. Finally, let me summarize the main points of my presentation today. We have reached the following conclusions on the basis of the analysis of the notion of sovereignty at the jurisdiction of the Hungarian Constitutional Court. We can regard the people as the ultimate source of public power, which means that sovereignty is vested in the people, and safeguarding the sovereignty of Hungary is a must for everybody. We also agreed that Hungary's sovereignty should be presumed against ultra-vires acts of the EU, the principle of maintained sovereignty, and the principal organ of protection is the Constitution. On the other hand, we have also said that EU law prevails unless it's the historical constitution of Hungary. And finally, as I pointed out in my introduction, the sovereignty symbolizes the right political self-determination of a community, as well as the willingness to maintain the constitution of Hungary, setting a limit to the extent. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. To był dr Tomasz Suliuk, prezes Sądu Konstytucyjnego Węgier.
It was Dr. Tomasz Suliuk, president of the Constitutional Court of Hungary, and now the last speech before we head on to the panels. It will be Professor Dr. Stephen Baskerville, head of the Department of State Studies at Collegium Intermarium.
Jest z nami pan profesor.
Are you with us, Mr. Professor?
Welcome. Zapraszam.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be invited to speak at this historic event. Higher education today is obviously in a deep crisis, and nothing could be more important than reforming the universities, but also in founding new ones that can recapture the ideals of the universities, the great universities of the past, and that will serve as models for those of the future. Originally, I was asked to speak here about academic freedom, but discussing academic freedom really involves discussing the larger purpose of the university. It involves what Cardinal John Henry Newman called the idea of a university. Does any such idea really exist? Considerable evidence indicates that the origins and development of universities involved improvisation, and that no master plan guided the operation. And yet something distinguishable, identifiable, does distinguish universities from other kinds of education. We seldom hear about the need for academic freedom in secondary schools. Secondary education involves mostly transmitting a body of knowledge that has been agreed as appropriate by whatever authority operates the school, the church, the state, the parents. And if instructors engage in scholarship, it's usually on their own time and not part of their regular duties. But higher education involves not only the transmission of knowledge, but also its production, scholarship as well as teaching. Higher education is based on the principle that the most advanced students should learn from those who not only acquire knowledge, but also contribute to it. Most professors are not trained in teaching or pedagogy. They're lecturers who impart knowledge to adults with the nuanced characteristic of how they acquired it. Scholarship and teaching are expected to complement one another, not conflict. The fact that this ideal has largely been lost in most universities involves trends, but there are trends that can be challenged, and that's something, in fact, we might want to talk about. So academic freedom is a value without which higher education itself is impossible, because without it, scholarship will lack integrity. But academic freedom is a tricky concept. It cannot become a license to allow scholarship and instruction to degenerate into mere opinions and inflict those opinions on a captive audience of students or a readership with the university's imprimatur. Doubtless opinions do enter into scholarship, but scholarship involves elevating the topic being researched above mere opinions by providing a larger context, facts and documentation for one thing, or as well as history, philosophy, science, religion, art, the larger body of human knowledge. Otherwise, there's no lasting contribution to knowledge and no institutional benefit. Above all, academic freedom cannot be a license to introduce political ideologies into scholarship. This means recasting all human knowledge as political grievances. This is precisely what has led to the deterioration of higher education, and not only must we not repeat or continue that mistake, we must find ways to reverse it, which is precisely what we are trying to do with the Collegium Intermarium. Recently, we had a stark example of this right here in Central Europe. Ironically, it involved another quite different university that was also recently founded with the avowed purpose of restoring the integrity of higher education. They introduced programs that were openly ideological and expected the taxpayers of Hungary to pay for it. Something similar had happened in the Czech Republic and right here in Poland only a few years earlier. When the taxpayers of Hungary refused, the university objected, and they specifically objected to the subject matter. The university claimed that its academic freedom was being violated. Yet this was a perfectly legitimate response by the Hungarian government and people. The episode was doubly ironic because the ideology they introduced has itself been documented to be responsible for intimidating instructors and students who hesitate to accept its academic legitimacy because of its ideological character. In other words, those who were aiming to curtail the academic freedom of others were invoking and distorting the very principle that they were violating. Paraphrasing Antoine de Saint-Just during the French Revolution, they might have proclaimed no academic freedom for the enemies of academic freedom. So while academic freedom has been abused in recent years by ideologues who politicize the curriculum and purge those who do not accept their ideology, in other words, the cancel culture as we call it, those who are purged or canceled can still invoke the principle to defend themselves. It is no reason to abandon the principle itself. But we have to discern carefully how it is being invoked and for what purposes in order to decide if it is legitimate and worthy of being defended. Various schemes have been devised in recent decades to guarantee protection for academic freedom. None of them has been very successful. The tenure system succeeded only in creating different castes of scholars. First, there are those who are privileged and protected to the point that they can enjoy the fruits of their scholarship, of their employment, without having to produce any scholarship at all. And then there are those, the growing body of adjuncts who are often have no protection at all and can be victimized at will. As an alternative, some have proposed that government authorities who fund universities should use the leverage that they enjoy in order to legislate statutory protections for academic freedom. But it's difficult for me to see how this could work. First, it involves state authorities in determining what views are acceptable and worthy of protection. We would get into the question of how to judge the value of scholarship and who judges it, how far various ideas should be protected, and so forth. This seems to me a prescription for endless quarrels and continued politicization. Increasingly, I am convinced that only one effective method exists for protecting and ensuring academic freedom, and that is publicity. Universities that punish lecturers or students for their research or views need to have their actions publicly known, so the public and interested parties can assess for themselves if the measures are justified. Like any freedom, after all, academic freedom is not absolute. For one thing, creedal institutions, faith-based universities, have a legitimate right to insist that their lecturers adhere to certain core doctrines of their faith as a condition for employment and for the privilege of publishing their scholarship under the institution's name. And students as well, of course, have this. But in any institution, if we find professors are really espousing doctrines that are beyond the pale of decency, Nazism, for example, or Stalinism, we might well decide that they should be disciplined or removed. But it must always be done openly, with reasons clearly stated, not furtively and not by stealth. The public and interested parties, oversight bodies, students, professors, parents, donors, alumni, all of these have a right to know why a professor or a student is reprimanded or dismissed, so they can judge for themselves if the institution has acted properly. An added benefit, by the way, of all this might be that academic scholarship may become less cloistered, and wider groups may take an interest in it, demand that it be made accessible, and develop the critical faculties necessary to understand and evaluate it. Traditionally, such responsibility rests with oversight bodies such as boards of trustees and faculty senates. But one of the great lessons of today's crisis is that these bodies have become unreliable. According to John Ellis, the author of The Breakdown of Higher Education, quote, boards of trustees, college presidents, faculty senates, they all looked on and did nothing as the universities deteriorated. They were all either too cowardly or too complicit to act, end quote. Yet these bodies still have a critical role to play in ensuring quality education, and nothing is stopping them from resuming that role. But in a democratic society, the rest of us also have a responsibility to know what is being researched and taught in our universities. We can't complain about the condition or the trends of the universities if we avert our eyes from them until it is too late. The corollary, too, is that those of us who work in the universities must hold constant discussions about the condition of our own institutions to ensure that we are respecting the principle and potential problems are addressed before they get out of control. An institution that will not discuss academic freedom is one that threatens it. And once it becomes threatened, it is more difficult to protect. For then open discussion is difficult, a fear factor arises, and those who would otherwise protect their colleagues themselves begin to feel intimidated and paralyzed. Controversy, after all, is not harmful for a university. It can be very beneficial. It demonstrates intellectual health, and intellectual courage. What is fatal is when scholars or universities are unable or unwilling to defend themselves in the marketplace of ideas and instead hide behind secrecy. This is the death of institutions, as we have seen repeatedly in the Western world. The striking feature about today's loss of freedom in the academy is that it does not come from outside. It does not come from tyrannical government, It does not come from moneyed interests. It does not come from dogmatic religion. The foremost threat to the freedom in the academy comes from within, from the academy's own privilege and arrogance and cowardice. That is why reforming existing institutions is not enough, and why we need new institutions, like the Collegium Intermarium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. To był Stephen Baskerville, kierownik Katedry Nauki.
It was Stephen Baskerville, head of the Department of State Studies at Collegium Intermarium, and now we have finished the first official part of inaugural speeches. As usual, we are a little bit behind the time, so please don't waste it. Let's start the first panel on the academic freedom. And the host, the moderator of today's of this first panel is Professor David Engels.
Przywitajmy brawami.
Please welcome him with applause.
To będzie pan profesor David Engels, tutaj Instytut Zachodni. To jest to miejsce, w którym
Professor David Engels, Institute for Western Affairs, that's where he works on a daily basis.
Ja może nie chcę uprzedzać.
I don't want to.
Professor, your seat is here. Excuse me. Your seat is here. Okay? Tak? To jest to? Oh, okay. You can take a seat anywhere you want. So, this is your time. Ja tylko dodam, że dwóch naszych...
I would like to ask that two of our today's panelists are joining us online, but I think Professor Engels will present all the guests today. I would like to please stick to the time set.
Please don't pass your time, if I can ask you. 45 minutes, okay?
We got 45 minutes.
Thank you.
So, Your Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your presence during the inauguration of the Collegium Intermarium and your enthusiasm in supporting this project. The times are hard for free thinking and research, and the opening of a new university addressing these problems is more than welcome. I am David Engels, Professor for Roman History at the University of Brussels, as well as Research Professor at the Instytut Zachodni in Poznan and Professor at the Academy of Gorzów Wielkopolski, and very happy to lead you through this panel on the situation of academic freedom in the modern world. Anyone who has followed the development of the academic world in recent years, especially in the Anglo-Saxon world, can hardly have failed to notice the extent to which an ideologization of research and teaching has occurred that would have been considered absurd just 20 years ago. What has been considered classical teaching material for decades, in certain subjects for centuries, has now been condemned and brushed aside as misogynic and racist ideas of old white men, while in return, third-rate authors and anachronistic research questions have been brought to the fore, which, while offering little in the way of insights and even less in the way of relevance in making the Western educational heritage fruitful for the next generation, enjoy the highest political protection and make it possible for certain researchers to showcase the extent to which they are on the allegedly right side of history. And this right side is very obviously on the left. Now, one would think that in the wide world of universities, there should be enough space to avoid political appropriation and to conduct normal, non-political research in peace and quiet. But this space is gradually shrinking. Texts that offend because they are allegedly anti-democratic, misogynistic, racist or Islamophobic, such as Plato, Ovidius, Chaucer or Dante, are given trigger warnings, are censored or even removed from course materials. Libraries systematically destroy all books that have not been sufficiently consulted, that is, made compulsory reading by professors in recent years. Only what is classified as academically and ideologically unobjectionable by at least 3 colleagues in a peer review process is published. Project funds are only approved if they contain appropriate catchwords such as diversity, migration, tolerance, privilege, gender, climate, or inclusiveness, together with the appropriate topic. Papers are not evaluated according to their content, but according to the ranking of the journals in which they are printed. Vacant positions are largely distributed to members of various minorities in order to fulfill the quotas imposed from above. And even those who yesterday believed they had a permanent position can now lose it if they do not regularly provide evidence of creditable publications and third-party funding, all of which are inextricably linked to the corresponding ideological kowtowing and personal decisions. In short, academic freedom now only applies to those who demonstrate the appropriate cultural awareness. All others have to put up with having even their apolitical stance interpreted as complicity in the continued existence of a system based on white male privilege, with absurd consequences. The classics recently even called for their own abolition because they were allegedly structurally linked to the ideological foundations of white supremacy. The venerable International Society of Anglo-Saxonists had to drop the reference to the namesake Anglo-Saxons in order to better deal with racism, sexism, inclusiveness, and representation. In American schools, such as in Oregon, the arithmetic errors of students of color are no longer to be marked, as the search for the only right answer is thought to be a typical instrument of white superiority. And even hitherto rather left-wing and feminist thinkers and politicians like Sarah Wagenknecht or Svenja Flaspöhler increasingly have to face the accusation of being reactionary if they no longer go along with the latest vaults of the cult of victimhood, permanent offensiveness, and cancel culture. The revolution is beginning to eat its own children. Isn't it enough, some observers may ask, to sit back and relax for a few years and watch political correctness reduce itself to absurdity and then rebuild academia on a moderate basis? No, because the universities today are merely reaping the fruits of a course that often goes back many decades and has conditioned the entire academic system in the sense of relativism and ultraliberalism. Popper's idea that only that which can be utterly falsified is also truly scientific has caused enormous damage, especially in the humanities, because in the last instance it replaced truth with quotation frequency and quantifying bibliometrics and created a system or a situation of permanent academic competition where the right of the stronger, that is the politically more correct scholar, reigns sovereign. And where truth is negated and regarded as a purely provisional majority decision, it is logical that the financing of research is also handed over to competition for money from free enterprise and politicized funds, with the disastrous consequence that scientists have been forced by their universities to become first managers, then ideological sycophants, in order to be able to carry out their activities. Lord, the need is great. Those spirits I called I cannot now get rid of, one would be tempted to say in the words of Goethe's famous Sorcerer's Apprentice. Therefore, the hope for return to the status quo ante is illusory. On the one hand, because we are currently facing the rise of a new academic elite that is not interested in factual issues, but in political attitudes, and will be incapable of returning to the previous state of affairs in a few years. On the other hand, because the actual cause for the current undesirable developments has not come from outside, but from within. Hence, what is needed is a radical rethinking of what science is supposed to be about in the first place, a new Carolingian reform of education that puts the freedom and security of the scholar, the guarantee of his unchallenged interest in fundamental questions, and the integration of his research into a superordinate pursuit of truth and beauty once more at the center, and thus returns to the sense of the original holistic universitas. Today, we are further away from this than ever, and the solution will probably not come from the universities themselves, but will have to be won step by step through the foundation and impact of new institutions and academies that once again place research and self-development and not output and training in the foreground. Exactly as endeavors to do the Collegium Intermarium. Now, after these short words of introduction and of context, let's have a more thorough look at the situation of freedom of speech and research in the modern West. I'm very happy and proud to welcome an impressive array of colleagues and friends from all over Europe on my panel. Let me first introduce you to Professor Andreas Kinneging, Professor of Legal Philosophy at the University of Leiden and a well-known conservative philosopher in the Netherlands, who was one of the main agents in resuscitating classical conservatism in the Netherlands and was very active in the highly successful think tank and educational group, the Edmund Burke Foundation, and the well-known Center for European Renewal. Dear Andreas, what is the situation of academic freedom in the modern West, and what can we do to save it?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you for having me. I'm very sorry that I could not come personally, and I will try to do my best to be understandable via Zoom. Western societies have a big problem, and that problem is called the universities. This institution, where all the people are educated, will in time occupy the most influential positions in society, and hence to a large extent determine the direction society will take, is everywhere in the West in the grip of a pernicious way of thinking that is referred to by its adherents as liberalism, but has in fact very little in common with traditional liberalism. For traditional liberals, liberty is the most important thing. For the self-proclaimed liberals who set the tone at the contemporary university, not liberty, but equality is the highest value. Not equality before the law, the aspiration of the American and French Revolution, and one of the foundations of Western society in the past 200 years. Neither equality of opportunity, the much more radical ideal of an equal start in life for everyone. No, it is an even more radical notion these liberals champion, the equality of outcome. If there are more male professors than female, this, according to them, is unjust. There should be as many female professors as male, because there are as many women as men in the world. The same goes for color of skin, sexual preference, ethnic or religious background, etc. Every category has the right to a proportional representation. Such equality is lacking, that is proof of discrimination and sufficient reason for the state to intervene by law and policy. Moreover, anyone opposing such laws and policies is regarded as an heretic. He is immediately branded as a sexist, racist, homophobe, etc. And it is demanded, often successfully, that he be fired from his job. As a result, everyone not in agreement with these so-called liberals is scared to death, keeps his mouth shut, and if put under pressure, will betray their convictions and just go along in order to avoid nasty consequences for themselves. Now, what does this radical egalitarianism remind us of? Of communism, of course. It is the exact same way of thinking, the only difference being that equality is no longer applied to classes, but instead to sex, race, sexual preference, etc. More in general, the contemporary liberals, i.e. communists, like Marx, see all of history as a struggle between oppressors and oppressed. Good people side with the oppressed in this struggle, in which every means is said to be allowed and even necessary. Otherwise, things will never change. The elimination of free speech is what we are experiencing right now, but it is probably only the beginning. Marx explicitly condoned violence, and so do his followers today. So what is awaiting us in the future? Re-education camps, from this point of view, are an excellent idea. And what to do with stubborn counter-revolutionaries? Well, you put them away for good, obviously. The universities play a major, no, a crucial role in these developments. This radical egalitarianism is no new thing there. Here is a quote from Fukuyama's 1992 bestseller, The End of History and the Last Man. Already, Fukuyama says, forms of inequality such as racism, sexism, and homophobia have displaced the traditional class issue for the left on contemporary American college campuses. This was 30 years ago. At the time, this was the lunatic fringe. Most people shrugged their shoulders and went on with their lives. But the lunatic fringe kept on lecturing about these things, converting more and more generations of students and appointing more and more people like them in vacant academic positions. What we are experiencing right now is the result of at least 30 years of preaching and scheming. It is, in a sense, the revenge of the communists for their defeat in 1989. How could this have happened? Too few people paid attention. Everyone was too busy with his own work in his own field. And this didn't seem a view that needed to be taken very seriously. That was a mistake indeed. However, all of this does not explain why these ideas managed to convert so many young people. The reason for that can only be that there is something very attractive in them. Again, just like the original communism. That too was very attractive to many people. Why? Because the equality of all is a tremendously appealing ideal. Lenin and his friends set out to establish the land of milk and honey in 1970, and they achieved exactly the opposite of what they had dreamed of. Not heaven, but hell on earth. That is what the ideal of the equality of all leads to, if it is put in practice. Hell on earth. Tocqueville had already told his readers so in 1835, but no one listened very well. The practical experience of the era 1970-1989, on the other hand, did teach a lot of people this lesson. But now, 30 years on, the lesson is forgotten again. The experience of communism is no longer living memory, at least in the West, where young and also middle-aged people have little or no idea and little or no interest. The first and last time Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago was published in my country, the Netherlands, was in the 1970s. I tried to convince various publishers recently that it is time for a republication, to no avail. We need to do something about that. We need to teach the young about the truth of so-called liberalism and of communism. We need to teach them that the equality of all, appearances notwithstanding, is not a good idea after all, because it leads to totalitarian tyranny. That is to the loss of liberty, and what is even more important, to the loss of the pursuit of excellence, of virtus. We need to teach them that in many ways inequality is a good, or at least an acceptable thing, because it is part and parcel of a good society, a society of free men and women striving for moral and intellectual excellence. All of this means that we have to reconquer the universities. And if that is impossible, we need to set up our own, such as the Collegium Intermarium. Thank you very much.
Many thanks for this statement, dear Andreas. I will now turn to our next participant, Professor Michael Sommer, since 2012 professor for ancient history at the University of Oldenburg and an old friend. Professor Sommer has not only a very large expertise in the fields of Roman socio-economic and identity history and is the author of several books, he is also one of the leading members of the newly founded German Netzwerk für Wissenschaftsfreiheit, Network for Academic Freedom, to which I also belong, an institution committed to defending the importance of free and controversial debate in all academic fields and to opposing increasing moral political constrictions. Dear Michael, how would you analyze the present situation from your point of view, and how can academic freedom be guaranteed for the future?
David, thank you very much. I apologize for not being able to be with you due to the pandemic. Academics in Poland and Germany alike are living in an ideal world, at least theoretically. Both our countries have constitutions that explicitly guarantee academic freedom. Article 73 of the Constitution of the Republic of Poland says the freedom of academic research and to publish its result is granted to everyone. Similarly, Article 5, Sentence 3 of the German Grundgesetz rules the freedom of academic teaching and research. Academic freedom being explicitly entrenched in a country's constitution is relatively uncommon. Most constitutions subsume the freedom of research and teaching under the heading of free speech. In this short paper, I'm going to ask what academic freedom means and by whom it is threatened. Who can claim academic freedom and for what kind of activity? Who's got to protect it and how? And who's currently compromising it, as the fact that academic freedom is being compromised can hardly be disputed. First, academic freedom is a right of the individual against the state. It means that it is the government's responsibility to make sure that whoever engages in research and academic teaching is unharmed by any attempts at infringing their activities, as long as they are themselves constitutional. Can an academic who descends into the political arena and agitates, say, for the boycott Israel movement, claim academic freedom? No, because they have left the space of academia and entered a different one, protected merely by free speech. Can a researcher who is promoting creationism, chemtrails, or the idea that the Earth is flat claim academic freedom? Most likely not, since all such nonsense is in blatant disagreement with scientifically proven facts and well outside the parameters of what can be considered state-of-the-art. You gather where this is going. What if things are not as unequivocal as in the chemtrail or flat Earth supposition? What, for instance, if a climatologist holds a minority position in the debate on climate change? Or if one field of research, say gender studies, departs from propositions that would be described by experts of another field, biology, for example, as utterly unscientific? In my opinion, the only answer to that question, which will not be leading into aporia, is a radically libertarian one. Research and teaching can be performed in any field of academia, and it is academic as long as it adheres to a clearly defined set of methodologies. Both the gender studies researcher and the climatologist can therefore claim academic freedom, as long as they stick to a set of rules and methodology. Whoever rejects a radically libertarian approach to academic freedom will have to explain as to why they privilege certain schools of thought and certain disciplines over others. Second, what responsibilities arise from academic freedom for the government? A, it goes without saying that the government has the obligation to refrain from all attempts to compromise the freedom of researchers. This would be the case when government policy defines research questions and objectives, but also where it excludes or privileges certain constituencies on the grounds of race or gender, for instance. The sensitive question in this respect would be as to whether one should go as far as calling the imposition of a Equal Opportunities Code a breach of academic freedom. At least we are dealing with conflicting constitutional objectives here. Does the government responsibility for academic freedom prevent the government and/or legislators from prioritizing research activity 1 over research activity 2? No. Policymakers are free to decide which research to fund and what priorities to set. If a government decides to prioritize sustainable energy research over, say, for example, classical studies, go ahead, they are free to do so. It may be a different thing if the granting of research funding is subject to conditions such as preferential employment of women or economic exploitability of research results. Again, this may be a matter of competing constitutional values. B, governments are under obligation to provide for climate at universities and research institutions where individual academic freedom is not infringed by any third party. Should, for example, activists make an attempt at preventing me from giving my talk this morning, the government must make sure that my academic freedom and that of my hosts will not be at risk. At state universities, the government is represented by the university leadership towards the professors and by the professors towards all other members of faculty. At private institutions, similar mechanisms ought to be in place. Third, who is a threat to academic freedom? At present, in my country, as well as in the US, the UK, and most Western European countries, the activism of left-leaning identitarians forms the single most formidable menace to academic freedom. While in the US, a single word can easily cost you your job, the situation is still a lot better in Europe. The platforming attempts usually target invited speakers, not the professional existence of academics as such. In Germany, there have been relatively few such attempts, and in the overwhelming majority of cases, further damage has been averted by the university leadership. This means that the institutional safeguarding of the individual right of academic freedom is still largely effective, despite all prophecies of doom. However, it cannot be excluded that the pressure exerted by activists triggers self-censoring mechanisms within the academic community. Will someone who has got into trouble inviting a fellow academic as a guest speaker extend another invitation to the same colleague? Could something I'm saying in my lecture wreak havoc over my future career? Will a too outspoken remark alienate me from my colleagues? That one has to be aware of such risks points to the uncomfortable truth that the infringement and defense of academic freedom starts in the pre-institutional field, where the spiral of silence is being set in motion because we prefer not to be heroes. This being said, the protection of the individual right of academic freedom depends as much on the individual as it does on the government. What are we supposed to do? We have to make public the names of those who agitate against our freedom, as they usually act clandestinely. We have to move the topic up the public agenda, as university leaderships will feel more pressure to act on our behalf when they realize that there is public awareness. We have to vouch for our colleagues if they are targeted by those who are enemies of academic freedom, as safety lies in numbers. In short, we have to do what academics usually prefer not to do: take up the fight which has been forced upon us and show that we have some balls. Thank you very much, and Godspeed for the Collegium Intermarium.
Many thanks for these kind words, dear Michael. Let us now step from the diagnosis to prognostics. Our next distinguished speaker is Rod Dreher, an American writer and editor who is senior editor and blogger at the American Conservative, out of which the Benedict option is doubtlessly the most well-known in Europe by now. At the center of the Benedict option is the idea that the triumph of leftist liberalism is such that Christians and traditionalists wanting to remain true to their convictions should segregate themselves to some degree from the majority society and form intentional communities inspired by Benedict of Nursia's revolutionary attempt to form model societies on a reduced scale. Dear Rod, is there still a possibility to renovate academia from within, or shouldn't we focus our efforts on the foundation of new institutions of learning and teaching in order to help us surviving the approaching dark ages?
Yeah, thank you for the question. In my latest book, the one I've written since Benedict Option, it's called Live Not by Lies. And in it, I try to draw from the experience of people from the former Soviet bloc as to how we can meet this new totalitarianism confidently and effectively. One of the people I draw on, whose wisdom I draw on, is Czesław Miłosz, who in his book, The Captive Mind, 1953, published in the US, said that the people of Eastern Europe woke up one day to find that ideas that were once only spoken of among the radical fringe could be ruling their whole societies. And we have lived through that ourselves. 10 years ago, what we now call gender ideology was something that was only on the fringes of academia. Now, we are only a few votes away in the US Congress from transgenderism being written into civil rights law in the US. This has moved so quickly because cultural change happens when elites and elite networks take up ideas and spread them around their networks. So now, in virtually the blink of an eye, we have seen gender ideology, critical social justice, these radical theories, move from the university out into every institution in American society, media, big business, so-called woke capitalism, even now the US military and the CIA. If you haven't seen on YouTube the CIA's new recruitment video, you should go watch it. It's almost comic. It's so unbelievably left-wing. But we on the right have been focused for 40 years at least on achieving political power, thinking that would be sufficient to protect us and protect our institutions. We have ignored culture, the power of culture and of cultural institutions. This was a serious mistake. And so now, as you've said, Professor, and as Professor Kinneging said, we have lost the university. I don't see personally that we can reform most universities because the way the ideology has gone into such extremes now that they don't only consider conservatives to be wrong, they consider us to be evil. So where does that leave us? I think that we conservatives, to go along with what Alistair McIntyre said, I think we need to stop trying to shore up the imperium, to try to reform universities that can't be reformed and won't be reformed. Instead, we have to form our own institutions within which we can lead a life of virtue, of academic virtue, intellectual virtue, to prepare ourselves for the long, dark age ahead. This is, of course, what St. Benedict of Nursia did with his monasteries. He didn't set out to save Europe. He only set out to form communities where people could live out the faith in order and in a defensible way. Over the next 400 years, the slow work of the Benedictine monasteries revived Europe and laid the groundwork for the rebirth of civilization. I think in our time, in this collapse of the West and the collapse of the universities, we have to look at things, institutions like the Collegium Intermarium, as a sort of academic monastery that within which the life of the mind can live on, and in the future we can train elites here who will move out into the institutions of society and reform society. So God bless this university. It is absolutely essential to the saving of our own civilization.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for explanations, dear Rod. Last but not least, I will give the floor to John O'Sullivan, as Andreas Kinneging, an old friend from the Warnenburg Society. John is a British conservative political commentator and journalist who, during the 1980s, was a senior policy writer and speechwriter for Margaret Thatcher when she was British Prime Minister, and worked as former editor of the National Review. John O'Sullivan served also as executive editor of Radio Free Europe and is, since 2017, president of the Danube Institute in Budapest. Dear John, only some weeks ago we had a long discussion on the present state and future of conservatism throughout the West, and quite agreed on a rather pessimistic outlook on the future, at least for Western Europe. In the East, however, it seems that the situation is not yet as bleak as in the West, and I believe that the foundation of the Danube Institute, as well as of the Collegium Intermarium, is an obvious sign that there is still some form of hope. How would you assess the challenges and perspectives for new academic foundations in these last remnants of Western civilization?
Thank you. It's all right.
Thank you. I think it's simply easier to speak on the platform. I don't have to juggle the papers and so on, so thank you. Professor Engels, first of all, thank you very much for your kind words, and secondly, for inviting me to be here on this occasion, which I think is an extremely important occasion, a really important sign of resistance to a dangerous and oppressive revolution that is now sweeping the entire entirety of Western civilization on both sides of the Atlantic, in both halves of Europe. Almost all the ideas and arguments I advance in this brief talk are views I've held for most of my life. Previously, however, I held them in a kind of moderate or dispassionate way. Today, I find myself advancing them passionately, even angrily, because our educational and cultural institutions are now controlled increasingly by woke barbarians, not invaders from outside, but barbarians from within the walls of all these institutions. And whereas I once would have lamented that we're living in a culture of loss, a culture of forgetfulness, a culture of amnesia, I think we now have to say that it is actually much more serious than that. We are living in a culture of what Roger Scruton called a culture of repudiation. We are deliberately repudiating all of the important principles and values which have shaped our civilization, and particularly our educational institutions and universities. And therefore, I want to go back in these few remarks to the question of what are the purposes of a liberal education. I deal with this at all levels, obviously with the university level, but also because at the moment we see the same revolution sweeping the secondary schools and even, in fact, the primary schools, as well as tertiary education. And we have to, in a sense, respond to it at those levels. Now, the first purpose of education, it seems to me, is the disinterested search for truth. That's why, ultimately, universities exist. That's obvious. And it should not itself be a subject of controversy. But matters do not quite end there. Only a relatively modest minority of students possesses either the talent or the passion to be genuine scholars. Modern society, with its it doesn't really want to accept that. Its egalitarian ethos makes it reluctant to accept this limitation, and it seeks to direct more students into scholarly work than is suited to it. And that has bad effects on the students, very often, and on scholarship itself. I think it leads to the overproduction of research and to the creation of college disciplines that are largely dissociated from anything we would normally recognize as the search for truth, disciplines that soon morph into essentially propagandistic political activities in which only one side of an argument is permitted and dissenters from that argument excluded and marginalized. Most departments of gender studies and cultural studies fit into this characterization. Sometimes they explicitly say so themselves. And because disinterested research sometimes establishes facts or provisional scientific truths that conflict with ideologies strong in the academy, that leads to the drift of scholarship towards the postmodern denial of truth itself and its replacement of truth with the notion of different but equal scholarly perspectives and narratives. And over time, of course, those different perspectives lead to the argument that all that matters, well, that power has replaced truth as the prevailing object of inquiry. The second purpose of education is that it should prepare its graduates for the world of work, either giving them a specific body of knowledge needed to practice some particular occupation, law or accountancy, but also instilling in all students a good general education that will suffice them to prosper in life. Education does not seem to be doing that job we expect and used to receive. Too many graduates leave college with quite inadequate general skills, even down to the level of being able to write a literate and comprehensible letter. As for the acquisition of skills relevant to a particular job, one sign that colleges may be doing an inadequate job there is the large increase in recent decades in the number of students going on to study for PhDs or in law schools. It begins to look as though further education, postgraduate education, is beginning to have to carry out the job that undergraduate hasn't carried out, just as universities complain that the schools are not providing them with students who are capable of doing university work without some kind of additional instruction. A PhD, in my view, should not be regarded as a necessary credential for most jobs outside the academy and certain specialized occupations. Law schools should not function as intellectual finishing schools either. Their expansion is a consequence of the decline of undergraduate education, and the consequence of that is prolonging the period of academic apprenticeship before the student goes out into the world of work, wrongly, sometimes expensively, and perhaps counterproductively. Increasing the number of students without increasing the number of high-quality jobs to which a degree almost automatically led when student numbers were lower is obviously a recipe for widespread social disappointment. It will swell the size of the unemployable and resentful intelligentsia, which, as the distinguished historian Robert Conquest pointed out in his last book, was one of the major causes of instability in Tsarist Russia and later in this century, and later in the last century, of instability and disruption in the Middle East. The third purpose of education is to transmit the values, traditions, and customs of a society to the next generation. And that's something with which liberals of stripes from Mill to Spencer were uncomfortable with, and I think not without reason. They were concerned that a single state education would in effect impose conformity upon a society that was likely in the end to result to obstruct truth and to prolong error, and then ultimately would be a species of tyranny. They expressed those fears at a time when, compared to today, there was much greater natural conformity and fewer conflicting traditions in English society, although, of course, the different divisions of Christianity struck them as going deep. At the same time, society, though we might well be suspicious of the idea of transmitting traditions through state institutions, at the same time, society needs unspoken and general agreement on a wide range of subjects. What is honesty, for instance, and when is it required? Or it will simply function less well. Indeed, it is an underlying moral consensus that creates a society, transforms a mere place into a society where there otherwise would be an endless civil war between different religious come philosophical groups. Negotiating a consensus, an understanding of what is the underlying moral consensus of a complex society is not a simple task. Maybe it's a task that is never finished, like painting the fourth bridge. But it certainly can't be achieved by a single system of state schools, even when the moral consensus it teaches is one rooted in tolerance. I think a good instructive example here is the Horace Greeley's public schools in 19th century America. They performed the function of shaping a united American culture and a national personality from a culturally diverse group of immigrants. The Catholic Church believed that one effect, maybe one purpose, of Greeley's public schools was to raise a generation of good little Protestants. It therefore established its own school system. Fortunately, that system quite soon internalized the Protestant political values of Greeley's public schools. The dialogue between these two school systems both widened and strengthened the American system as a whole. the American people developed a common culture, a national identity, and a sense of common destiny, but in ways that accommodated significant differences of religious belief. That accommodation rested ultimately on a free market in religion in the absence of a state religion. But it was the result of a dialogue between two forms of Christian belief. Now, will such an outcome prove possible within the wider range of beliefs found in a multicultural society? Or will it prove possible when the government thinks that the purpose of an education is to inculcate a single set of political, social, and philosophical beliefs for the sake of social stability? That certainly seems to be the case in some West European countries. People from these countries might want to contradict me if I'm wrong here, but it strikes me that the hostility of both the Swedish and German political systems to homeschooling, in the Swedish case, on grounds that they may inculcate values in children very different from those of social democracy, means that these are live questions. They exist in the school system and in the university system. Now, how do we overcome, in these circumstances, the culture of repudiation that now controls both schools and universities? I don't know to what extent everybody here has noticed the degree to which recently in America there have been a succession of scandals about the ways in which, because parents have discovered that their schools are teaching their children. These are upper-class American prep schools like Brearley and an Anglican state school, Grace Church School in New York, which are essentially teaching the extremes of woke religion, a repudiation of the concept of America, claims that white supremacy is the basis of that country, that America is an endemically racist society, and in the whole panoply of woke convictions. And this is being done in expensive schools which people in the past had bought their children that education because they thought it would give them a good liberal education as well as inculcating specific religious views. Now, what can we do about this? It seems to me, of course, the professor spoke before, gave a number of arguments. As he said, however, we are limited to the degree to which we are able to intervene directly to ensure the continuation in universities of a variety of intelligent views and a genuine debate. I think, obviously, as this occasion illustrates very strongly, what we need to do is to have the power of the alternative, the power of example. We do not want to impose on existing universities and institutions a kind of state control that would be opinion control, philosophy control, tradition control. It's not what we are about. The only way that in a liberal society, classical liberal society, we are going to achieve this is if the kind of education that we provide in the Collegium is one that persuades everybody else that that is what they want, and that by the excellence of that education reveals the flaws in the existing universities. That won't be enough, perhaps, but it will be a great deal. I think as we came in today, you probably noticed we passed some demonstrators. They were holding up signs which said, "Education without indoctrination." Well, of course, that is what we are advancing here. As to who is advancing it most sincerely, I think we can solve that by asking the question, which group is shouting down their opponents? Which group refuses to have people with whom they respect intellectually, but whose political views they dislike? Which group intends to allow its students to examine the great books on both sides of debate? Which set of people intends to enforce a particular point of view to the point of firing people or marking them down when they produced perfectly good academic work? I think we know the answer to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear John. As time has already progressed very far, my closing remarks will have to be very short. I think the general diagnosis has been very clear. The threat to the freedom of speech and research in the Western world is real and dangerous, and it is essentially rooted in the radicalization of the leftist liberal ideology and its increasing influence on academia. It is also obvious that it is our duty to resist this pressure, be it by documenting the growing number of flagrant attacks on free speech and free research, be it by defending the diversity of existing structures, be it by creating new institutions. These institutions would have to shape a new outlook on academia by avoiding the errors of the past, by renewing with the best traditions of our Western civilization, and, most important, by leaving behind the errors of relativism and cynicism, while, once again, putting the question of truth into the middle of our endeavors. A truth which we will never be able to fully grasp and comprehend, but which we have to presuppose as factually existing in order to be able to approach it. Thank you very much for your kind attention, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and many thanks to our distinguished guests.
My również dziękujemy wszystkim gościom.
We'd also like to thank to oral guests. It was Professor David Engels and the guests in the first panel.
I ask you to put your signs on the declaration, please. If you want, of course. Prosiłem o to, aby paneliści złożyli podpisy pod deklaracją odnowy. A my, proszę Państwa, zaczynamy kolejny panel.
And now we're moving on to the second panel, the place of classical values in the postmodern world. And the host and moderator of this panel is Mr. Stephen Thompson, Public Relations Consultant.
O przybycie tutaj do nas i przedstawienie.
Please come here to us and present the guests of this panel, including, among others, Professor Andrzej Zybertowicz, as well as guests from abroad who will be with us online.
Może poproszę o pomoc, bo chyba nie mamy gospodarza. Może jest na zewnątrz tej sali, pije kawę czy herbatę. Gdyby ktoś był tak miły.
Please may I ask the host of this panel to come here. Maybe he's outside and drinking coffee, please.
Żebyśmy mogli w miarę
help me find him
punktualnie zacząć.
So that we can start on time.
No właśnie, ja proszę pana Stefana Thompsona, ale chyba mnie nie słyszy. Bo gdyby był na sali, to pewnie by już tutaj stał. Czy pan Stefan Thompson jest tutaj wśród nas? Czy mnie słyszy?
Stefan Thompson, are you here? Can you hear us? We are waiting for you.
Ale udziela wywiadu. A jest... Stefan Thompson udziela wywiadu, więc musimy poczekać siłą rzeczy kilka minut. Mam nadzieję, że to będą 2-3 minuty, a nie 5.
We have to wait a few minutes, so please don't go away.
Drugi panel, miejsce.
We are facing our second panel, the place of the classical values in the postmodern world.
Dobrze. O, jest już. Możemy zaczynać? Bo mamy obsługę. Mamy obsługę niestety czasową.
Please, let us begin because we are behind the time schedule.
Przepraszam bardzo. Jeszcze minutka, szanowni państwo, i zaczynamy drugi panel.
One more minute, ladies and gentlemen, and we should start the second panel.
Jeszcze jest zajęty na zewnątrz, udziela wywiadu.
One of the panelists is being interviewed outside, but I hope he'll join us in a few seconds. Let me remind you, Mr. Stefan Thompson is the moderator of this part, and the topic is the place of classic values in the postmodern world.
It's all going to be in English, Dad. Yeah, sure. Ladies and gentlemen, very nice to have you all here. Whilst we're waiting for Professor Chantal Del Sol, I suggest that as we're rushed for time, that Miklos Santo, the director for the Center of Fundamental Rights from Hungary, make the introduction. The name of the panel is there a place for classical values in the postmodern world? A very key question, and one I hope that we will start to answer on this panel. Miklos.
Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear founders, dear guests, dear panelists. I feel really deeply honored to be here among you at the opening inauguration or presentation of university with an openly conservative approach. I think it's a unique treasure in this world today, at a time when our once great admiration for the Anglo-Saxon type universities is, to tell the truth, fading. Unfortunately, news has reached us that European and American campuses no longer tolerate views that are in opposition to the mainstream, that lecturers who refuse to conform to the dogma of the liberal power elites are no longer welcome in the hallowed halls of Western academia. We know this phenomenon well. Poles and Hungarians have had the misfortune of experiencing totalitarianism in higher education as well for 4 decades. We want none of it ever again. Thus, please allow me, first and foremost of all, to thank our dear Polish friends and partners at Ordo Iuris for establishing this university, which can light the way for Europe, or at the very least, Central Europe. The word conservative sounds like an obscenity to the ears of the dark horsemen of progression, but they also call God old and obsolete, and yet the future belongs to him. Dear friends, despite the coronavirus pandemic, the debate regarding the future of Europe rages on. In certain sense, we have gathered here today as well to show Europe the way in our usual modest and moderate manner. And when we discuss the future of Europe, we mean not just the future geopolitical state of a continent or a legal entity, but we also engage in a debate over worldviews, beliefs, and lifestyles. What we mean by evil and good. What are those values that we cherish, that we hope our children and grandchildren will adopt as their own? In my opinion, this debate over the future like a coin, has two sides in the 21st century. One side, the one that the liberals are describing as the only acceptable way forward, claims that we can move towards the idealistic, or rather utopian, rather dystopian version of a real Europe by stepping over or setting aside the grandiose notions of the founding fathers regarding a European community based on a cooperation of sovereign states. They want to transcend the Europe of yesterday, the Europe you and I know and love, and they want to impose liberal values on all of society, on all our societies. Their buzzwords are communistic equality, nihilism, convenience, and virtue signaling from the comfort of their couches. Concepts like faith, God, family, common sense, normality, success, and authority are simply incomprehensible in the so-called postmodern political context that is their element. They have even twisted the notion of community beyond all recognition. Or, what is even worse, if they do recognize these ideas, they have become meaningless for them, so they can simply be set aside. The other side of the coin, one that in my opinion is crystal clear in setting out the way forward for Central Europe, is a struggle for Christian freedom. Those of us who follow this school of thought want a better and freer Europe and reject the deeper but less meaningful integration advanced by the other side. We believe that the future of Europe is a matter for the heart as well as the mind. We choose national independence over foreign occupation, community and family over individualism, a market economy over central planning, subsidiarity over centralization, and the protection of natural rights over wish fulfillment. However, we must be honest with ourselves as well. Perhaps we too have made a mistake, one that we should be able to learn from. Having awakened from the hibernation imposed upon our nations by the Iron Curtain, we assumed that, in a very positive sense, of course, time hasn't changed the West. In our mind's eye, we saw a Europe that recognized the value of work, the dignity of nations, where a husband had a wife had a husband. A Europe where even atheists were Christians, as our first democratically elected Prime Minister, Mr. Antal József, put it in Hungary. But by now, it has become clear that this approach was too idealistic a view. In reality, the constant search for compromise, the centrality of it to European politics, value neutrality, the constant bending over backwards to be inclusive and accepting towards anything that was outside the normal have all led to a point where Europe has become empty, and the soul of Europe has departed, or the Europe of spirit was lost. In its comfort and living the good life, the West has simply gone soft. Europe had tolerated everything to a point where its essence evaporated. It evaporated because Europe rejected and denied God. It declared the nation obsolete, and in the name of political correctness, it declared war on reason and the family. And Europe, let's be honest, has also lost its cultural core. The most obvious sign of this is that its official values have become an ideological deadwood, even as the Union itself has become a phalanstery-like technostructure of institutions run by namely neutral bureaucrats. The silver lining is that on this side of the continent, in this region, paradoxically, in no small way, thanks to all the difficulties and tragedies we faced throughout the decades-long suffering under the yoke of dictatorships, we have grown stronger. We have grown accustomed to attempts to silence us, to push us underwater completely. What we have worked for. We have rebuilt our nations again and again. We have fought and died for our homelands. But thanks to all of that, we are aware of what we have, we know what we have to lose, and we realize that Europe, which means all of us, is worth fighting for. We are certain that there are several ways to save the shared European project and the shared European classical values. Yes, because Europe is a shared cause, but not a global cause. For this reason, nobody should stay on the fence as we decide which way forward for our shared continent. Will we go in a direction that we choose together, or in a globalist direction imposed from above? Dear ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today to discuss if our postmodern world has a place for classical values. My position, how I propose to start this debate, is yes. Moreover, I submit that there is a great need for classical values today. We need to stand firmly by normality. We need the triune rallying cry of God, homeland, family, which not only frames our lives, but offers an avenue of escape from the nihilistic, lazy-like culture professed by the Western political elites. I believe that we simply call the ideal of Christian freedom, what we simply call the ideal of Christian freedom, can be of great benefit to us in this struggle. Christian freedom does not see the individual as opposed to society in our understanding, or at least in my understanding. The genuine fulfillment of the individual is when he willingly subordinates himself to others, the family, the father, the mother, the grandparents, the children, the university campus, the nation, as a natural part of a greater community. And we must be reminded that we ourselves are Europe. To put it another way, what is left of Europe can be found only in Central Europe. There is an energy here that can still resist the non-Europe of today. Because this region shares not just the experience of recently regained sovereignty, but also a historical past and common existential situations that arise from shared geography. And finally, allow me to quote one of the most significant and well-known persons in Hungarian politics, Count István Széchenyi, whom we often refer to as the greatest of Hungarians. He once said, "It all depends on us, but we must remain determined." If one of the greatest political thinkers of Hungarian history says so, I must believe him. I wish for all of us that as we protect our achievements and what we are creating now, we remain determined and show courage in the face of adversity. Together we stand, divided we fall. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Miklos. Miklos essentially answered the question, is there a place for classical values in the postmodern world? The answer seems to be a simple yes, but we have a few other panelists with us who will answer that question more precisely. I'd like to first welcome my guests here, Professor Chantal Delsol, French philosopher and a novelist, Dr. Eugenia Eco from the Center for Media and Peace Initiatives, István Kovács, the Center for Fundamental Rights from Hungary, Professor Gladden Papin, Associate Professor of Politics at the University of Dallas, Professor Andrzej Zybertowicz, one of the advisors of President Andrzej Duda, and joining us from Washington online is Professor Marek Chodakiewicz from the Institute of World Politics. Miklos's introduction, I think, was very compelling and said a lot about the issues at hand. But what Miklos, I think, didn't approach is before we even answer the question of whether there is a place for classical values in the postmodern world, we should ask ourselves what these classical values are. And we must define the parameters of the debate to understand truly what it is these classical values are, what it is that we are fighting for, and what the definition of postmodernism and of a postmodern world is. Because the term postmodernism is incredibly broad and vague. It's understood in different ways by many different people. It's been popularized in recent years by Professor Jordan Peterson. But there is a lot of disagreement about what that is. And I'd like my panelists here, and I think we'll start with Professor Chantal Delsol. Could you give us an idea of what you think classical values are and what the parameters we are operating in? Are we actually living in a postmodern world?
Ah, je n'avais pas vu, pardon. Chers amis, merci de
Thank you,
votre accueil
dear friends, for your welcome.
et merci de me permettre de parler en français.
And thank you that I can speak French.
Alors, la question, ce sont les valeurs.
The questions are values.
La question, Chantal, c'est de définir quelles sont ces valeurs classiques.
So the question is how to define those values.
Nous pouvons les conserver.
And can we conserve them?
Alors, je commencerai par dire que
I would like to start that the Catholics
n'ont pas vraiment
are not fully considered the major transformation that is taking place in our time. This is the end of a civilization from the 16th century.
Naturellement,
of course, I'm not talking about Christianity, which is alive and everywhere. I'm talking about Christendom as a civilization in which the laws and mores were inspired and dominated by Christianity. The incredible energy with which Christian civilization has struggled for 2 centuries not to die clearly shows that it has indeed formed a world, a cohesive world in all areas of life, and we call it Christendom. Christianity has built a civilization which has lived according to its laws and dogmas for 16 centuries. Christianity as a civilization is the fruit of Catholicism, a community religion, defending an organic society, challenging individualism and individual freedom. Thus, the vocation of Christianity inclines it to be wary of modernity, which challenges its first principles. The first principles of Christianity are challenged: the truth, hierarchy, authority, and constraint. From the second half of the 20th century, the libertarian or liberal postmodernity takes over Christianity and ousts over the Christianity as a civilization. From there on, Christianity no longer rules. Even though it exists in most of the countries where it ruled, it has become a minority religion. It is the end of a period of 16 centuries, about which I would like to talk. Thus, since the second half of the 20th century, our moral hierarchies have literally been reversed. I would give you a few examples. It is not uncommon concerning individual behavior and social acts that in a few years an evil has become a good and vice versa. That the old hated behavior is now praised. That the old admiration is changed in challenge. In the other word, look at the word of our fathers. 100 years ago, colonization was generous and admirable. Torture and war were worse go. Today, colonization and torture are satanic acts. And very largely the war too. Homosexuality was banned and despised, and today it is justified and praised. Abortion, previously criminalized, is being legitimized and advised. Pedophilia, previously seen as the stopgap that was supported to protect families and institutions, is now criminalized. Divorce, which was almost impossible and then difficult, no longer encounters any obstacle. Suicide was frowned upon. Remember, suicides were not offered a religious funeral. It is considered a possible benefit, and the laws in some countries help to achieve it. In a society, the table of mores is a focal point which concentrates the common philosophical choices. Permissible, vaunted, forbidden behavior is a sign of the thought of an era. For it is only the translation of something deeper, but a translation drenched in the blood and sweat of this precise society and telling of its gods along with its conduct. Any signifying act reveals a belief, even a sleeping belief, if it is not conscious. If, for example, you make the sometimes cruel effort to remain with a difficult mate, your husband or wife, instead of separating from him, it is because you harbor a certain powerful idea of loyalty to oneself, in other words, of personal responsibility. Or another example, if you refuse to get rid of a superfluous and unwelcome embryo, it is that lies in your consciousness the certainty, poorly formulated perhaps, but real, that there is a dormant dignity here. In other words, all behavior engages beliefs. It's very important to know it and to say it out loud. The normative reversal that we have before us is even easier to understand. If we go back to the origins, Christendom was established by first normative inversion. In the other direction, you may know that the Christianity starts in 394, the date of the Battle of the Cold River, the Frigidus, and the victory of Theodosius. The first, Theodosius, establishes the domination of Christian mores and laws, operating a normative inversion from the Roman morality of the time. In the space of a few decades, a moral reversal has taken place. In a few years, for example, divorce, homosexuality, infanticide were banned. The victorious Christians are mostly represented among urban elites, while peasants are still polytheists, hence the pagan word from paganus, peasant. At that time, that happy time, the pagans then appear as conservatives, obsolete and outdated, and Christians call themselves modern. The word modernus in Latin appears at this time. We have some text to prove it. It is already a march towards progress. The winner appropriates the meaning of history. What we are experiencing today is a reversal in the other direction. The revolutionary period in the 18th century was what can be called the beginning of the end of Christendom. At this time, the Westerners begin to overthrow the common civilization. This process will last 2 centuries. It is made up of comings and goings, of struggles between detractors and defenders. It looks like the siege of a city. One could tell elsewhere the story of the succession of strikes, sometimes victorious and sometimes defeated. Just one example, divorce in France. A law authorizing divorce was promulgated in 1792 during the Revolution. It was repealed in 1816 under the Restoration, but the divorce was re-established in July 1884. A law of the Vichy regime of April 2nd, 1941 restricted the possibilities. Finally, after the Second War, the laws on divorce made it easier and easier until mutual consent was reached. In other words, the drive to root out the principles of Christianity has met with failures and setbacks. It is that Christendom defends itself and mobilizes all its ardor to maintain the legislative and penal power of its mores. Yet, whatever happens, and despite some episodic successes, the tide has been rolling for 2 centuries in the same direction and never stops. The same goes for abortion laws, same-sex marriage,
pour la PMA,
assisted reproduction, assisted suicide, etc. The old principles are going back step by step, sometimes fast and sometimes slowly, but with certainty. The normative reversal that we see at work here through this quiet and decisive evolution, which ends in the 20th century, represents almost the same exact of what happened in the 4th century. You remember the Plutarch's cry, "The great Pan is dead." It might have anticipated the end of paganism. You know who it is, the great Pan. Priap, it's the god of sex and violence. The present time tells the story of the return to the great Pan. The circle is complete. Can I have some more? Yes. By comparing the two normative inversions 16 centuries apart, in one direction and in the other, we understand that the current emancipation of Moors responds to a consistency. It is simply the result of a radical transformation of beliefs. Why are we the new Moors, the ones I have just mentioned, taking hold so irresistibly and inevitably? Why does the modern stream seem invested with the future? Because the laws, customs, mores constantly seek to correspond to the beliefs of the moment. And today, Western man, you have to know it, Western man no longer believes in the principles of Christianity.
C'est un fait.
And it's a fact.
Et c'était ces principes qui fondaient
and
nos lois
this principle was founding our laws and mores. A normative inversion, especially of this magnitude, rests on the basis of a philosophical inversion. We do not upset the whole of morality in this way on a whim. We do it, we can't imagine people accepting divorce just because there are some caprices like that, whims like that. We do it because the foundations on which the old morality rested have been replaced by others. You know, each culture or civilization poses at an original and decisive moment in its history primordial ontological choices on which everything else is built and supported. Morals, the mores, laws, and customs. For Christendom, this decisive moment was the time for the first councils, the first, second, fourth truth, that established the outlines of the first truth of the 16th centuries of Christianity would live: God, the person, the moral. But there comes a day, and that it's now, when the faith in its first principle breaks down. This is what we are living now. As far as we are concerned, we are living at the breaking point where the primordial ontological choices concerning the meaning and place of man in the universe, the nature of the world, of the gods, are overturned. Thank you very much for explaining those transformations that happened to our Christian world. Now I would like, what Professor Chantal wanted to say is that this Western man does not believe anymore in those Christian values. I would like to give the floor.
If you could explain to us how you see this transformation that has occurred, if you agree with what Professor Del Sol has said, and what you see as the classical values that we are fighting for and that we are here to define.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be part of this history-making event, essentially because of several reasons. And if there is any value that I cherish, is truth. And at this moment, I'd like to make reference to Socrates when he said that an unexamined life is not worth living. So today, what we are doing here is an equivalence of examining our lives. What has gone wrong in terms of freedom and all that. And quite frankly, coming from the lens of a media practitioner and a college professor as well, I can tell you that both institutions of the media and even the university itself, both are threatened by the inability to really embrace what is called truth, to the point that some of us seem to believe that we are living in a post-truth world.
Could you specify what this truth is?
In a postmodern world, the definition of truth is really difficult to pin down. I do not want to go into a lot of philosophies, Immanuel Kant and all that. There are different perceptions, different views about what truth really means. However, why I want to really emphasize the understanding of truth from the perspective of media is the fact that all the debates going on, especially within the US that I'm more familiar with, you recognize that sometimes there is an attempt by other politicians or media practitioners themselves to twist facts. And like the famous senator from New York used to say, people forget that you are not entitled to, you're only entitled to your opinion, not to the facts. Because facts are sacred. So, but today, there is almost a kind of corruption of the system whereby even some people talk about alternative facts. Facts is fact. There is nothing like any alternative. It's either it's truth or it is not. And I'm also worried by the fact that because what I wanted to talk about actually is how somehow we celebrated things like the social media as breaking barriers of information flow, but there seems to be a paradox in terms of how such things have also exacerbated falsehood in many ways. Like I tell my students, sometimes you can stay here and publish whatever you want to publish on Facebook and Twitter, right? I say we have so many publishers, but we have very few editors. Because typically, in a certain newsroom, why you find people on the desk is that there's an attempt to kind of filter information to make sure it is accurate. But today, anyone can publish from his or her room, and nobody verifies the information. And worse still is that even the media organizations themselves pick information from some of these opinionated information found on social media with less verification mechanisms. So, and it threatens the flow of information in the sense that, yeah, it's true there's freedom for us to express ourselves, because I'm one of the persons who believe in Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that talks about freedom of expression and freedom to hold opinions, and regardless of frontiers. That is key. But at the same time, just like some previous speakers said, some of the issues in terms of, there's no absolute freedom, and it comes with responsibility and obligations. And to that extent, it behoves on all of us, and like some other people have also said in terms of how the university is a citadel where we pursue the truth through research, we embrace publicly, and we engage the public in this conversation, and today, it may not be there because there's crisis in the education system. I'll give you one instance. Just recently, a Pulitzer-winning Nicole Hannah-Jones, who has this 1619 project, was denied tenure at the North Carolina University simply because of the 1619 project she probably did. Nobody really can say for sure, but obviously, there are indications that it may have some, connection to that. So that's really diminishing academic freedom or freedom of expression. People should be allowed to express themselves. Okay, look at what happened with George Floyd incidents. Look at the report of the police. If not for this 17-year-old girl who sent this information on Facebook, nobody would have known the truth. The police just said it was an incident, and no reference was made whatsoever about what actually happened, that someone was kneeling on a human being and the person died. So to that extent, we see how useful social media can be. And I think in the cause of truth or pursuit of truth, all of us should be effective netizens. What I mean by netizenship is the fact that all of us now are inhabitants of the internet. Like Eric Schmidt will say, it's kind of an estate, connected estate, which all of us live. And in living there, we must play our roles in different ways. To the extent to which we can complain from now to tomorrow, and somehow we don't play our part in either holding people accountable by verification of information and by reducing the preponderance of falsehood and spreading of falsehood in the social media. Because social media can be a force for good, but at the same time, it can also be, has its own challenges. So I'm conscious of the time. I actually prepared some remarks and some slides. If necessary, I can develop it and still send it to you for your records. But interestingly, I'm really happy with what you guys are doing here in terms of, and I think it should be a model for other countries and other organizations as well, to see how we can, as a humanity, save the world today, because obviously everybody admits that there are so many challenges ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I think some key words there that fell with the words duty, responsibility, accountability. István, I know about the work that you do in Hungary, and Hungary has been held up as one of the models in terms of how to transform academia. The reforms that Orban has recently introduced have been very controversial. But I'd like to, if you could explain, István, how you see the issue and how you are seeing the transformation of education in Hungary and attempting to restore it and bring it back to classical values, because I think that's been happening in Hungary.
Let me step back just one, because the original question was, what are the classical values? And I promise I will answer your question about Hungarian education system, even though I'm not an expert of it. But in order to define what the classical values are, I think we should define identity. Because many say that identity consists of values, so it's a branch of values. In my views, identity is like a stair of three different steps build each other. And on the first step, the first level of identity is like the relationship between the individual and the transcendent. On the second level, which is built on the first one, is the relationship between the individual and its smallest circle of individual, the family. And the third step, which is built on the first and the second one, is the relationship between the individual and their tightest circles. The tightest one is like a nation state in Europe. And I think that this is true from the dawn of times, that each and every individual ever lived can or could identify him or herself in these three steps. So if you accept this, the European identity is like, of course, the first step is Christianity, the relationship between the individual and the Holy Trinity. Of course, the second step is the relationship between the individual and his family, so the Christian family, a woman, a man, and their children. And, you know, marriage is not just a contract, but it's a sacrament. And the third step is the nation state, like we like to emphasize here in Europe from the conservative side. And all the values which we identify like classical values are around these three steps. And the problem with like modern values, and why I think that our values, classical values, be them I would prefer like Christian values are superior because they can be driven back to the truth. And to me, the truth is God, because he himself declared that, I am the truth. And all of the values which I would identify like classical values can be driven back to God. And the problem with modern values is that they cannot drive back their values to anywhere. So they were created by the mankind. And the problem is that, as I mentioned, the hierarchy of values, which is the hierarchy of identity, these 3 steps, and the first step is God. And if you put God away, you will never understand the Christian family model, for example, as a value. We regard it as a value, one of the most important ones as a classical value, but you will never understand if you don't know who God is, or you have no clue about Christianity. So this is why, in other part of the world, classical values may mean something else. So in the Muslim world, the Christian marriage and the Christian family model, they will never understand why we handle it as a valuable, even a sacrament. But here in Europe, what happened? They first take away the first step, God. And then, like, our values around family suddenly lost their basis. So if there's no God and there's no creation, like, it cannot be true that God created men to be men and women, a female or male, then everyone can decide whether he wants to be, like, something else. And back to, sorry, I promised I will answer your question about education. What happened in Hungary started, and your question was about university, and I totally understand why, because...
But Istvan, maybe we'll go back to the university, because I'd like Gladden to confront this idea. Professor, if you could, the thesis here is that classical values are essentially intrinsically linked to God, and in that case, faith. And postmodernism, conversely, is linked to lack of faith. Is that something, whilst we're defining the parameters of the debate, would you agree with Istvan that faith and God are essential to classical values and that we cannot have classical values without God?
Certainly so. As we think about the character of the modern and the postmodern world, I think a helpful way of illuminating this point that we've been discussing, and maybe a concept which has become both an important part of the modern world and also a weakness of it may be important. And that's the concept of innovation. If there's anything that the modern and the postmodern world is supposed to be known for, it's that concept. The notion that dramatic change is possible and that the most impressive accomplishments, the greatest features of the modern world and now the postmodern world come from this. Obviously, if we think about innovation in the modern world, we think about the greatest changes that built modern society, the invention of electricity, modern agricultural techniques, engineering, and things like that. In the postmodern world, innovation has become something more fluid, something more commonplace. Everyone is supposed to seek to be innovative. And where I think we're going, and this part connects back to your question, we've begun to approach a point at which this great value of postmodern civilization is becoming empty. Everywhere there's talk of innovation, everywhere there's talk of dramatic change, But in fact, the most impressive innovations that built the modern world are already there. We already have electricity, we already have computer technology, and now this concept has become empty. It's become something that is cheap. It's become overused, and it's become harder to, I think, genuinely find this true quality of innovation. So 2 comments on where classical values and the value, and specifically the value of faith that you mentioned might be useful here. First of all, with regard to a proper framework that we could use to think about innovation so as to have it be a crucial part of our societies as it is, but one which is constructive. In the ancient world, when Aristotle and Plato thought about innovation, they viewed it as something that tended to weaken or destroy societies. In other words, if you aim at innovation, if you assume that the most important human task is not preserving the past or preserving things that are good, but just inviting in reckless innovation, you're very likely to lose something that's valuable. The true task, according to the ancients, the task that required the greatest displays of human virtue, was actually the task of preservation. It's not easy to hand on the things that are important. It requires continually trying to understand them, and maybe even looking around in our world and seeing that it has become an inhospitable place for preserving them. The task of preserving the things that are valuable for the ancients is in fact the one that would draw forth the greatest efforts of human accomplishment and civilization. When the ancients, and particularly the first Christians, thought about the act of faith, they thought about it in terms of conversion. Conversion for them, and particularly in the early Christian literature, was the place where the quality of genuine newness and innovation, if you will, was to be found. The early Christian writers spoke of, in the scriptures, of putting off the old man and putting on the new. Newness was supposed to be a feature of that experience, leaving behind the things of sin, leaving behind the things of the world, and turning toward God, and in that process, finding a new type of human experience that was touched by the divine and opened up into a separate world. Today, in other words, I think in the postmodern world, we've lost this true sense of innovation in those 2 respects. It's not simply that we have to go back and just remember classical values as though they're irrelevant. This marquee value of modern civilization has become a kind of spent force. And if we still want to have a technological civilization, which we do, if we still want to have a civilization which is aiming toward good innovations, then we need to start thinking about making our goal preserving the things that are good, enabling a space for having this experience of newness in faith. And with that, I think we could have a kind of leverage over this marquee value of modern civilization. Modernity says it has innovation, and the classical ways are merely old, crusty, dead, dying. That's not the way that the classics thought about the task of preserving civilization. That's not the way they thought about the task, not the task, but the experience of faith. They thought of both of those as being a site of change and an experience of newness. And so as we give witness to that in projects like this, in all the new classical education experiments in the United States, which have been coming on in recent years, I think we'll see that true innovation and an experience of it is actually a part of preserving classical values.
Thank you, Glenn. Panie profesorze, głos polski. Tutaj profesor Del Sol mówił na temat transformacji od tych
Professor Del Sol was talking about the transformation of classical values in the postmodern world, given an example of France.
W pewnym momencie, w którym się znaleźliśmy, mianowicie takim, że została
what is the point that we are now, the void
z powodu tego postmodernizmu.
because of this postmodernism?
Czyli z naszej, gdzie
From our perspective, when the West treats us as traditional conservative society, at what point Poland is there any place in Poland for traditional values? Are we really in a postmodern country? And coming back to the same beginning of this debate, what are your, Mr. Professor, the definitions of the classical values and this postmodern world? Ladies and gentlemen, I would not refer to the first question, the first part of your question, because you did not send us those the topic of the discussion, and that we should speak about the values of the classical values in the context of modern world. But first, I would like to start about the fear that I feel during all those speeches that we have today. All my heart, I am pro this founding of an institution that would take care of academic freedom and would try to save some classical values. But today, what I have heard many declarations related to ideology and religion more than scientific analysis. If it's the perspective of Collegium Intermarium, then I think you would fail. It would be like a next part according to the benediction option, because the truth wins not without any weapon. In today's world, those who are against the classical truth have a lot of weapons. They are numerous, and from this point of view, it's good that the major faculty of this university is the law, because if we have the law to fight and we use its tools, it's a very advanced, subtle, and without being professional in an academic way, it's not possible to face, to get against, but it's not enough. When I'm thinking about what I could tell you, I would like to give a message, to advise you in a way, and to give you my hope. I would like to advert you that the hard sociological analysis of our technological technosphere that we have nowadays. It is highly disrupted. We cut our culture, the continuity that we have in transmission of culture that we have observed for thousands of years. Now we have a great rupture of this transmission that happened in the family, in the neighboring surrounding, at school, in regional institutions and in academia. The young generation is taken by the way of technology and taken out of the tradition. And it can turn out that it does not matter that if a nation has 300 years of tradition, 200, because the pressure of this infosphere, which is in its structure so poisonous, that this immersion will neutralize the force of the tradition. And if Zuzanna Zubow, a retired professor of Harvard University, who has also published a book in Polish, The Capitalism and Invigilation, we live in a world in which we see a putsch Cybermen observe, thanks to great databases, how people think in many places and all over the world. The liberal democracy has led to uncommon accumulation of power and knowledge of very few people. This power, knowledge has been accumulated in a few hands. We would not save the values, the classical values. I would like to discuss one of them closely in a minute. If we do not get to the Cybermen and break this mirror from which they can observe us. And now I'd like to talk about this hope that we are looking for. I have read, I was very shocked, the lecture of Chantal Delsol, and those elements the professor has presented today, and I thought, the cultural processes that influence us when we see the shock of some different values, when we see Christendom being confronted to laic knowledge, to science that still works in the scientific looking for science, has really been damaged and ruined because of the Copernican revolution, Darwinism, and today it's under pressure or neuroscience and perspective for transhumanism. But it can still survive. While we look at this what we call gender revolution, I think that if we could, thanks to such initiatives like Collegium Intermarium, reveal this strength of academic freedom and research, so that we could analyze openly those LGBT environments, to analyze them according to the methodology of scientific research, on adoption of single-sex parents. And if we see the results of this education of gender, LGBT, transgender, then this trend of revolution, the liberal gender revolution, would not survive this shock with this science. Christianity has survived. It is weak. It is in a crisis because it's a very hard crisis. It's a shock with culture and science, but the shock with the truth, the conflict with the truth, this is the good news, and this is the hope I have. But if here in this collegium, if in your collegium you just quote the ideological declarations instead of brightening and sharpening the analytical mind, we would not win this fight. Because the value of those classical issues is the love of which is symbolized by the icon of Virgin Mary with her son. You can be religionally indifferent, you can be a non-believer, but we should really doubt his humanity if this person cannot see the message of humanity. This is a classical icon. It is a sign of love, of intimacy and investment that people have in their own lives. The mother love, the grandmother love. The cipher civilization, how it was noticed in the book of Douglas Murray. Douglas Murray is he's gay, a declared one.
Mówi o szaleństwie
He says
tłuszcz.
about
Ideologia
the
jest
craziness
szaleńcza, bo na
of the
podstawie
ideology because
niesprawdzonych,
on the basis of
nieugruntowanych
not
naukowo
checked,
twierdzeń
not proven
próbuje się
statements, it
głęboko
starts
przebudowywać instytucje
to
społeczne. To jest
rebuild
szaleństwo.
the public institutions,
Zadaniem Collegium
and it's
Intermarium jest
crazy. So
profesjonalne,
the aim of Collegium Intermarium
recydowanie
is the professional fight of this craziness and not just ideology. If this mission succeeds, then we would save the message of love. This is the end of my statements. Remember, we can't survive the coming up from our failures, because later there would be some sins reminded and this person would be cancelled. There is no caritas if we have charity, if we don't forget our previous sins. So we have to
instrumenty zgodne z prawem.
We have to fight against this Venetian mirror that the Cybermen are looking at us from, because this is just a social hypothesis. In this shock of culture, we would not save the sign of the Mother Mary with her son.
Thank you very much, Professor.
I teraz przechodzimy do Stanów Zjednoczonych.
And now we are moving to the United States.
Panie profesorze, czy tutaj pan profesor Zybertowicz między innymi mówił o szaleństwie, odwołując się do książki Douglasa Murraya. I tutaj, czy rzeczywiście doszliśmy, szczególnie w Stanach,
this madness, speaking of Douglas Murray's book,
szaleństwa, czy jeszcze
is
nie?
this what has been achieved already in the United States society or not yet?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to make a disclaimer. My opinions are my own and not the Institute of World Politics, which is my employer. And as far as everything else, I'm glad most people don't have COVID haircuts. So that makes me happy. It means Poland's moving along. I get my hair cut by my wife. So there we go, as far as organization. Now, a few points. America's far gone. You have every right to be smug about the Intermarium. And it is mostly because of faith. But I agree with Professor Zybertowicz to the extent that ratio is important. He forgot about faith. He's scared of faith. Not everybody has a gift of faith, but bless him. As he knows, I love him. Ratio et fides is what we need to face current times, so at any time. As far as other American issues that I'd like to mention, one of the panelists talked about the 1619 project and the denial of tenure. Well, number one, 1619 project is bunk. It is a postmodernist exercise in mendacity. The university has every right to exercise quality control. This time, shockingly, the university partly exercised quality control as far as the purveyor of mendacity is concerned, and she was denied tenure, that's true. However, what you need to know is she received a contract for 5 years, a very handsome contract. So when things go away, she will get tenure or she'll get contract renewal. She's just fine. She's not a victim. A 5-year contract. That we are even discussing a racist creed that insinuates that somehow, because I'm white, I am responsible for slavery. Well, that's the face of postmodernity too. So I have something else for you. I'd like you to reflect on a little poem. I am going to feed into the stereotype purveyed by Bismarck that the Poles are the best poets among politicians and the best politicians among poets. Why the classics? In the fourth book of the Peloponnesian War, Thucydides narrates a story of his failed expedition. Amidst long speeches by leaders, battles, sieges, the plague, a thick spider web of intrigue and diplomatic maneuvers, this episode is as a needle in the forest. The Athenian colony of Amphipolis fell to Brasidias because Thucydides was late to the rescue. He paid for it to the city of his birth with life in exile. Exiles of all times understand the price. The generals of last wars, when faced with similar affairs, moan on their knees before their progeny, praising their own heroism and innocence. They blame their underlings, jealous peers, adversarial winds. Thucydides says only that he had 7 ships, it was winter, and he sailed fast. Should the topic of a play be a shattered pitcher, a petty shattered soul wallowing in pity over itself, that which shall remain after us will be as a lamentation of lovers in a small dirty hotel when the wallpaper dawns. Thus Zbigniew Herbert, in his famous poem, he juxtaposes the classics and modernity, post-modernity. This, of course, is a scathing indictment of postmodernity. At the same time, it's a pan to the classical, for it is universal. It is also the answer to our panel's title, the place of classical values in postmodernist world. Well, they are everywhere. Naturally, the place does not change. It remains central because of the very universality of our classical inheritance. No matter what the circumstances, the Gulag, Auschwitz, or the currently dominant liberal dictatorship of pleasure, aka postmodernism, the values endure just as natural law does. Now, it is an entirely different matter how we resolve to handle the challenge of cherishing, preserving, and propagating classical values in the postmodern world. Naturally, we can set up an elaborate strategy and argue for a cookie-cutter approach. Good luck, given that most of us who cherish tradition are not the Prussian army. We are individualists. Look at our panel. Everybody has an opinion, and that's the way it should be. We can also give a general call to a reconquista, an all-out, multi-dimensional effort or a gradual, premeditated one. I am still awaiting a feasible proposition. It is easy then to be smug about the remnant in the Intermarium. It is another thing to handle what's being heaped upon us. Thus, what I am left with is my own individual way to tackle them. What I do, personally, is I ignore the postmodernist powers that be. I ignore the terror of political correctness. I ignore the expectations of the glitterati. I stay true to the classics. I teach them in my lectures and seminars. It's as if no outside world existed. In my benevolent royal dictatorship of my mind, my students are free to enjoy them or reject them. I teach the kids not what to think, but how to think. I combine ratio et fides. To do so, I introduce the classics. I refer to them frequently. Mostly, I draw blank stares at the beginning because perhaps most of our students have not heard of Thucydides or Homer. Jerusalem, Athens, and Rome for them tend to be like Atlantis. But fear not, they eventually become engaged and conversant in the classics, given time with me. As Zbigniew Herbert has taught us, no barbarians in the garden of the classics are allowed. Should he step in, it is our duty to convert him. And do not be discouraged. It has to be one soul at a time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. That's more or less all the time we have. I'd like to thank all of our panelists very much for their input. A big thank you to Professor Chantal Delsol. Merci beaucoup, Madame. A very big thank you to Dr. Eugène Ekfo. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you to Istvan Kovac. Thanks so much for being here. Professor Gladden Papin, thanks for coming all the way from Dallas to join us. And a very, very big thank you to Professor Andrzej Zebertowicz, and I think his incredibly valuable input and what he had to say, which I think summarized the entire debate very neatly. Jest bardzo duże podziękowania dla profesora Zebertowicza. I dla pana profesora Chodakiewicza, który z nami jest ze Stanów Zjednoczonych.
Of course, for Professor Marek Jan Chodakiewicz from the United States. Thank you.
I wydaje mi się, że jest zaraz.
And I also believe that the time has come to have lunch, but before I'm sure I would like to ask our lector to speak. Thank you for the moderator. Thanks, Stefan.
Doskonałą znajomość wielu języków, jak się
And he can boast the command of many languages, as we can see. We're about to leave for a lunch break, but so once again, thank you. But before we go for lunch, please, all of those who feel like signing the declaration of support, please sign it.
Brawa dla chętnych, a dla
Congratulations for the volunteers. And for everybody, enjoy the lunch. Thank you very much. We meet here after the break at a little bit less than 1 hour. And as far as I know, if I'm not wrong, during the break we have a presentation after the break, the presentation of all the faculties. At 3 p.m. We meet here on time for the presentation, and now we have time for lunch and for individual discussions. Thank you, and see you in a few minutes. In 1 hour, actually. And right now we're going to proceed with the presentation of the faculties in the Collegium Intermarium University. I'd like to ask, to invite the rector of this university. So I would like to introduce very briefly that the presentation is going to be dedicated mostly to the Faculty of Law, which is our flagship faculty, and we are determined to organize, to manage this faculty to make it, in a way, more theoretical, more synthetical, analytical, preparing the text, but also more pragmatic, more practical, very strongly filled with content that will allow its graduate successfully work as a lawyer without waiting for numerous years of additional preparation. I would like to invite Mr. Bartosz Lewandowski, professor of the Collegium Intermarium, Dean of the Faculty of Law. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, the offer of the Collegium Intermarium Legal Studies is our response to the crisis of educating young lawyers in Poland. The graduates of such faculties in Poland are people who are usually not prepared to work in this profession or in any other profession. And we can see everybody who's a practitioner of this profession that graduates have problem to write, to prepare the documents, insufficient critical thinking, but also the lack of general knowledge and understanding that a lawyer is not just somebody who knows the regulations and who can find the right verdict, but above all else is a creatively thinking person, especially if he is responsible and is a responsible lawyer, understanding the reality that surrounds him, who insists on pursuing virtue, on executing his profession to the best he can. While thinking about lawyers, graduates of the Collegium Intermarium, we're thinking about a lawyer who after graduation is very well prepared to work as a lawyer in the market. These 5-year studies will include the program based on 4 elements listed here, which are, in our opinion, necessary to successfully educate a new, well-prepared, responsible lawyer. Above all else, a very broad, very strong foundation of general knowledge in philosophy, ethics. We're planning to have a faculty on political ideas. All of these subjects that in standard studies are treated as a kind of less important ones, the philosophy of law, and a crucial subject that is very often taught earlier, but then on the 5th year of studies, here will be presented at the 2nd year, so that the new lawyer that approaches to learn the regulations, the material law, to be already formed, to be already able to reflect upon the jurisdiction and the application of law, the values that it is supposed to serve. That create the foundation, the source of norms applied in a daily life. We also put an emphasis on ethics and practical approach. In the legal faculty, we wanted to have professors who have, at the same time, great preparation in terms of scholarship qualities, but also a great knowledge and very strong, very good publications, practitioners, legal counselors, barristers, etc. So not those who limit themselves to analyze, who only analyze the legal, practical matter, but also who deal with argumentation, legal argumentation. That's why in our studies we would like to prepare students in a practical way to work on anonymized legal acts of numerous trials, just to make sure that their way of thinking is correct, but also to let them learn what is the practical approach of executing law by the courts. What is very important for us in the third, fourth, and fifth year of studies, what can hardly ever happen in other universities, which we consider particularly novel, are yearly papers of a very important character that will teach the student to present their argumentation to the best they can. And also the support to pursue knowledge, something absolutely exceptional in other legal faculties. The problem is that these studies are based on masses. These talented students are very often left on their own if they want to pursue perfection in their field. Our professors, also with international background, guarantee that such students will have their tutors, will have their mentors, and will be directed to this perfection and knowledge that is required, which in the end will help them be the best possible lawyers in the market. Responsible lawyer who will be a good judge, a very good barrister, or legal advisor. The program of these studies, all the details have already been published on our website, so please feel invited to read the details. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite each of you to visit our website to learn of all these details, all the curricula, and now a few words about the second most important program, the LLM in Human Rights, Master of Law in Human Rights, the first such faculty in English directed to human rights, but also from a very strong practical approach. This will be presented by Ms. Karolina Pawłowska, Director of the Human Rights Center in Ordo Iuris.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Before I go to the description of this program, I would like to say a few words. Why is it so important that we should teach in an innovating way about the human rights? In a few words, because I would like to talk about our faculty in very brief terms. We can see that in the nowadays public debates, political discussion, the importance of human rights is growing bigger. Actually, this term influenced all the aspects of the disputes, beginning at the international level and local institutions. And this notion is also present in the medial discourse.
Z tym, że to
At the same time,
w tej debacie
the fact that the human right and this term is so growing more and more important,
interpretacje praw człowieka mają
the interpretation of human rights
ale także inne czynniki, w tym przede wszystkim
is reflected not only in treaties but in soft law.
Zmieniają się także podmioty, które są tymi
the main actors influencing the system are also changing.
Tak jak przez długi czas były to przede wszystkim państwa, tak dzisiaj są to również coraz bardziej rozszerzające zakres swoich kompetencji instytucje prawa międzynarodowego,
international institutions that expand their competences,
społeczeństwa
as well as
obywatelskiego.
representatives of civil society.
Że dzisiejsza nauka o prawach człowieka musi być prowadzona w sposób nowatorski,
that this kind of science research has to be innovated and answer the modern challenges that the human rights system faces. All these questions that I have mentioned put up the question, what is the future of this direction? I would like to say in a few words what are the main points of our course.
Jakie są jego główne założenia? Myślę, że to już z grubsza zostało powiedziane
well, I think it has already been said.
Jest to kurs podyplomowy,
because it's a postgraduate course.
W tym roku, nadchodzącym roku akademickim.
This September it will start.
On kursem, który będzie trwał 2 lata, odbywać się będzie niestacjonarnie.
The duration is of 2 years.
Odbywały się co weekend.
It's a kind of part-time studies, weekend sessions,
online,
and some lectures will be held online. And what is also outstanding for our course, it is entirely led in English, which is very important because thanks to that,
całej Europy.
The students from all over Europe could participate in that.
Już teraz możemy pochwalić się
and we can also say in the same terms that we have academics that are really well specialized and they also can teach in English about human rights. Our course is based on 3 basic statements. The first one is to transmit
I jakie są jego
how does the system about human rights is to be taught? How the institution within which international law is created function
odnosi się do takich kwestii jak międzynarodowe prawo
and human rights and international criminal law, prosecution, counteraction of crimes against humanity, constitutional systems of interoceanic states, anti-discrimination law, the family law, the digital security or corporate compliance.
To, co szczególnie mocno wyróżnia nas szkół,
what makes us so special is a very hard accent on practical skills, so that everyone who graduates
byli w stanie
will be able to
zaangażować się w sposób świadomy,
get involved consciously to fight for the human rights in public institutions. And this is why during our course a very important part are workshops in negotiation, how to formulate brief charges in human rights defense and
przewidzianych prawem procedurach.
How can we react within the frame of legal actions when it comes to some committee meetings that rule, that refer to human rights defense, so that everyone can really and in real terms become involved in these processes. The context is also outstanding for us, the historical one. Of course. Actually, what for was this system founded for? Its main aim was to save people from ideologization and when law is used against a human being. This context refers also to present history and physically the truth, which is the basis of the system, and also to outline the key points of the human rights debate
wokół praw człowieka i zarysowanie tego, skąd ona wynika.
Where does it come from? What are the contemporary political and legal doctrines that influence them? All of this
która ukończy ten kurs, miała
is aimed so that the graduated is aware of all the processes that happen in the frame of the discussion on human rights and could really and consciously step to. At the end, I would like to welcome everyone who is interested in deepening their knowledge on human rights. You can already subscribe. We start this September. It might be very useful for lawyers that take the floor in international organizations, public organizations, embassies, non-governmental organizations dealing with human rights issues, or researchers dealing with this research. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can add something, I believe this is also a very interesting course for legal practitioners who more and more need to deal with international problems, borders related with other countries and their laws, and which are very often related to the problem of human rights. That's why we invite all these legal practitioners to participate. Now we'd like to present that Collegium Intermarium is not only a legal university that hosts great lawyers, legal specialists, judges, but also a university, after all. A university which serves its mission of general education, and right from the very beginning. That's why right now we are beginning a course, Classical Education, Culture, Rhetorics, a course which is addressed to everybody who wishes to to organize their understanding of civilization, of the reality, as well as to work on their ability to participate in the discussion, to formulate arguments efficiently. For journalists, members of local government, politicians, teachers, but also everybody else who feels that they need to have some contact with this wonderful heritage of classic education. Tomasz Rowiński will present the details. He's the Dean of this faculty. Thank you very much, Mr. Rector. I could only, a lot has been said, I can just add a few things. So far we had presentations. These were things about the modernity. That's why there's no presentation, so we're going to speak about the classics. The title of our course is the European Classical Europe. These are postgraduate courses, 2 semesters, so we believe that we will start in autumn this year. What is the idea behind these studies? There are 2 traditions. One of them is named artes liberales, which is an idea of a general broad spectrum thinking about human life. It includes political thought, art, culture in all of these aspects, literature analysis, but we would like this faculty to be a beginning of a humanities faculty here in the Collegium Intermarium, which would, next to law, which is one of the most important areas of social life, be a sphere of debate. And that's why this second tradition that I wanted to mention that is related with this aspect is the ages-old tradition of university. It could be defined in different ways, and as a medieval university or a bourgeois university. Anyway, it is something different that we see today, something very different from what we experience nowadays.
stworzeniu pracownika lub
Today's universities focus on the creation of an employee, of reproducing different ideologies. We would like Collegium Intermarium
studia o Europie
and the studies on classical Europe to be a sphere where we can discuss, we can talk about different things, as it used to be in the classical university in all of its forms. The logos, the discussion, the mind, which leads us to a certain kind of formation. This is the goal that we have, and I think it needs to be mentioned. Especially think about this course and the future of humanities in Collegium Intermarium, to be prepared to participate in the debate we are facing nowadays, which is so important, to give the student, the participant, a sort of a system, a structure of knowledge that would be different, polemic towards the liberal reality that we so often face, especially in fields of history of ideas, political science, as well as art, which very often is not treated with sufficient interest by the conservatives. So this is our plan. I hope that we will find people who are interested, who would like to be more deeply formed intellectually, who would like to participate in discussion in the social life, public life, and who would like to participate efficiently and actively in the life of our society. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much.
Zwracam też uwagę, że
I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that we are speaking about the postgraduate studies. So everybody, each graduate of any other faculty, regardless of their age, should feel invited. Everybody who'd like to develop intellectually. So now is the time to the last faculty presented today, which is sort of included in the mission of the circles that directly influence the Collegium Intermarium. I mean the Ordo Iuris Institute, working for the family, marriage, and all those basic social institutions without which no civilization can last, can survive. This is especially directed to people involved in local governments, how to lead family policy, how to make these institutions work for the support of the family. So I'd like to ask the coordinator of this faculty, Dr. Philip Furman, to present it.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. The presentation will be very brief, although the faculty itself is particularly broad. Family policy in the local government is a one-year-long post-diploma studies, mostly devoted to people, members of the local government, members of commissions, but also, to a great extent, people employed by the local government, people who are responsible for both the direct work with families, providing help for the families, preparing the sufficient infrastructure and responsible policy by the local government, supporting the families in need. We have gathered a group of specialists, both in theory and in practice, in the sphere of law, economy, psychology, social sciences, as well as practitioners. I mean, people who have worked in local governments for many years and can share their practices and their experience with us. The methods of work they have tried in practice, they have implemented and brought good results in certain parts, in certain local governments. Just to summarize it briefly, I would say that the staff that has a background in different disciplines is a greatest summary of of our ideas, because I believe that the family policy is something that touches us most, that regards the most fundamental fundamental things in our life, in our social structure that is created and which further influences other parts of other areas of our life. So it must be related with demography, but also as well as infrastructure to support families. It has to be a proper policy to support the development of the family, benefiting those families, especially the larger families, and not being directed against them, which is not always so easy to achieve. We hope that this faculty and its graduates will be able to change that reality very quickly. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję. O
Thank you.
kolejnych kierunkach studiów podyplomowych mogą Państwo przeczytać.
You can read about more faculties on our website, collegiumintermarium.pl or collegiumintermarium.org, where you will find all the details about the specialized legal studies, for example, those in modern techniques of evidence, as well as other areas which are already available, which are already a part of our offer. Of course, this is not a closed set, it's just the first step in creating this work, in creating a truly broad spectrum interdisciplinary university at the intersection of different parts of knowledge. Next year we're hoping to start studies in administration and MBA studies that would be in many ways different than those that are already available on the market. To work for business people, people able to work to manage their own business personally, to take responsibility for its development.
To także studia z obszaru pedagogiki.
Also the studies in pedagogics,
Znaczenie
stressing the role and the heritage of the classical ideas in pedagogics, which are very often left at the margin of today's universities. We'd like to specialize in homeschooling, which could also be called social education. That's the way we could name it, because homeschooling, it works well, depends on the existence of social structures, groups of support, infrastructures, institutions that help it. In the last years, we have seen a real boom in interest in homeschooling, but we don't see any support, any sufficient support in preparing the infrastructure, informing both the parents and people who are related with it. It's also a program in classic architecture, I suppose the only one in Europe, perhaps, that we would like to open already next year, which I think responds to the needs of our society, which can perceive the aesthetic deficit of modern or postmodern architecture that surrounds us and fills our cities. All the things I'm mentioning is just filling in the gaps, the spaces where so far we have not found any offer in what is provided at the universities. That's why I would like to treat as the first step of creating a truly wide spectrum university. And in case you have any ideas you'd like to fill in similar ideas, we'd like to invite for the collaboration everybody who would like to create them with us in our shared endeavor. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję, panie rektorze. Oferta.
Thank you, Mr. Rector. A really broad offer, but I would like to ask about one information. Where do you start? Yes, I can officially and formally stress once again, we're meeting today to inaugurate, which is a conference where we discuss the idea of the university, speak of the scope of its functioning, and the deficit and of academic world and intellectual life in Europe and Poland are answered by our university. But starting this October, we would like to proceed with the courses, and I would like to invite all of you to this to the inauguration event in October. Apart from this didactic and scientific offer, the university I would like to have it as a platform of debate, of a permanent, serious, well-grounded debate for everybody who creates, especially our Intermarium region. Since we are filling in the gaps in education, we'd like to fill in the gap in this sphere of debate. So we'd like to invite all of you to repeated meetings in a similar format as today.
Bardzo dziękujemy za ten studium.
Thank you very much. So I suggest, well, I hope the students
naszego dzisiejszego spotkania, naszej konferencji,
come and work. The next part is the speech by the President and Prime Minister Emeritus of the Czech Republic, Mr. Václav Klaus. Please welcome, applause for this distinguished guest.
Václav Klaus.
Václav Klaus.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rector, distinguished participants of the conference, ladies and gentlemen. I will speak English, but after listening for half an hour in Polish, I think as a Czech I almost understand Polish, so next time I will try to speak in another language. Once again, many thanks for the invitation. It's great to visit Warsaw at this beautiful time of year and to have the opportunity to address this important gathering after a year of no travels, no conferences, and no speeches abroad. Many thanks to the organizers for succeeding to push this event through in spite of all obstacles connected with the corona epidemic. In the last couple of months, people like me have been receiving countless letters with cancellations of already scheduled meetings, conferences. Once again, many thanks to all who made today's meeting possible. This should be applauded, really. Preparing, organizing, and carrying out a conference in the present days of the artificially created panic, confusion, and chaos is a great achievement. I deliberately mentioned the man-made factors rather than the COVID-19 epidemic itself. I have no doubts that the consequences of the politically driven, politically formulated, politically motivated methods to fight the coronavirus by means of flat restrictive measures, so-called lockdowns, are bigger, deeper, and more dangerous than the threat connected with the medical aspects of the epidemic itself. And they will have longer-lasting consequences. I know that explicitly saying this is politically highly incorrect. I hope that they are not listening now, The exponents of the coronavirus apocalyptic doctrine would no doubt not be happy hearing it. In the first of my two books devoted to this issue, published already back in April 2020, I stressed that I am more afraid of the people who would try to abuse the epidemic to suppress freedom and democracy than of the virus itself. I also dared to express my fear that the epidemic would open the door to a huge expansion of government intervention into our lives. And this is what bothers me, and not only me. In the moment of the fall of communism, we were convinced that this evil, corrupted, and oppressive system was over, and we believed it could never come back. We wanted to make full use of our historic chance and go ahead and re-establish freedom, traditional values and institutions, free markets, sovereignty of nations, free and independent universities, academies, etc. The titles, Mr. Rector, of today's panels, Academic Freedom, Classical Values in the Postmodern World, The Heritage of Latin Civilization, suggest that the organizers of today's gathering see it similarly, if not identically. In our part of the world, we still remember communism. I used to have very friendly, productive, and quite intensive contacts with my Polish colleagues, both in the communist era and in the first years that followed. We were at that time very resolute in our refusal of communism, in spite of the fact that we had many productive disputes about where to go from there and how to do it. The goals we wanted to achieve were, however, the same. We were no empty idealists. We believed in pragmatism and realism, not in the irresponsible promotion of wishful thinking and of all kinds of utopias. As the distinguished French political philosopher, who should be here today, Chantal Del Sol, once put it, we wanted to go with the unlearned lessons of the 20th century and didn't want to repeat the old mistakes. Our thinking was based on three constants, on three fundamental building blocks of free society, on three entities which we considered crucial for the European and Central European civilization: the man, the family, and the nation. Not long ago, I used to call them constants, but I have become more and more nervous in recent years that I might have been wrong. They cease to be constants. These three pillars have been brutally attacked during the last decades by the new progressivist ideology, which succeeded in controlling and dominating our today's world. The exponents of this ideology try aggressively to discredit the past and the values and behavioral patterns connected with it. Achieving this asks for nothing less than for a revolution against our culture, against our history, our countries, and ourselves, says John O'Sullivan in Hungarian Review at the end of the last year. I quote John very often, but when I put it into my prepared speech, I didn't know that he would be here today with us. It is our task to stop it. We have to interrupt moving into the brave new world so eloquently described by Aldous Huxley 90 years ago. We shouldn't capitulate to the powerful, loud, and unscrupulous opponents of free society and to the various aggressive pressure groups. I discussed these issues many times in Poland. In 2012, I remember, when receiving the honorary doctorate from the Cardinal Stefan Wyszynski University, I said, I quote, "We probably had not fully understood the far-reaching implications of the 1960s. This was a moment of the radical denial of the authority of traditional values and social institutions. As a result, generations were born that do not understand the meaning of our civilizational, cultural, and ethical heritage and are deprived of a moral compass guiding their behavior." It was here, not very far from here, in 2012. I also warned against at that time, I also warned against the ideology of human rightism, juristocracy, NGOism, mediocracy, and against transnationalism and supranationalism. We are only 9 years after that. Only 9 years later, it sounds familiar. In 2017, when receiving the Jagiellonian Prize at the Collegium Jagiellonskie, Torunská škola vyššia in Toruń, I asked whether it is possible for Central and Eastern European states to preserve their identity in the European Union. I warned that we are, and I quote again, "We are undergoing a slow return to a more socialist, more centralistic, more etatist, less free and less democratic society than we had wished and planned. That we live under the umbrella of political correctness, multiculturalism, and human rightism, and that we, with our experience with communism, have a non-transferable task," and I quote again, "to become the custodians of old European values, traditions, and customs." I feel it even more strongly now, and being here, I have a good feeling that the Collegium Intermarium sees it very similarly, which is a good sign. I know that to make an unstructured comparison of the current EU arrangements with communism is a slightly provocative statement and may be misleading. The contemporary degree of manipulation and indoctrination, however, reminds those of us who were grown up, who were alert, and who lived with open eyes in the era of late communism, that it's our task to explain the similarities to the current generations. If your school will trying to do exactly that, that would be a great achievement, because it's a special task for schools and universities. The universities are, or at least should be, the citadels of a free discourse, of a free exchange of views, of a sophisticated argumentation. They should fight prejudices, a priorisms, politically motivated half-truths or non-truths. Again, I wish your university much success in this effort. When I mentioned the COVID epidemic at the beginning of my today's remarks, I didn't mean COVID. COVID is just an illness. What should bother us much more is COVIDism, an ideology which asks for forgetting the allegedly discredited and denigrated past and for promoting a radical transformation of human society. This heavily promoted change threatens to demolish our lifestyle, our traditional values, and our free society. It should be explicitly stated that what is going on these days is not the result of COVID, but of COVIDism. I don't underestimate or play down the death toll of the COVID epidemic in all our countries, but I am not ready to accept the strange and suspicious silence of politicians, media, as well as an important part of the academy as regards the other side of the coin, as regards the undergoing social and political shifts and their consequences. It's the task of all of us, and especially of the universities and the academy, to speak out loud about it. We should ruthlessly analyze the economic and financial costs of current lockdowns, the consequences of the closures of the educational institutions, as well as the growing fragmentation of our societies as a result of social distancing and of the expansion of virtual contacts and home offices. We should explore the consequences of the pandemic, of a different pandemic, of the pandemic of fear spreading alongside the coronavirus epidemic. We should criticize the increasing role of social engineering and of technocratic expertise as compared to the role of democratically elected politicians. It asks for our courageous activity. We shouldn't become passive fellow travelers. Our already soft, decadent, and defenseless society, this is a quote from Anthony Daniels, our society has been weakened by the artificially created fear of the silent majority and of our fellow citizens, and by the aggressiveness and radical ambitions of the exponents of modern progressivism. This ism is a product of a mutation of the old socialist ideas with new progressivistic stances of fashionable environmentalism, violent genderism, climatic alarmism, utopian egalitarianism, multiculturalism, globalism, and Europeism. I would add also the relatively new term COVIDism to it. Those who have been carefully studying social phenomena know that these isms are not that new and that they are not connected with the COVID epidemic, with last year's lockdowns, or with the obligatory use of masks. No one has a mask here. This is a very rare occasion, very rare moment. We are the witnesses of a continuation and acceleration of pre-existing tendency. This is my argument. In January 2020, a year and a half ago, I spoke at a conference in Vienna about the growing social isolation of individuals and about the expanding processes of exclusion and of the impoverishment of personal relationships. It was before COVID. These processes have been strengthened by the digitalization of our societies and by its impact on democracy. China's digital society credit system represents an extreme version of such a society. We see its coming, however, not only in China. Digitalization unnecessarily and dangerously centralizes a vast amount of data in unknown, uncontrolled, and uncontrollable hands. It also helps to create a secondary reality, which is steadily displacing the primary reality of our lives. This seems to be unstoppable and irreversible. We should look at it sharply. It's a threat, not a positive symptom of modern era, as it is often wrongly interpreted. Some of us, and I am convinced more so in Poland than in my country, than in the Czech Republic, are afraid of an empty world without nations and religion. Your specific experience tells you that these two traditional pillars of Polish society prove to be absolutely irreplaceable for rapid resurrection of Polish society after the communist era. The postmodern progressivist project of supranational governments and of the libertarian preaching of disorder and anarchy is a dangerous step backwards. Let me say a few words about the progressivist project of supranational governments, so radically realized in Europe these days. The European integration process, which started almost innocently after the Second World War, has been transformed into a European unification process. Both the Maastricht Treaty and the Lisbon Treaty, and some of you know that I was the last president of an EU member country who, after tremendous pressure, signed the Lisbon Treaty. Some of you remember it. Those two treaties transformed the original concept of integration, which meant better and deeper cooperation of sovereign states, into something else, into a transnational unification. These two treaties substantially augmented the power of the bureaucratic central agency in Brussels. They helped to suppress democracy and turned it into a post-democracy, misleadingly called liberal democracy. Due to it, Europe itself has changed from a historically evolved bundle of sovereign and independent countries to the very authoritative and centralistic empire called European Union. The friendly but innocent and naive slogan of our Velvet Revolution in the Czech Republic, of our Velvet Revolution era, the slogan, "Back to Europe," turned out to be rather problematic. I was the first Czech politician who tried to tell my compatriots that back to Europe is something else than avanti into the European Union. That was my famous slogan really in the early 1990s. But my voice was not sufficient. To my great regret, even now, many Europeans do not apprehend and grasp this difference. The European political elites, the uncritical admirers of the EU in politics, media, and academy, I would stress academy, as well as the huge and permanently growing EU nomenclatura, and the Poles know the meaning of that term, see these two terms, Europe and the European Union, as perfect substitutes. I am not surprised. They have a vested interest in pretending that the EU and Europe are identical. They want to be the owners of Europe. They want to be recognized as the authentic heirs of all European historic events and achievements. All European democrats should oppose this way of thinking. They know, I suppose, that Europe is a historically evolved cultural and civilizational entity, whereas the EU is a man-made construct. The EU itself is also a moving and variable entity. Every EU summit redefines its substance, some of them only marginally, some fundamentally. The changes go, however, all in one direction. The well-known ratchet effect functions in this field as well as in many others. Every treaty or summit takes Europe closer to a centralized European state. And I participated in many of those meetings and summits. I know something about it. I do believe that the nation state is the exclusive and irreplaceable playing field of democracy, and that it is its only guarantor, because the state is a political community. Europe is not a political community. European political communities are the nation states. We are Czechs, Poles, Slovaks, and others. We speak Czech, Polish, and Slovakian, not a European Esperanto. We don't want to erase our borders and to get rid of the distinction between a citizen and a foreigner. Some of us don't feel to be, in President Obama's terminology, either citizens of the world or citizens of Europe. Returning to the world, and I will stop very soon. Returning to the world, I am not an expert on geopolitical issues. I don't have a theory which would give me a compass to look at it. Therefore, just one remark. I agree with a friend of some of us at Fellner, the founder and the longtime president of the Washington Heritage Foundation. He said that we are deeply in another Cold War, but this time, according to him, the struggle is internal. I am afraid this kind of struggle is more damaging because it leads to a struggle among ourselves. Some of our fellow citizens seem to be ready to give up personal freedoms and liberties and to accept forms of governance resembling that of communism. They are getting prepared for the Great Reset, propagated by Klaus Schwab, which would lead to the reincarnation of communism under a new banner. When I am promoting not COVIDism, but the term COVIDism, it came to my mind that we used to live in the so-called scientific communism. I suppose vědecký komunismus in Czech. I suppose you have the same term in Polish. So I expect very soon to have the scientific COVIDism as a new subject which should be one topic of teaching at your university, of course positively, Mr. Rector. To close up, to summarize, our present discussions do not represent a clash of views about the coronavirus, but a clash of views about human freedom and the substance of our societies. We, the Czechs and the Poles, received or should have received our own vaccination of communist propaganda and should have developed an immunity to the similar virus. I wish it were the case, because it's necessary to fight back, to be prepared to resist the destabilization of the basic values of our societies. Mr. Rector, ladies and gentlemen, I wish your new university success in this respect. Thank you for your attention.
Dziękujemy, panie prezydencie.
Thank you, Mr. President Václav Klaus. Thank you so much for visiting Poland, visiting Warsaw, and joining the group of speakers in this conference. Our next distinguished speaker is Mr. Alejandro Chafuen.
Zapraszam na scenę i proszę o wygłoszenie swojej mowy. Welcome.
Welcome to the stage, Managing Director of Acton Institute.
After listening to President Klaus, I immediately put a post in social media, and I said, I think I should only applaud, because I agreed with absolutely everything I think he said. But what an honor. And you're going to think that I read his speech, because what I'm going to say complements what he said. I yielded to what I call the Covidian cult. And the only reason I yielded to Covidian cult is to be here with you, to honor the Polish society. God gave me great health, so I never took tests, I seldom take vaccine. But what a privilege is to be with you, and thank you, Rector Stich, President Kwasniewski, and everyone who made this thing possible. I value each and every of your efforts. I chose as topic, it's called the Intermarium College, a place for scholars to address economics grounded on the truth about the human person. And I know that most of you are lawyers, but I welcome that the trust comes from you, legal experts. When you look at the Index of Economic Freedom, as the one elaborated by Fraser Institute, one of the group I'm director, you see that the weakening of economic freedom is through the weakening of the rule of law. 2/3 of the world doesn't have rule of law, as measured by World Justice Project or Transparency. So you cannot pretend that we live in a world of perfect freedom. So we wish you luck on all this endeavor. And just, let you know, my life has been, especially the last 30, 40 years, I spent my life with two types of friends. One of them is the pro-free market economist. They argue, we liberate the economy, all the problems will disappear, including family problems. But then it's the values and religion side, which they say, well, just pray, build good families, and all the problems will disappear, even the economic problem. Well, as an economist and a person who tries to live a good family life, I think we need both good economics and good families. President Klaus is on this camp. He's a well-trained economist, but already in 1998, in a speech called Society and the Crisis of Liberalism, he stated that the family, already under attack, he saw it there, he said, remains the main foundation of our society and our public life. But independently of how much I value the family and other social institutions like the church, I'm here today to speak about economics. Since the writings of the early Greeks and the Romans, who reflected on economics like Xenophon or Cicero, to at least the great late scholastics, the main questions that everyone who wrote about economics and social science was, what is good, what is just? But also, let's not forget that Adam Smith, he focused on wealth. I carry Adam Smith in my flag, but he was a moral philosopher. Now, I have written a book that translated here in Poland by Pafere, where I show that except for their position on interest rates, the great moralists, the great Catholic moralists, were the true founders of economic science. They were, by the way, the great champions of human rights, Francisco de Vitoria and all his school. famous for international law and human rights, but they also were great champions of economic freedom, private property, and freedom to trade. After that period, political economic questions started to shift, from what is just, what is good, to what benefits the prince or the rulers of a nation. And finally, after Adam Smith, the question began, what is more efficient, what creates more wealth? But agreeing with President Klaus, if you read The Economist or other newspapers from the establishment today, it seems that the dominant question today is, how can we make everyone obey Brussels, the international financial organizations, and be a willing player in the great reset of the World Economic Forum? Now, the previous question about what is good, what is just, or what drives makes a nation big, are still important, and you see it, the great debates about inequality, and putting America first or Poland first. They are important, but sometimes we confuse economic science with political economy. When we speak about economics, as a science, we focus on what is not normative. It studies, for example, if I print more money, what will the effect be on prices or interest rates? It does not ask if it is good or bad to print money, which is a moral question. And science by itself does not determine the actions of those who conduct economic policy. By the way, a Pole, Copernicus, was one of the first to warn about the dangers of printing a lot of money. Economic ministers and politicians are free to try different economic policies, but they are not free to create economic science and defy the laws of economics. They are not free to create the results. I see economic laws, economic science, as part of the natural order. Stabilizing all prices, planning the entire economy, something that most communists abandon, is like trying to stabilize the seas and avoid waves. It can't be done. But you can, however, like in seaports, create protected areas that you think that are important and avoid the waves in some areas. I'm still in favor of maximizing economic freedom, respecting the property rights of all economic actors, the non-criminal economic actors, all those who play by the rules. But through my years studying and working with economics from around the globe, I was able to see a huge variety of level of government intervention in countries that are regarded as the freest in the world. With different mixtures of private, public sector interactions, many civil societies have been able to eliminate or radically reduce extreme poverty. But it's not up to me, it's up to you to decide what right mixture should be. I just leave you with a message from what I learned over decades of studying economics. Without a high degree of respect for private property, which requires a framework of monetary stability, freedom to trade, and low regulatory barriers to start and engage in business, I think it will be impossible to protect the cultural values that we share. When we started Acton Institute in 1990, we saw a huge void in the area of economics, and few people were recognizing the valuable role of the entrepreneur. But they didn't realize the creative potential of the human person and that you have to respect the right of free initiative. But soon after we created the think tank, Pope John Paul II releases this outstanding encyclica, and his pontificate was seen by us, economists who try to live a Christian life, as a breath of fresh air. During his pontificate, Acton was able to organize events and publications at the Vatican. One of those efforts was a conference on Centesimus Annus and was published by the Vatican in a book in 1998. In that book, the founder of Acton Institute, Father Robert Sirico, wrote, "A clear understanding of what is meant by a market economy is rarely grasped in all its dimensions, even by economic actors and economists. The market, even while possessing practical virtues, remains essentially morally neutral, and thus in need of a broader moral framework in which to operate in a manner that could be considered ethical." And I underline his next sentence, is that it would be a great mistake to think of the market as possessing an ethic in itself. To do this would be to run the risk of falling into the error the Holy Father warns against when he speaks in Centesimus Annus of a radical capitalist ideology. He continues in that conference and explains, during certain periods, the Church has been driven to strong criticism of what was construed to be the liberal society, partly because some in the Church, along some liberal economists, old and new, conflated the theories of economic liberalism with moral libertinism, viewing them as one and the same and as mutually reinforcing. It seems to me today that today in both sides, the libertarian and the Church, we find people with the same attitude. There are some libertarians who believe economic freedom will show us what we should do, and that each human person should be able to define reality, even the reality about themselves. But many in the Church who, in reaction, I think, push with a naive optimism for a new third way, based on economic interventionism mandated by bureaucrats and their favorite experts. Having been born in Argentina and living my first 3 decades of my life there, you have to understand my negative views of economic interventionism. Argentina was one of the richest countries in the world until the economic order began to be ruled by interventionism, economic policies pushed by the champions of a badly conceived social justice, which in my native country is usually labeled Peronism, after the leader who implemented most of these reforms. A policy that turned a country of European immigrants into a land where the most productive are thinking how best to live. The best in my native country are asking, how can I leave the country? My confidence in the importance of economic freedom has not waned, although well-intentioned critics argue that we live in a world of economic liberalism. Since we keep measurements, we never had such high level of taxation in relation to the gross national product than today, as measured in the OECD. There's a group of almost the top 40 countries. Never we had such high taxation. Government spending is exploding and monetary intervention is so little restrained. Many of the failures I think you see today are not failures of economic liberalism, but of neostatism. State and quasi-state actors are omnipresent in central banking, in energy, 80%, communications with the Chinese and big oligopolies, and countless areas. But I understand, like many in the audience, that most of the attacks on freedom today don't come from my discipline, from economics. Free speech in today's media, academic, and corporate worlds is under attack. It's the so-called cancel culture. But no one gets canceled in university for being in favor of more or less money printing, promote higher taxes or lower taxes, or different ideas about free or managed trade. But if you start speaking about proven values, like that lead to successful and flourishing lives, like traditional marriage, like freedom of association, like respecting the sacredness of human life in the womb, or express concern for illegal immigration, then you run the risk of losing your academic or corporate job. In our case, think tanks who depend on donations, we run the risk of losing donors. You get canceled by speaking about values, not by speaking in favor of economic freedom. Many talented social scientists are afraid and do not have the courage to study the economic and social implications of living according to different values, Christian values. One of the best scholars on the family, Pat Fagan, correctly points out that in addition to the fear of being canceled in influential academic circles, others who experience a divorce or played some role in the killing of life in the womb avoid studying these topics for personal reasons, perhaps for fearing of being confronted with the pain that they have caused others and perhaps themselves. At Acton Institute, we try to give a voice and disseminate the works of scholars such as Brad Wilcox at the University of Virginia, who are superb social scientists and do not neglect these important topics. I think we need many more like him, and most of you are such scholars. I will send information, June 23, 24, Acton is not a university, but we have a program called Acton University over several days. We usually have people from more than 80 countries. Last year we had almost 3,000 people attend some of those programs. I should be able to get you scholarships because I think we are an ideal partner of you. But let me conclude now. I want to call your college to be a house for these courageous academics who will be part and lead a new scholastic movement that, without neglecting the truth about economics, will not be afraid to analyze life, family, religion, but with the utmost detail and respect for the new scientific discoveries and the truth about the human person and human freedom. It is my hope that this Intermarium College, which you are starting, will continue to attract and nurture such scholars. You confronted the Swedish invasions. You resisted the totalitarianism of the Nazis and the Russians. Now you have the difficult topic of confronting the totalitarianism of the politically correct. You can do it. Roll on. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Dziękujemy bardzo. Mr. Professor,
thank you very much.
Ask you, to sign, if you want, of course, declaration, please. Thank you. Dziękujemy panu profesorowi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Professor. Once again, a great applause for this speech.
Ciekawą, ale też i bardzo energetyczną.
Very energetic, very interesting presentation. And we are about to start our third panel today.
Do tego, o czym mówił pan profesor. Integracja gospodarcza,
economic integration and regional development of the countries of Central Europe. As we heard before, Central Europe understood not only in the context of the Intermarium, as defined today, but generally as this area between the three seas, the Baltic, the Adriatic, and the Black Sea. That's why the panelists of today's session represent the different countries of this region. The moderator, the host of this part is Mr. Josh Hammer, opinion editor of the American edition of Newsweek. Please come here to us.
Nasz moderator jest.
I hope our host is here with us.
May I ask someone to ask Mr. Josh Hammer to come here, please, in a minute? We shall start discussion. Yeah? Fine, thank you. Yeah, if you want some words from here, and then.
Just trying to wrangle everyone in here. So thank you so much for having me here. Didn't really prepare super formal remarks because I was looking at the time and it seemed like we were going to be very tight on time here, but we're going to hear a great panel on economic integration and the regional development of Central and Eastern Europe. Coincidentally, I wrote my column on this exact topic today, actually. Would encourage you to go to, if I can do a little self-promotion, would encourage you to go to newsweek.com. You can look at the homepage, the opinion section, you'll see my piece on this. My basic argument is that this region, which too often gets neglected, I think, by Western liberals, on both sides of the transatlantic alliance, really can and ought to serve as an inspiration. Speaking as someone, I'm a research fellow at the Edmund Burke Foundation. I'm very active in kind of trying to resuscitate a more traditionalist notion of conservatism in America. And as a lot of my fellow American conservative colleagues try to basically philosophically and intellectually find themselves, find who we are and who we actually are, especially in the tumultuous aftermath of the Trump presidency, and obviously from an American perspective, President Trump kind of shattered a lot of the old sclerotic orthodoxies, we might say, within the American political establishment. This region really serves as a place of inspiration, I think. There are a lot of things that the Visegrad countries, Austria perhaps, to maybe a very slightly lesser extent, are really doing right. And I think that they are doing these things right. As a direct result, obviously, of the at times painful history of the region. I think out of the fires of, obviously, of Nazi and Soviet occupation were forged a a love of a more traditionalist strand of freedom, a freedom based around national identity, based around love of one's own culture, trying to preserve one's own heritage. You know, and again, like as an American who's thinking primarily, not exclusively, but primarily about trying to kind of align the future of American conservatism with this more traditional strand of thought, this really actually is in our tradition itself. You know, in the Federalist Papers, which were kind of instrumental to the founding of the United States, you can look at no less a founding father than John Jay in the Federalist No. 2, which is a profoundly nationalist essay that John Jay wrote. He talks in like the 5th or 6th paragraph about the ties of commonality and the mutually interdependent bonds of citizenship that were forged out of the fires of the Revolutionary War against King George III of Britain. Very similar, actually, I think, to kind of the ties of citizenship that have been forged here in a lot of these Central and Eastern European countries in the aftermath, of course, of the fall of the Berlin Wall and trying to recover and preserve a sense of national heritage. So really just delighted to be here. On a personal note, I'm a quarter Polish. This is my first time being in Poland, so just really happy to be here for that reason on a personal heritage note as well. Probably should try to get this panel started, though. Start. Okay, great. Okay. I see us up there then. We're going to hear today from 6 speakers. First, we will have notes of introduction from Tadeusz, and apologies if I mispronounce anyone's name. I'm trying my best here. First, from Tadeusz Kosinski, who's Minister of Finance, Development Funds, and Regional Policy here in Poland. And we will also hear introductory notes from Gergely Ekler, Secretary of State at the Ministry of Family in Hungary. So. And one video will be at the end. So let's start with those introductory notes then, if we can. Can everyone hear me?
Actually, I can hear you, but I'm not sure if I should start. Is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to be here and have some introductory remarks for this panel. I'm pretty sure that if the collective unconscious exists, the 1,000-year-old connection between our countries or our nations must have an imprint in our collective unconscious. We live together in various political conglomerates. We live next to each other. We have had our good times. We also had some really troublesome days together and against each other as well. But if we put aside, and I think that we need to put aside the historical wounds or conflicts and take a look at the second millennium of our region from an economic point of view, I'm quite convinced that our EBITDA, that is the earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, amortization, is negative. It is evident again that in the Intermarium region, V4 countries have strong economic ties to each other. If we take V4 as a whole, then on the average, the 3 of 4 V4 countries are the second most important trade partner of the remaining state. It is accounted for almost 1/5. It's around 17 or 18% of each member state's export or imports. The growth in trade has increased by 60 to 85% in the past decade, depending on the country. In recent years, V4 countries with their 2 to 5% annual GDP growth exceeding the level of the EU 27 average, have become the economic powerhouse of the European Union. Last year, even with the economic hardships of the COVID-19, the economies of the V4 countries have shrunk less than their EU counterparts. And after the pandemic, they are expected to rebound faster. Just to bring a Hungarian example, in Q1, the Hungarian GDP grew by 1.9%. And if we take into consideration that the German one has decreased by 1.8, then we are in a 3.7 plus when compared to Germany. So, this informal internal structure of the EU has strong economic foundation. The volume of trade between the V4 and Germany is double the volume of the trade between Germany and France, and triple the volume of trade between Germany and Italy. In terms of the EU dossiers, in recent years, this tripolarity has been clearly detectable in debates about high-profile cases, like migration or the budget. So we tend to share the same ideas and interests, and it seems that nowadays we are capable of articulating them jointly. But what do we use economic success for? If we take a look at Hungary, prior to the current crisis, the economy was booming. It was like 4 to 5% annual GDP growth. Wages were rising and unemployment rate fell to a historic low. It was like 3.4. And at the same time, families enjoyed an unprecedented wide range of benefits and advantages. And what is the reason behind this? In 2010, we made full employment and work-fast society a top priority. And since then, we have clear results. Since 2010, employment rate has increased by 15%, which is the second highest in the EU, and among men we have the highest in the EU. It was like 17.6%. At the same time, this economic prosperity and the growth of employment have paved the way for launching a family-friendly decision-making in the past 10 years. And now we also have a successful family policy. This duality of a successful economic policy and the targeted measures of family policy are the core of the way we are making what we used to call, or how we used to call the Hungarian model. Since 2010, we have managed to raise total fertility rate by 24%. The number of marriages we have almost doubled by 84%. The number of divorces dropped by 26%, and the number of abortions dropped by 36%. First, discussion on strengthening families has been put on the agenda 10 years ago. Today in Hungary, there's a broad consensus on the need of helping families and promoting the tradition of family. At the same time, Hungarian family policy has become an international reference point. More or less, these trends apply for the whole region. And to sum up what we used to say, or what we usually say, families first. And that's our message from Hungary to you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Secretary Eckler. Minister Koszynski, if you would be so kind as to give your remarks whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Josh. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to deliver an introductory speech on Poland's forward-looking engagement with Central and Eastern European countries, which is aimed at to foster better economic integration and a more harmonious development across the whole region. As this conference is marking the establishment of the Collegium Intermarium, I'd like to congratulate the organisers and wish them every success in forming the future intellectual leaders of integration processes in our part of Europe. The successful economic integration of the Central and Eastern Europe region is an important foreign policy objective for Poland. I would like to refer to two key cooperation formats driving this process of enhanced economic and regional cooperation forward. Firstly, of course, the Visegrad group, the V4, and secondly, the 3Cs initiative, the TSI initiative. I'd also like to note the role of the strategy for the Carpathian region at the end. So, the Visegrad group. The experience of successful economic transformation and close cooperation of positions on major items of the EU policy agenda are a key factor supporting the close cooperation in the framework of the Visegrad group. The growing economic clout of the V4 countries can, for example, be reflected by the fact that in the first 2 decades of the 21st century, the V4 countries roughly doubled their GDP per capita, whereas for all the other 27 EU member states, there was an increase of only about 20% recorded in the same period. The V4 economies are swiftly recovering from the COVID-19 crisis and are projected to return to a stable growth path already this year in 2021. The European Commission Spring Economic forecasts growth of 4% for Poland, 5% for Hungary, 3.4% for the Czech Republic, 4.8% for Slovakia. The current Polish presidency of the V4, which coincides with the 30th anniversary of this cooperation format, is providing the necessary political momentum for a strengthened collaboration. The anniversary is marked by a joint declaration of the V4 Prime Ministers, signed on the 17th of February this year in Krakow, which highlights specific fields of cooperation within the group, covering, amongst others, further extension and deepening of the EU single market, development of enhanced cross-border cooperation under the Interreg programs. It's also important to stress the role of the International Visegrad Fund, which has so far funded nearly 2,400 scholarships and supported the implementation of nearly 6,000 projects by NGOs, local governments, scientists, and artists. Let me also refer to the 3 Seeds initiative, to the TSI initiative, launched in 2016 as an important instrument of cooperation, shaping stronger economic and infrastructural links across the Central and Eastern Europe region. There is a huge economic potential of the TSI region. The combined GDP of the 12 participating countries amounts to over 1.7 trillion euro, and the infrastructure investment needs will total 1.1 trillion euro by the year 2030. Tackling the serious bottlenecks in existing transport corridors, gas supply and digital infrastructure networks is a critical factor for the successful economic development of the region. Poland is prioritizing investments capable of improving connectivity and security of energy supplies along the north-south axis. We also welcome the outcomes of the recent TSI summit in Tallinn, which resulted in additional commitment from Poland to increase the capital of the TSI fund from $500 million to $750 million, providing additional financing for relevant infrastructural projects in the region. As for the Carpathian strategy, the Polish government is also promoting the enlarged regional cooperation of the Carpathian countries. This largely mountainous region, which still lags behind in terms of socio-economic development, has a truly unique and untapped growth potential, especially in tourism, eco-farming and sustainable industry-related sectors. Therefore, Poland is consistently seeking the support of the Carpathian countries for the adoption of the EU macro-regional strategy for the Carpathian region. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really truly delighted to be able to share my perspectives on economic and regional cooperation in Central and Eastern Europe, and very much hope that later on in this panel we'll elaborate in more detail on some of these perspectives. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Klaczynski. So we'll proceed then with the panel. I think we'll go from right to left, and then we'll end back on video. So presenting first will be Dr. Katarzyna Schmick of the National Institute of Rural Culture and Heritage.
Szanowni Państwo,
dear ladies and gentlemen,
witamy w murach
welcome
Instytutu Kultury Dziedzictwa Wsi
to
z
this
życzeniami, żeby inauguracja
institution of cultural heritage of Polish,
Collegium Intermarium.
and we would wish luck to this initiative as is Collegium Intermarium. I would like to draw your attention when it comes to regional development to the tradition as an important factor of integration and regional development. I will use the example of traditional culture, which is best discussed in terms of intangible cultural heritage. It consists, as I shall briefly remind you, practices practices, ideas, messages, knowledge, skills, as well as their material correlates, tools, handicrafts, and cultural space. The members of this community consider them part of their heritage. They're alive now contemporaneously and is constantly reproduced, transmitted in direct transmission. It exists in the form of a living social circulation of cultural content, the common knowledge and social practices of the inhabitants. It is compatible with human rights and the principles of sustainable development. Intangible cultural heritage is manifested, among other things, in traditions, oral transmissions, performing arts, socio-cultural practices, knowledge and practices about nature and the universe, in knowledge and skills related to traditional crafts. This heritage is valued internationally, as evidenced by the Convention on the Protection of this Heritage adopted by UNESCO in 2013 and ratified by Central European countries. What aspects of integration and developments does this act of international law and the phenomena of intangible heritage point to? What does it imply for regional development issues? Well, first of all, intangible heritage, like heritage in general, is defined in terms of a good, a common good. And this implies a positive valorization of any pro-integration activities formed and realized around heritage. Building relationships, therefore, regardless of the level, international, regional, municipal, is also based on values and on positive resources, on positive emotions. In an idealistic dimension, it will be building, as I call it, communities of good around the element of tradition. Second, let us turn our attention to the heritage depositories, that is, people who recognize a particular heritage as the source and expression of their recognized values, beliefs, social practices. Here I will quote on the National Institute, specific elements of heritage represent for them an important factor in the formation and identity, transnational, national, local, family, or individual. Heritage elements can therefore be differentiated according to how broadly the public accepts them as their own. It is possible, for example, to distinguish between heritage elements that have such universally recognized values that they will count as heritage, national heritage, while others of local significance only recognized by a particular local community. The aforementioned communities of good formed around folk traditions will thus be the communities that strengthen the sense of values and the system of values, and at the same time shape identity as a differentiating factor of my community. It is a factor differentiating my community, local, regional, national, supranational, but also as a factor uniting my community on every level with other communities with which I share the same traditions, songs, fairy tales, dances, elements of dress, ways of celebrating holidays, traditional ways of farming or breeding. Thus, this intangible heritage, integrally related to people and communities, is an excellent tool for cooperation across differences while preserving the integrity of the local identity of the community. Thirdly, the protection of intangible heritage is not about freezing it in some unchangeable, once-defined canonical form, but about taking care of the continuity of intergenerational transmission of knowledge, skills, and meanings. Thus, the integration around the heritage serves both the present and the development, modernity, and the future. This is because the creative expression of the young generation is inscribed in it. The young people bring in elements of innovative thinking like modernizing patterns, techniques, applications. They introduce them, and the figure of the folk artist on the internet or social media, etc. The older generation, on the other hand, makes sure that the emerging works of art, like folk carvings, paintings, Easter eggs, Cracovia nativity scenes, etc., or festivities, Christmas caroling, the Polish dinner on Christmas Eve, remained as faithful as possible to the cultural patterns that the older generation inherited from their ancestors. Most importantly, the generations cooperate because it is a condition of survival of intangible cultural heritage, and the cooperating multi-generational local, often family community may become a nucleus of supra-local, supra-regional international integration. Therefore, fourthly at least, it can be observed in the course of depositories' work on the preservation of their intangible cultural heritage phenomena that we move from thinking in terms of environment and community to thinking in terms of community. This happens when members of one group perceive that they share a common characteristic with other groups, such as having one skill, experience, or knowledge in the practice and transmission of intangible cultural heritage. For example, craftsmen from different regions using similar smithing or pottery techniques. Women, craftswomen from different regions find common patterns on their embroidery and gingerbread. Storytellers see that the same motif, for example, of the so-called living water, reviving, healing, guarded by monsters, appears in many fairy tales from different parts of Europe. By establishing supra-regional relationships between communities cultivating a given tradition, it becomes possible to build a supra-regional community of people who cultivate and recognize as their own the same element of this heritage and who share a sense of connection and unity and common identity, practicing and transmitting this culture across the boundaries. Let us recall a fresh example. This March, the Minister of Culture, National Heritage and Sports submitted an application for the inclusion of rafting, timber rafting, in the representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Poland is the coordinator of this application, which is the culmination of several works of effort in 6 countries, Austria, the Czech Republic, Spain, Latvia, and Germany, to enter the tradition, which is the traditional skill of making rafts and floating them. It began with the inscription of the tradition of the Polish rafting center Ulanowo in the Podkarpacie region on the national list of intangible cultural heritage in 2014. And the Ulan rafters were making efforts to get on the representative list on their own. When the work was undertaken, it turned out that they have to undertake cooperation, discussions, arrangements with other few groups in rafters in Poland. In the course of these public consultations, the communities of rafters from other European countries revealed themselves also willing and ready for an international entry. So the work was prolonged, new communities were added, social consultation expanded, and the Ulanów rafters had said goodbye to the belief that they are unique in the world. That is, they had to define their uniqueness in a new way. We are unique not because our intangible heritage is inimitable and the only one on earth. Our uniqueness lies in the fact that while preserving the integrity of our community and our tradition, we can cooperate on an international scale. Thus, the rafters of Ulanów have moved from thinking in terms of competition to acting in terms of cooperation. And it is in such multidimensional, emotionally involving processes that integration and regional development based on intangible cultural heritage is forged. Thank you.
Okay, next we will hear from Dora Schutz, who's the International Director at MCC in Budapest.
Distinguished guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a real honor to be here. As outlined in Josh's excellent op-ed as well, Central Europe is a fascinating and rapidly growing region. Figures show that the Visegrad countries are the engine of economic growth in Europe. Their growth rate is well above the EU average, their GDP is growing almost twice as fast as most members of the Eurozone, and 7 out of the EU's top 10 fastest growing economies are in our region. But in the next few minutes, I would like to discuss a different aspect of regional development. I would like to focus on one of the most vital conditions for growth, which is and should be education. István Széchenyi, who was also mentioned today by Director Santo, who is still known to many as the greatest Hungarian, was a Hungarian politician, a great statesman, a political theorist, and a prolific writer. In 1830, Széchenyi wrote that the strength of a nation depends primarily on the quality of its intellectual elite. I think this is particularly true in our region. But when it comes to our elite, we have a huge challenge to overcome, which is the brain drain phenomenon. Our brightest talents are threatening to leave, attracted by professional opportunities abroad. We will not be able to preserve our strength and our ability to grow without finding a way to keep our talents in the region. But how can we do this? It is, of course, somehow related to economy. We have to be able to offer a good quality of life, adequate wages, interesting opportunities, potentially even tax cuts for young people. But there is another side to this. Our young people need to want to stay. They have to know that they have a duty to fulfill and feel the pride in doing so. And this is the point where education comes into the picture. Because during those formative years, it is crucially important which values and larger vision we convey to our youth. If you allow me, I would like to share a bit of a more personal experience. I was born after the regime change in the 1990s. My parents and most of my teachers were raised and gained work experiences during communism. We were often told in school that we should feel very lucky for all the amazing opportunities that we have, even if it's just having the option to learn a foreign language that was not Russian or go and study abroad. My peers and I were constantly encouraged to grasp these opportunities, but we have never really been told what for. We never really talked about our civic responsibilities, the future of our nation, region, and our role in all of this were never discussed in school. I do think that it's time to change this. We need to have an education system which enables our country's youth to know both the past and present of Central Europe. We need to provide sufficient information, ask the right questions, and have thought-provoking conversations with them. This is the only way they can be proud of their roots, know what great opportunities the region has to offer, want it to prosper, and most importantly, feel that they are willing to work and fight for it. This is why institutions like the Collegium Intermarium or Matthias Corvinus Collegium, MCC, the institution that I represent here today, are great initiatives. The idea of MCC came from the realization that the mass education system simply fails to fulfill a number of essential educational roles. When attending a lecture in Hungary, a university student often goes into a hall with 200 other students, listening to a 1.5 hour long pre-written presentation without much interaction. At MCC, on the other hand, we provide personalized, small group trainings, and unlike it was during communism, we encourage our students to take responsibility and action for the benefit of not only their immediate environment, but also their nation, and more broadly speaking, their region. I'm very happy to say that it seems that there is a demand for this. We currently have more than 1,800 students, and after 5 years, we'll have close to 10,000 participants enrolled in our 35 centers across Central Europe. We also aim to establish further partnerships with the best institutions in the region, with partners from Poland, Czechia, Slovakia, Austria, and Slovenia, among others, in order to make sure that the idea of Central Europe is not only some dry, distant historical fact, but a reality and an environment that our young citizens know and appreciate. I firmly believe that creating a patriotic elite is a fundamental condition for the growth of our region. And I'm very happy to see that more and more institutions are joining forces in this great endeavor. I wish you best of luck with this for the next years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dora. We will hear next from Sviatoslav Jurash, who's a member of the National Parliament of Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Turned on.
Yeah.
So first, thank you very much for this honor. First, I'd like to introduce myself briefly, if I can. I have the dubious honor of being the youngest ever member of Ukrainian Parliament, as well as the reason why I'm here is because I lead two biggest caucuses in Ukrainian Parliament. First, the Conservative caucus in our Parliament, and the second, the caucus on Intermarium. But of course, for me, this event represents something very deep and profound about the reality of the Central European spirit. The fact that this is initiated here is a very important symbol of the role that Poland has clearly captured in its achievements since the independence from communism since 1991. Poland has clearly shown the way in terms of how to reform yourself, how to achieve success, and how to join European, Euro-Atlantic institutions, self-respect and dignity. For us in Ukraine, for us the Ukrainian conservatives, it is a very important lesson that we are learning actively and we are studying for. And I hope that in this Collegium Intermarium, many more Ukrainians have a chance to learn this and to become these agents of all the great news and achievement that Poland has managed to have in the past. But to get to the meat of the matter, that is the topic of our conversation today, and the economic possibilities, I must say that our government is trying to basically revitalize various areas which haven't been touched for the entirety of our independence. We have opened up the land market. Of course, everybody knows Ukraine as the grand basket, the breadbasket of Europe, and we opened the land market finally for possibility of investment and privatization, so that many more countries can join in building up the economic potential that Ukraine could provide for the world and for Europe. We are launching the biggest privatizations in '91. We are also knowing the big issues with rule of law. We have launched and we are relaunching many of the institutions that are supposed to keep and inform and support investors in Ukraine, because we are very keen on telling the message to the world that Ukraine is open for business. And of course, the COVID had hit us all, hit us particularly, and we are basically relying on cooperation with the world right now to truly launch with all these reforms that we have voted and started in our country into the years that will come, years of hopefully success and rebounding that come after COVID. But first, of course, subject to my country is a big one, both in terms of problems and in terms of possibilities. But nothing unites, when speaking with Ukrainians, our country more than the realization of the success that our Western neighbors have had. And in that, we are planning and building the vision to try and bring our countries closer in terms of institutions, in terms of reforms that we can learn from and replicate in our country, and in terms of cooperation with institutions such as this one. And I'm very clearly wanted to indicate that as our parliamentary caucus, the Intermarium caucus, has been launched with one clear objective in mind. That objective is to show that as far as the primary institutions of Ukrainian government, Ukrainian parliament, is very willing and very able, having more than a majority of MPs in this caucus from all the factions and all the parties, except for the pro-Russian party, who of course wants integration, but different integration, and that we are willing and able to support any steps that our government are announcing in terms of bringing countries closer. Of course, you are familiar with the Lublin Trinity, with the document that was signed by 5 nations here in Warsaw barely a week ago, as clear steps in that direction. And as far as Ukraine's parliament, that this idea of bringing together members of parliament to support such legislation is extraordinarily popular. And despite from the occasional political games that some actors play, that is not able to try and distract us from the grand possibilities that exist in cooperation and building up our joint institutions. And I hope with the great work that you are doing here, we can build up many more of them. And we can learn these lessons, again, with joining your institutions with self-respect and dignity. In that pursuit, we can learn from your story, from your example, and achieve that, not withdrawing from the basic values that made us who we are. And that, again, together, as we've done in the past, we can build the future of Europe. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Matthew Tiermont, who this program describes as an economist and publicist, but I think of more as a personal friend and general right-wing provocateur. Matthew, would you like to enthrall us?
Thank you, Josh. You're a mensch. We're both Claremont Institute fellows, which is a preeminent think tank in the United States focused on Western civilizational values and the founding. And I think there's a lot of corollaries with Claremont, which also teaches, in addition to pontificates, with what you guys are doing here in this very, very important initiative. So I have a little bit of a different background than most here who have presented, because in addition to doing some public policy, activism and culture war activism. I'm also a practical economist, not really an academic one. I spent a lot of years on Wall Street, and I'm still currently an investment banker, actively doing capital raising and working in corporate finance strategy with a lot of companies. So, that background gives me a little different perspective on the Central and Eastern European project with 3 Cs, the Intermarium, and where culture and economics meet. For a moment, we should look at what economics is. In the academic sense, it is usually defined as a science of allocation of resources. But in a practical sense, and this is the way I look at it, it's a study of human activity in real time and a measure of productivity and output. The economics of the 3 Cs and Central Europe is very interesting. On Wall Street, we refer to this region as an emerging market. And an emerging market is defined by generally higher growth, but also more volatility in that growth. The level of secure, probabilistic judgment you make as an investor when looking at an emerging market is very, very different than a developed and more stable market because of that volatility. You have to apply probability that your expectation of what growth rates will actually be actualized. And you handicap and price and value assets, cash flows, sovereign debt with that in mind. The interesting thing, and I am a dual citizen, I live in Poland as well as the US, and I invest here. And the interesting thing to me about this region is that the valuations are competitive because of this dynamic, but they're also highly attractive. And what the 3 Cs does in Central Europe is it starts to create a more secure, stable economic base for some reasons I will get into. And that actually makes it much more attractive than most emerging markets. There's a little higher margin of safety, to paraphrase a great hedge fund manager, Seth Klarman, who judges the valuation of assets based on that metric of safety. And in the 3 Cs, I think we're going to see play out, because of what has developed over the last 3 or 4 years in political integration, and a political integration that's based somewhat on shared cultural values, which is important. But what I think we're going to see play out with what has been created, with what Poland has anchor-led, with President Duda having Trump here when he addressed Warsaw, and Trump actually engaged the idea of the 3 Cs. What I perceive is going to happen is that the world and the economic world is going to recognize that there's a big convergence going on in valuation. And you're going to be able to buy assets at a huge discount despite the high level of quality, especially vis-a-vis or juxtaposed with other emerging markets. The quality of assets here is very high. And when you look at securities are just the paperization, the representation of things like a cash flow or a fixed asset. And the quality of these assets is higher here because of the people, because of the culture, because of the education. I like to use Poland, which is really the anchor of 3 Cs, with 6th largest economy and nation by most metrics in the EU, 40 million people, also has the highest literacy rate in the EU. It also has the highest level of college education in the EU. So when you see how the cultural impact of the society impacts the economy, it creates another reason why international investors can feel safe investing in a place like this. The fact that Poland can marry with another 11 nations and aggregate to 112 million people, my good friend, the Minister of Finance, Tadeusz Kaczynski, used 2018 numbers for aggregate GDP, which is 1.7 trillion. Well, each year there's been growth in this, and it's now over 2 trillion. On a per capita basis, though, it is lagging greatly with the Western European Union and European Monetary Union countries. The per capita GDP in the 3 Cs is $17,000. I'm using US dollars, I'm going to use 2019 numbers, is $17,000 versus the EU average, which is $35,000. So it's about half. That creates for especially mid and long-term investors an incredible opportunity for catch-up if they feel that security is going to be more and more stable. And for an economist and investor, security means many things. It means, for instance, border security, which obviously has been at risk in multiple arenas, coming from the third world with migration crisis, coming from our foreboding neighbor to the east, which has also become a security threat, and that reduces conviction in that security, that safety. Obviously, our friend in Ukraine can speak about that and what that has done. If we recall, the hryvnia, when Russians invaded, plummeted against every major and developed currency. I mean, I remember being in Ukraine around the time, and I think it was 35-1 against the dollar, which was down 70% roughly. But with security, there's, especially in this part of Europe, there's another very, very important consideration, and that's energy. And what I think will be telegraphed to the world with the 3 Cs is that a shared energy policy and a working together to achieve raw energy source diversity will also help stabilize these economies and give investors a lot of positive expectation for economic growth, the stability that allows them to also feel confident that valuations are going to rise, that currencies will strengthen. There are economies, obviously Poland with the zloty has a flexible currency that is allowed to float against those that sometimes see perverted externalities applied to them, like the euro, which had, with the Troika, we saw what happened in 2012-13 with trying to keep Greece in. They printed a lot of money. They engaged in the same sort of quantitative easing that the US did. They called it LTRO, long-term refinancing option. It was printing money to try and create a pseudo safety, feeling of safety and stability. Instead, it's just going to lead to inflation. We're already starting to see that in all the developed economies. That's actually going to be another example where in this part of the world, especially with coordinated policy in the 3 Cs, that is also going to be more stable. That's going to telegraph a good investment opportunity and a higher probability of convergence for international investors, which is a virtuous cycle that will lead to higher foreign direct investment, that will lead to higher PPE, property, plant, equipment projects and capital expenditure, that will lead to more job growth. And so all of these things are virtuous cycles that the 3 Cs, by getting these nations together, allows to happen. It allows these dynamics to take hold and hopefully accelerate. There are risks to this, though. And the risks to economies that are competing at higher and higher levels is usually in the public policy realm. It's in government. It's in the intervention into the marketplace. It's among the political class when they believe that jobs are created by the public sector as opposed to the private sector. And in the short term, public sector job growth can create GDP. In the long term, it's usually a drag, and the investment, the return on invested capital you get from public sector job creation versus private sector job creation is highly lagging. And in the intermediate, there's usually the old pay the piper, and there will be either recession, budget deficits. You want private sector job growth. Me, as a private equity investor and investment banker who's done business in Poland, who's closed private equity deals, who owns tradable, investable assets here, both fixed and floating, my own experience is one where Poland, as competitive as it is, the high GDP growth, the incredible workforce and cultural dynamics, there's still a Byzantine structure to do business. The regulations are very high, the paperwork burden is very high, and the reporting burden is very high. In fact, Grant Thornton did a study a few years ago that Poland, of the larger EU economies, is the most overburdened with paperwork reporting, and that's a drag. When I do deals in the US, these days, we can now get from soup to nuts, a large capital deal done just using DocuSign, and that is absolutely permittable in a rule of law court setting. Here, you need a lot of notaries, which are a guild that you pay to meet you large sums to sign off on contracts that two counterparties are signing of their own volition. Those kind of dynamics do persist. It does seem like that's going to take some time to work its way out. Hopefully, the 3 Cs, knowing that you have an incredible economic opportunity. I quoted the per capita GDP. Out of the 12 nations, 11 out of the 12 are under the average. The midpoint being of the EU, the midpoint being $17,000. That's dragged up by Austria, which is the only one of the 12 nations that's in the top quartile of EU nations in GDP. With a $35,000 average GDP per capita in the EU, Austria's at $50,000, even higher than Germany, which is, because of the weighting of 80 million people, people is also a higher drag up on the average EU. But that opportunity that exists to see convergence and to see per capita GDP rise with so much upside. There's an old joke on Wall Street that you don't invest in high margin companies, you invest in low margin companies, profit margins. Because high margin companies are at risk of losing those margins and seeing earnings degraded. Low margin companies, there are opportunities for that margin to expand and profitability to rise. And that's what I perceive to be here as well. And I think most of the developed world investors are going to start seeing that as well. Hopefully it's more Western investors and less China. That's been a risk. China has been deploying capital here and engaging in a sort of economic imperialism in their long-term hegemonic ambitions. But I do think we're going to see a lot more Western investment here. And I do hope that some of these Byzantine bureaucratic structures from most of these nations, 11 out of 12, coming out of the Iron Curtain with the post-communist structures, that they will start to move up the evolutionary cycle. One more point I will make in line with that is that state-owned enterprises do have a tendency, as again a post-communist vestigial, to crowd out a lot of upstarts and the competitive free enterprise sector. And I'd love to see in many of these nations, if not full privatizations, more flotation of share of these companies. When you look at the WIG, which is the largest index in Central and Eastern Europe, it's the sort of the Dow Jones Industrial Index for Poland, the majority of companies in that index are state-owned, and those are political appointments, and they're not the most competitive entities. They can be good companies who do good work, and I understand the need for having created that system coming out of communism. Nobody wanted a Russian oligarchical free-for-all spoil system, but it's time, 25, 30, 35 years in, to start seeing more privatizations and more competition. With that said, I think the future is very bright for this economic region. I think it's going to be a dominant player for emerging market portfolio managers in the West, where the deepest pools of capital are, like New York, like London. And I think that the future is very, very bright. I think the next 2 to 3 generations will be economically led in part by the growth in these 12 nations of the Three Seas Initiative. And the role this university will have in helping the economics, helping the education system cannot be overstated. So thank you for having me, and hopefully I didn't offend too many people. A few people's okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Matthew. So next we will hear from video from Piotr Pakowski, who is Undersecretary of State at the Polish Ministry of Finance. So the floor is yours. Thank you so much for joining us.
Dzień dobry, witam wszystkich Państwa.
Welcome everyone. I hope you can hear me all right.
Swoje wystąpienie chciałbym
In the beginning of my speech, I would like to recall a story from a few years ago when I worked in Chancellor of the Prime Minister of Poland, when I was asked to reform the Institute of Central Eastern Europe, to change the name to Central European Institute. And going through all the parliamentary process, we started about the geopolitical definition. What is the Central Europe? Sometimes associated with the Intermarium region. We can see today that Central Europe and Intermarium are above all else 11 countries of the European Union, starting from Poland down to Croatia. But also we can see we have this conscience that we would like to include in this group the countries which do not yet belong to the European Union, but in a great extent form part of our community in terms of culture and economy. Historically speaking, we have seen two great intents to integrate the nations and states of this region. The first one was the Commonwealth of Two Nations, which was a hugely courageous and visionary project of its times. Unfortunately, there was not enough determination to expand this project and to advance it in a few ways. And another one, probably well known and most declared in the world, was the Habsburg Empire, and then Austro-Hungarian Empire, the country which Winston Churchill said, if it didn't exist, we'd have to invent it.
From the British perspective or the Austrians themselves, it can be easily seen as a totally positive. The Poles and then many other Slavic countries consider it a prison of nations. We often say it about Russia, but the Habsburg Empire also performed this role to a certain extent. Today, seeing how some conservatives perceive that part of our history, not only in Poland, but in this area, very often seeing the portraits of Franz Josef, and that model of economic development was very destructive for the provinces. For example, the Lesser Poland, which for centuries had been one of the richest parts of Poland, of the Republic of Poland, but became one of the poorest under the Habsburgs. The Krakow elites, looking at Vienna, created the city as one of the best cities, best developed cities, but all the other parts of the region became extremely poor. And similar stories could be said of other provinces. Speaking about the integration between the Intermarium region countries, we should never follow the Habsburg way, never compare, never try to re-establish, reenact the same model the Habsburgs proposed. Because it was the system in which the center became rich at the cost of the provinces. If we want to compare ourselves to the Western countries, we have to make sure that the center of this Central Europe didn't follow the way of Vienna in the 19th century. This is the key point. Today, speaking of sovereignty, we do not speak of any kind of a federation of very strong relations of power, but rather of a strong collaboration between sovereign independent countries, which collaborate closely in the most important areas. Today's sovereignty, I think we should be grateful today's sovereignty depends mostly on the economy, not by the military, and I think we should be happy because of that. And I believe that for many countries of the Central Europe, the last years have been a symbol of a great economic success, and also catching up slowly but steadily with the Western Europe. We call it the process of convergence. The process of before the same name was used to compare the development of the Soviet Union regarding the United States, but of course we need something. We mean it in different terms. We want to strengthen the collaboration between the countries of the region. Everywhere where we can find an agreement where we can strengthen our shared interests. So just to mention a few economic data that show the growing sovereignty of the countries of a region, it's good to show that between 2004 and 2020, the share of these countries, these 11 countries in the EU, in the total GDP has grown by 6.6, from 6.6 to 9.9%. So we can see how much we have to keep up with. The GDP growth in most of these countries has been more than 100%. GDP per capita in 2012, it was 50.6% of the EU. In 2019, it was already 70%. The GDP accumulation by the countries of the region in these years was much higher than the EU average. The average salary per hour in the countries of the region grew much stronger than the average of the EU. The average salary in this region was 4.6 per hour, and in 2019 it was already 11.1 euro. So the economic data in this area, there could be much more of it. That's why I think it's necessary to show a few more areas where this collaboration
is based on the best conditions. The first of these is the economic collaboration, integration of our energetic systems. How important it is what happened in Poland last Monday, where because of the problem in the Bełchatów power plant, we could import energy from other countries. But there have been cases where some cases could not import energy, so that's why we need it. Poland is no exception. That's why this kind of collaboration makes us independent, both from the West as from the East, but I think we're both more concerned with the East. One more system is the diversification of the raw materials like gas and petrol. Our disagreement with Nord Stream 2, though Poland or Ukraine, this opinion is cream. Nord Stream 2 is against the idea of diversification. So we absolutely agree with Ukraine, all the countries that would like to achieve full independence from Russia and create their own energy market according to themselves. Another area is infrastructure. For example, the Via Carpathia motorway from Saloniki to Klaipėda through the numerous countries of the region, but also some other railway projects, river projects. These are all the projects that we want to develop. And the last topic that I think we should mention is our shared voice in the EU. As we can see in numerous initiatives that we take up, and very positive approach to the European Commission as many countries in this area are the gross payers in the European Commission. We still receive more money than we pay in, although we open our markets to the Western countries. But very often we are still earning thanks to it. It's worth to pay attention to it. It's worth realizing that the Intermarium initiative is an initiative of equal independent countries that do not work for any central part, be it Warsaw or any other, but it can help grow all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to conclude this panel, I believe we have pre-recorded video remarks from Paweł Jabłonski, Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So whenever that video is ready.
Magnificencjo, Panie Rektorze, Panie Premierze, Państwo Ministrowie, Państwo Posłowie, Państwo Profesorowie, Szanowni Państwo, wszyscy dostojni goście. Z wielką radością mówię dzisiaj do Państwa w tej formie nagrania wideo jako pełnomocnik polskiego rządu do spraw inicjatywy Trójmorza, dlatego że to dzisiejsze wydarzenie, powołanie Collegium Intermarium, uczelni, której zadaniem będzie kształcenie elit politycznych, dyplomatycznych, gospodarczych, kulturalnych, społecznych krajów Europy Środkowej, krajów tworzących region leżący między trzema morzami, między Morzem Bałtyckim, między Adriatykiem i Morzem Czarnym. To wydarzenie to okazja naprawdę historyczna. Pokazujemy dzisiaj jako region, jako Europa Środkowa, że jesteśmy miejscem, w którym będzie wykuwać się debata o przyszłości naszego kontynentu, gdzie będziemy kształcić elity dla naszych krajów, elity dla naszego regionu, elity, które będą w przyszłości stanowiły o sile naszych państw. Bardzo się cieszę, że taka inicjatywa o tym międzynarodowym charakterze cieszy się poparciem wielu przedstawicieli świata polityki, świata dyplomacji, świata naukowego, nie tylko z naszego regionu, ale z całego świata, że dzięki temu wsparciu będziemy mogli kształcić na najwyższym poziomie naukowym ludzi, którzy w przyszłości tworzyć będą dyplomację naszych krajów, dyplomację naszego regionu i wzmacniać międzynarodową pozycję, wzmacniać siłę naszych społeczeństw, wzmacniać siłę całej Europy. Bo Europa to dwa płuca, jak mówił święty Jan Paweł II. Płuco, w którym my dziś się znajdujemy, płuco Europy Środkowej, Europy Wschodniej, przez wiele lat za żelazną kurtyną nie mogło rozwijać się tak dobrze jak to drugie, to położone bardziej na zachód. Dziś, dzięki europejskiej integracji, dzięki współpracy międzynarodowej, odbudowujemy tą równowagę, tą wieloletnią, nadganiamy te wieloletnie zaniedbania. I w tej sferze akademickiej, w sferze kształcenia naszych elit, to dzisiejsze wydarzenie, ta dzisiejsza inauguracja jest wielkim krokiem właśnie do tego celu, do odbudowania tej elementarnej równowagi. Europa nie może rozwijać się bez równowagi, nie może rozwijać się bez równowagi geograficznej, ale także bez równowagi ideowej. Widzimy dziś, że w dominującym dyskursie publicznym w wielu krajach Unii Europejskiej dominuje w zasadzie jeden porządek liberalny, lewicowy. Brakuje często mocnego głosu, konserwatywnego głosu, który tak naprawdę stał przecież u podstaw europejskiej integracji, u podstaw tej idei, która 7 dekad temu doprowadziła do powstania Zjednoczonej Europy. To, czym kierował się Robert Schuman, jeden z ojców założycieli Europy, aby Europa jako zrzeszenie wolnych, równych, niepodległych narodów mogła się rozwijać w pokoju i we współpracy, w równowadze gospodarczej, kulturowej, we wzajemnym szacunku do naszych tradycji. Dzisiejsza inicjatywa jest przejawem właśnie wsparcia dla tej różnorodności. Ten bardzo mocny głos, bardzo mocny sygnał, który wysyłamy dziś na całą Europę, będzie pokazywał, że kraje Europy Środkowej, kraje Trójmorza chcą w tej wielkiej dyskusji brać udział, nie tylko jednorazowo, ale też chcą, aby ta dyskusja była bardziej zrównoważona na lata, na przyszłość. Będziemy przez lata kształcić ludzi, którzy w tej dyskusji będą brali udział. Jestem przekonany, że ten głos będzie coraz silniejszy. Bardzo gratuluję Państwu tej inicjatywy. Bardzo cieszę się, że choć w tak zdalnej formie mogę być jej częścią i jako pełnomocnik do spraw inicjatywy Trójmorza zapewniam o tym, że polski rząd będzie tą inicjatywę i inne podobne inicjatywy wspierał, bo przez zacieśnianie tej naszej regionalnej współpracy na wszystkich szczeblach politycznym, dyplomatycznym, gospodarczym, infrastrukturalnym, ale także, co niezwykle ważne, ideowym, akademickim, naukowym, będziemy mogli rozwijać siłę naszego regionu. Raz jeszcze bardzo Państwu gratuluję, życzę Państwu owocnych dyskusji i jestem przekonany, że wiele osób, które wykształci Collegium Intermarium, wiele osób będzie w przyszłości stanowiło o sile wszystkich naszych narodów. Dziękuję bardzo.
Okay, so that will conclude this panel. I hope everyone learned at least something, hopefully more than just one of something. Everyone here is invited to sign the statement if you've not already done so. And thank you everyone so much again.
Thank you. Thank you. To teraz jeszcze ja podziękuję. Josh Hammer.
So I would also like to ask to thank Josh Hammer, Newsweek American edition. You hosted this panel in a great manner, and all the participants. And to repeat after our American friend, everybody who would like, please sign our declaration.
Przed nami jeszcze jeden panel, czwarty, ostatni.
There's one more panel.
Prawne cywilizacje we współczesnym świecie, ale to dopiero za
the legal heritage of the Western civilization in today's world. But before that, 3 more speeches. But I'll wait.
Minuta dla fotoreporterów.
1 minute for the photographers.
Międzynarodowe podpisy pod międzynarodową.
International signatures under the International Declaration.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Thank you so much.
Dziękujemy bardzo. I teraz, proszę Państwa, przed nami nagrane
And now, let us
listen
to a pre-recorded speech by Dr. Patrick Deenan, professor at the Notre Dame University in the United States.
Hello, my name is Patrick Deenan, and I am a professor of political science at the University of Notre Dame. I'm very sorry that I'm unable to be with you at this week's meeting in Warsaw. I was originally scheduled to join you, but due to challenges with travel and the impending graduation of my daughter from high school on this coming weekend, I really thought it was prudent to remain in the States and not to miss that signal event for my daughter. But I would otherwise have been very glad to have been with you in person. I was invited in order to be able to speak about the latest, sorry, this is in reverse, but the latest edition of my 2018 book, Why Liberalism Failed, which is this newly released Polish translation of the book, which I won't attempt to read out loud, but I'm delighted that the Polish edition has just been released. I look forward to future occasions when I might be able to join you in Poland to speak about the book, where I hope and I think it will generate a good deal of conversation and discussion. Just in very brief sum, I wanted to talk, I was invited to talk just a little bit about some of the main arguments of the book. And in the book, I argue that one way in which we can understand the phenomenon or the ideology of liberalism is that while it is in many ways, it has a self-understanding or self-presentation as an argument for limited government, and in particular, limited government that's based upon the consent of the people, that it's narrowly political in its form, that it seeks only to create a kind of neutral sphere for people to pursue their own ways of life, that in fact its deeper internal logic leads to a much more profound transformation, not just of the political order, but the entire social cultural order, obviously including things like economics and education and technology. And all of these aspects of liberalism based upon this original key concept of consent, that no choice can be seen as legitimate unless it arises from the free consent of an unencumbered individual. That this kind of core aspect of liberalism results not just in a transformation of all aspects of human society, but becomes itself a kind of source and force of authority and even authoritarianism that I think we see unfolding in the modern liberal order. We can think about this kind of deep underlying logic of liberalism in a couple of ways. Obviously, the first of them is that narrowly political understanding that no political order is understood to be legitimate unless it arises from the consent of the governed. This is a core principle that's articulated in the American Declaration of Independence, that one can't or ought not to be ruled by rulers who have not been freely chosen and consented to by the people, that the political order itself must be a reflection of their consent, and thus that this prevents and precludes arbitrary political forms and arbitrary political leaders. Yet this idea and ideal of free choice and the consent of the governed itself lies on a deeper understanding of the kind of human who can give consent. One can't assume that consent is freely given unless that person giving consent is in a condition of complete freedom, a complete unencumbered, unlimited, and unrestrained ability to make free choices that reflect the deepest preferences of that individual. In other words, in a political order or in a social order or in a cultural order, where our beliefs, our basic presuppositions have been deeply shaped by the nature of that order, the assumption in the liberal worldview is that that choice can't be seen as freely given because it comes from a place of a set of deep-seated beliefs, which themselves have not necessarily been the consequence of free choice. So we can think of someone who is raised in a household, in a home, with a certain religious tradition, with a certain cultural tradition, certain kinds of traditional forms and ways of life. that while they could freely consent to remain in that order, think, for example, of the Amish here in the United States, or a member of the Catholic Church who retains belief in the Catholic Church as they reach adulthood, that by the liberal understanding, that person hasn't given true free consent because that person has never been in a condition of unencumbered freedom that makes their choice in some ways free from any undue influence that hasn't itself been freely chosen. So at the deepest level, we could say that this ideal of political consent ultimately has to shape and transform not just the political order, but the entire worldview and in the entire world, in a sense, of the liberal order. We can think of this in very mundane ways. For example, no one in a liberal order is understood to be in some ways defined by where they come from. In the same way that, for example, Alexis de Tocqueville or Thomas of Aquinas would once have, we understand their names in some ways because of where they come from. Who they are is deeply shaped by where they come from, reflected in the very name that they carry with them through the course of their lives. Or in a similar way, how many names reflect the people that we're from. The Scandinavian tradition of being named for your father, Anderson or Johansson, or for your mother, Lavran's daughter. Or as far as I understand, the Polish, typical Polish last name of Ski, Lewinsky, is also a reflection of often one's parentage. My tradition, the Irish tradition, one is named O'Regan or O'Malley, again, to reflect the people you are of. We can say that one of the core aspects of the liberal tradition is to make any of those defining characteristics fundamentally arbitrary, and that we should view them as arbitrary. That where we're born to, the places we're born in, the people we're born to, the traditions we're born into, must be seen as arbitrary and merely a kind of accidental feature of oneself that can be easily, and indeed should be easily, shucked off, like a carapace of a cicada, the insects that are now emerging here in the United States for their every 17 years. In the same way that they shuck their carapace, in the same way in a liberal order, a liberal people should be able to shuck their the definition of who they are. Thus, a liberal society is one of hypermobility, in which the ability to leave or exit or escape or move on to redefine oneself becomes the default. And in a similar way, the kind of cultural heritage, the religious heritage that we might have inherited is seen as just another kind of a market choice. This is true, of course, we could say in a second, maybe a more pertinent example today. This becomes a defining feature of liberalism in the sort of the deepest aspects of who we are. We can think of our religious faith, once would have been understood as the core defining feature of a human being, as simply a kind of accident of birth and something that should be chosen or shucked off as a kind of market choice. The likelihood of becoming a father or a mother, a parent, a wife or a husband becomes now increasingly seen as a kind of limitation and burden on our individual liberty, the ability to constantly redefine who we are. So in the first instance, to be a wife or to be a husband is understood increasingly as a choice that can be revised, it can be rejected, and thus a society in which marriage is simply a passing choice that can be discarded, redefined. Divorce, remarriage, a series of remarriages becomes the norm, becomes accepted as the norm. In fact, we see regularly articles of people who've been married for a long time as a kind of exceptional, a remarkable story that needs to be told. I was just reading, I think, of Rob Lowe, the actor Rob Lowe's 30-year marriage which is seen as extraordinary, something so unusual that it needs a special story told about it, rather than being a kind of norm that we take to be defining of who we are. And I think we see this redefinition of who we are now seeping down into the deepest core of human identity, our sexuality, our sexual orientation, which now is necessarily seen as something that's in flux, can be redefined, or even our sexuality, our gender, whether one is a man or a woman, a male or a female. The Bible begins with the statement that man and woman, God created them, but that now is subject to our own revision and our own redefinition. I think then what we see is that what was at least proposed as a somewhat modest understanding of politics that would conclude and lead to a limited form of government becomes and contains an internal logic that necessarily reshapes the entire order of humanity. It remakes us in its own image. And where nature in particular becomes an obstacle to this redefinition, we can think especially in the realms of family, in the realms of sexuality, the realms of reproduction, and of course in our the fact of our createdness and thus our yearning to know and ultimately to pay respect and worship to God. That in these areas of life today, we see the liberal order becoming not just a kind of neutral sphere as it claims, but increasingly aggressive in enforcing its orthodoxy, that the default in all of these spheres of life must be to liberate us from any understanding of ourselves as having been created in any way with a kind of given identity, with a kind of defining sense of self, which arises from an inheritance, which arises from our very nature, which arises from our creatureliness as members of families and as creators of families, and of course arises as our creatureliness as created, as creatures who have been created by a power greater and more commanding and more perfect than ourselves. We take on the features, or we seek to take on the features of the divine in remaking ourselves, in creating ourselves in the image of what the liberal order understands to be the true self that we ought to aspire to become. And in this now new authoritarian, I think visibly authoritarian order that I think Poland has certainly experienced as a member of the European Union, that those of us of more traditional religious faith increasingly experience in a very visible way in the Western world, in the United States increasingly. We see that at the very outset that liberalism was premised upon a kind of falsehood, a deep lie, a fundamentally disfigured and disfiguring understanding of the human creature and of human beings and human nature. And thus, I think we find ourselves at an impasse where we must both reach back into the past to discover there the wisdom and knowledge of who we are and what we ought to be in such thinkers that I think predate the liberal tradition, that reaching all the way back to antiquity in thinkers such as Aristotle and Plato and Cicero, and of course in that pre-liberal tradition of Christianity, and especially the treasures of the Roman Catholic intellectual, philosophical, and theological tradition. But we must also reach forward and understand that having now gone through this time of liberalism, that it's not merely to seek to restore something that is no longer in existence, but to create something new, to take what might be some things we've learned as a consequence of liberalism, to adopt and adapt aspects that might be worthy of in some way, shape, or form of retaining, while placing it within a frame that doesn't premise the human nature of freedom and the human person as this unencumbered, sovereign, choosing self. So I hope that at least gives some flavor for the nature of the book that now is available in the Polish language. And I do look forward to the occasion when I might be able to join you in having more of these conversations. With my regrets of not being there on this in this particular instance, looking forward to future opportunities to have these discussions with you. Thanks very much, and I hope that you can have a conversation about some of these issues once I sign off, which I will do now. Thank you again. Take care. Bye-bye.
Dziękujemy.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the applause. This inspiring lecture by Mr. Patrick Deneen, Professor of Political Science in the University of Notre Dame. Now another speech, live this time. I'd like to ask Mr. Erno Schaller-Barros, a deputy member of the European Parliament. Please, the floor is yours.
Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests here, conservative friends, and everybody who is listening today. I'm especially delighted that one of my first trips after the grievances in the darkest days of the pandemic led me to Poland, a country well known for its beauty and hospitality, which has always stood shoulder to shoulder in many efforts with my home country, Hungary. I feel myself honored by the invitation of Hungary's friends at the Order Juris to mark the inauguration of the Collegium Intermarium, and I have to tell you that it is my true pleasure to deliver this address today at an event that carries the promise of a conservative academic future. The people who are joining us today set themselves the ambitious goal to strengthen the field of tertiary education, and let me tell you that this venture is warmly welcomed in my home country, Hungary. Some of you might think that nowadays conservative values are highly endangered, that we are shrinking in numbers. I can assure you that this is not true. What better indication could we find than the conservative spirit is on march once again than that we inaugurate this university today. I pray that God may grant this institution long years of dedicated service for the strengthening of our values and make the voice of a silent majority be heard all across Europe. In this effort, our countries share a common ambition. Since here it is unnecessary to highlight the merits of your spirit, I would like to share with you some thoughts on the importance of preserving it before we take a look at the special relations between our nations and the role of our region in Europe. Some of us were born in an era where they could witness what the democratic revolution means for a country. At the end of the 80s, the people of Poland and Hungary both were united in their endeavor to liberate themselves from an oppressing regime that ruled more than long enough over Central Europe. With the respect of the rights of individuals, the upholding of the values of our history, and the everlasting idea of patriotism, our nations actively participated in bringing the evil empire, as Ronald Reagan put it so frankly, to its knees. And today we are lucky enough to see the cherished achievements based on Christian values and commanded by the ideals of our forefathers, working and building a better future to the generations to come. In this blessing, our nations join each other like they did so often in so many revolutionary efforts throughout their history to champion the cause of freedom for Europe and its nations. I'm sorry to say that what I was talking about is not shared view all across Europe. Today we see the clashes of two worlds in the European arena. As the powers meet each other, we are approaching the brink of a new era. The liberal ideas are challenging our everyday life by intervening in our very private beliefs. The endorsers of these ideas believe that the world must conform to theirs. They want a framework in which only they have the right to tell us what to do, what to sing, and how to feel. And through all of this, they try to determine how to live. They disregard the individual spirit for which we fought so viciously and make an attempt to fully suppress all the diverging views in societal and economic matters as well. On the other side, there are the conservative forces who constantly adhere to the dry, dull, and sometimes even allegedly boring foundations of civic merits that in their simplicity create prosperity, security, and opportunity. I think it's needless to say on which side or countries with an extensive Jewish-Christian heritage have to stand in the intensifying conflict. But if we stand up together proudly for preferred values in the debate, we can show unity that projects strength. We have to pursue our quest in the arena of politics, in the civic society, and yes, even in education. In a globalized world, we need diversity in culture and education as well, with due respect towards differences resulting from that. Therefore, I'm more than happy that Collegium Intermarium set its sails. In an academic field that is dominated by liberal mainstream source, true that it provides opportunity only for the minds alike and cuts the ways of creative and promising academics, it's a breeze of fresh air to have an institution like this. I wish to see this university as the first fortress in Middle Europe through which we can claim the rightful place of Christian democratic motivated values in the academic world. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an unpleasant tendency in the EU to consider the countries that joined after the millennium as secondary entities. Poland and Hungary have to stand up against this, now and in the future as well. We have already shown the world that our national policies work. And because of that, we live in the age of unprecedented growth, rising living standards, more weight in the different international cooperations, and a stronger economical position in Europe despite the devastating pandemic. This all signalizes that Central Europe, and with it Poland and Hungary, have become the mainspring of development in this region. Therefore, we have to think of our achievements proudly and see that this would not have been possible if we would not pursue conservative politics and would not consider families and children as the keys to our future. We achieved our success because with our diverse background, we were the harsh advocates of the Christian democratic revolution across all Europe. I'm sure that our efforts will bear fruits if we will preserve our steadfast positions and remain true to our common values like nation, family, and Christian unwavering. Probably the most famous Polish man in the world, Karol Wojtyła, also raised his voice for these values. He lived through Nazism and communism before he became known in the world under the name Pope John Paul II. Throughout his life, he embodied the already mentioned Polish solidarity that he took on the world stage. He understood that the claims of human dignity transcend the claims of any government, and the fact that transcendent right can come only from transcendent source. He knew that there can be achieved more by prayers of simple men and women than by all the power owned by statesmen in the world. In this belief, he worked diligently and passionately for understanding and peace between the nations. He knew maybe better than anyone that only by guaranteeing the freedom of the nations can we nurture the goal of peace. He said once, "Freedom consists not in doing what we like, but in having the right to do what we ought." Both the people of Poland and of Hungary know well what that means and what it takes to claim this right back if it was taken. That historical heritage is one reason besides our conservative mindset which unites our nations, as it did back in the Revolution of Hungary in 1848-49, when many Polish officers fought in the lines of the Hungarian freedom fighters for liberty and dignity of Hungary. Let us not forget the opening of the Hungarian borders for Poles fleeing the Soviet German oppression on 1939. This year, once again, we shall remember the struggling and many heroic moments of two freedom-loving nations together. 65 years ago, Polish workers roamed the streets in Poznan to seek freedom and the freedom's dream. Their desperation that was fueled by their hunger, the oppression and tiredness of any inhuman system led to an uprising. The retaliation of the Soviet regime was cold and ruthless. However, the bravery of the Polish workers gave the Hungarian counterparts strength to follow their example. The burning desire of freedom was felt as intensely in Hungary as it characterized the freedom movements in Poland. This made possible to try to claim our freedom back. In this effort, in 1956, Polish and Hungarian revolutionaries joined each other in Budapest at the statue of the Polish hero of the Hungarians, József Bem, to fight for the long-taken freedom. In those days, Polish flags were waving in the streets of the Hungarian capital, and the Polish university students who were present in Budapest joined in Hungarian friends in singing the Polish anthem after the Hungarian, as a sign of togetherness. The feeling of solidarity forged a strong bond between our nations, and our historical relationship evolved into an undeniable, everlasting friendship. And when the grip of the Soviet Union on Hungary became tight, and people could see that their attempt to liberate their home country failed, the help came once again from Poland. We look back at solemn gratitude. These experiences will help us today to raise our voices together once again when it comes to the question of freedom and the future of Europe. After looking back on our history, let's take a moment to turn our head to present and future. We Polish and Hungarians stand for Europe and still believe in the strong cooperation. We believe that the real strength of our continent lies in nations that are keen to preserve their identities. This is the cornerstone of the idea of freedom-loving nations like we are. Today, the inseparable ties through well-functioning diplomatic relations, a side-by-side approach in the Union, and common goals in the 30-years-old Visegrad cooperation bind Poland and Hungary together. To buttress this political progress, we shall build an ever-closer network in the fields of civil society and education to present the world our aforementioned positions. Collegium Intermarium, we wish you all the best for your endeavor. And as a closing my speech, allow me my final remark on our relations. We Hungarians could long say from ourselves that we in the legendary person of Ferenc Puskás had the best football player in the 20th century. Now we are once again proud that the Hungarian team managed to qualify for the European Championship. But I guess our chances would be a lot better if Robert Lewandowski, one of the best players of our time, would support the Hungarian team, even if only with his left foot. Collegium Intermarium, thank you so much for the opportunity, and good luck.
Thank you for your speech. Thank you for being here with us. To był pan Erno Saler-Baroš.
It was Mr. Erno Saler-Baroš, a member of the European Parliament. And before us there is the last panel. We'd like to invite them here in a few minutes, but before there is a last speech, this time by Princess Professor Dr. Ingrid Detter de Frankopan.
Welcome here on the stage. Zapraszamy i czekamy. Ja dodam, że pani księżna jest kierownikiem Katedry Prawa Międzynarodowego.
I'd like to add that Princess de Frankopan is the head of the Department of International Law of Collegium Intermarium.
Thank you. I have to change the chronology about what I was going to say because I have these books to which I was going to refer in due course, but either I'm not strong enough to hold them in one hand, or this podium is too small to park them, and I think it's a matter of luck that I have not brought my 17 books that I published, because anyway, let me thank Dr. C. Let me thank everyone at Intermarium, Mr. Karczewski, trying to pronounce things properly. But it is an honor, it's a God-sent opportunity for me to be part of the launching of this fantastic new venture. It's an adventure that I think I have no words to praise the organizers. And on that note, also the organizers of this conference today. But let me just begin to say that I am, in a sense, a Latinist, and Intermarium, or Intermaria, as some purists would say, is a new word of art, but it's already accepted in international society as a new concept of an alliance of Central European elite people. And on that note, I checked with the Vatican Translation Service, and they certainly it translates now. Intermarium is translated into English as Intermarium, which is useful. And the other thing that I try to find out, because now we speak Latin, saying that inter rete valdum lentum est. The internet is very slow. There are words for everything in the new Latin translations, or talk about the satelle artificialis, which are the satellites we rely on. And I tried to find if they had a translation in Latin of the word woke. Woke is a key word in England nowadays because it means to be trendy, modern, gender fluid. That's like one of my sons had to fill in the other day to go to another country. Male, 3 boxes, male, female, prefer not to say, which is a little bit worrying, that if you prefer not to say whether you're a man or a woman, because you can ask little children when they're 6 years old, perhaps you'd rather to a tree-climbing little girl, perhaps with these boyish activities, perhaps you'd rather be a boy. We can fix that. And it is obviously a great insult, in my opinion, to God and his creation. Now, I mentioned the word elite, and that's obviously something that gets people very, very upset, because we are supposed to be equal. I agree with that in the eyes of God when we die, which I hope not going to be only media. Why on earth can we not accept that people are different? Thank God we are different. We have different talents, we have different, and the key area is obviously to refer to sport. How can we all win? Everyone gets a prize, everyone gets a gold medal. What's the point of having sport? And it's the same in any other field. Some are better than others. And, you know, it is ridiculous to claim that equality means that we are all the same in that sense. Now, I remember when I was here during the Red Days, many, many years ago, and I have these 5 children that I always try to take with me on conferences. And I was staying with, it was a conference of the International Law Association held in 1988 in Warsaw. So it's just before the fall of communism. And I was asked, they said, we would like to introduce you to Mr. Jaruzelski, and I said, you can give that honor to someone else, perhaps. And they insisted and said, you must meet him, he's got so much power. And I said, no, I'd be happier if you gave that honor to any of these other colleagues of mine. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I will ask my 5 children to sing to him. So the little children were very small, and they trotted up and they sang. And they sang in Latin, convertere, meaning convert. And when communism fell, my children said, Mommy, it worked, it worked. So they felt they had contributed a drop in the ocean to the fall of communism by converting the Poles in the first hand. Now, the other strange thing is that for many years, I worked closely with John Paul, your heroic countryman, John Paul II. And, you know, we had this, so many meetings. And one meeting on the 2nd of August, 1989, this is 3 months before the fall of communism, we had an audience with him, and again the children sang. And after the singing, and the Pope talked to all of 5 of them, and one of my children, I don't know even which one, said, Holy Father, we 5 would like to do something for the church in Eastern Europe. And I thought, remarkable thing to say. Well done you, whoever of my 5 said it. And John Paul, the Pope, pointed at all 5 of them and said, that is precisely what all you 5 will do. And this is 3 months before the fall of communism. And when there was a war in Croatia, and the Serbs attacked the Croats, and the Croats tried to get independence and get out of a communist federation, my children were there My eldest daughter, who was at Cambridge in those days, you know, left to come and help with ambulances and whatever. And the most dangerous thing in those days was to go in an ambulance because that was a special target. Anyway, the role of Intermarium in this post-communist society is to save Europe or the world in this godless time. It is shocking to see how Christ has been demoted, that no one thinks it is important. And I would see Intermarium as a chance to be a mega anti-woke organization that puts down all these twits who think that gender doesn't matter, nature doesn't matter, feel free to kill unborn babies, help people over the border when they're old, free a hospital bed or a bed in a private nursing home for the sake of money, and also to save, as they say, spare the suffering. And it's not the patient who's suffering, it's usually the heirs who are going to have a great house or the best jewelry or whatever, and it's sometimes based on greed. Now, when you talk about communism, I can't help remarking on the aim of Intermarium to return to classical values that Karl Marx, who is not one of my favorites, but he was fluent in Latin and Greek. And I don't know why all his followers are so anti the classical values and the classical. He distorted most things, but he certainly knew Latin and Greek. And you know, if you come back to the values we have in ancient civilization, you realize that on the way from the Latin, from the Roman and the Greek world, you come to a stage when you have a sort of horizontal society. There is a king, and there is a shoemaker, there's a baker, and whatever. And the shoemaker needs the king, and he also needs the baker, and vice versa. And then Karl Marx comes and said, no, 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 it's vertical. You are oppressed. You've got to rebel and revolutionize this, and you cannot allow yourself to be oppressed. And then everyone is sort of feeding on this ideology of envy, jealousy, and greed, that you want to take down the king, and anyone who's got white hands for that matter, and anyone who is educated, and especially the aristos, and also a campaign to sort of do the greatest injustices to bring back what they think or claim is equality. And in passing, also abolish God. Like the French Revolution, I don't know why for any social change you would necessarily have to abolish God. I mean, you could have little adjustments about social fairness and whatever, and I don't understand why it's always accompanied by abolishing the Christian religion. Now, it could be that it's also evil, dark forces behind these efforts, because it does seem to lead to massive cruelty. And on top, you will always have, both in the French Revolution, which, after all, didn't last that long, but the Russian Revolution, which still leaves traces in what people say they're not communists, but they think like communists, because having been indoctrinated for 70 years or 45 years, many people have been under the spell, like by hypnosis, obeying commands and rules which are totally preposterous. In my view, that the most important thing in this post-modernist, post-communist world is the value of the nation state. Now, without the nation, and this is what John Paul II said so many times, he said, unless we have the nation state and everyone is proud of their roots, of their heritage, of their culture, we can never have peace. And this is so wise and it's so obvious that, you know, once we sort of submerge and have to go into some globalistic alleged paradise, when no one is really knows where he comes from and no one is proud of, as I said, of their roots and their origin. And John Paul II asked me to write a book about the law of war, and this is in 1984 onwards, and this came out in 1988, the year before the war of Croatia, a country with which my family has considerable links. And it's now I'm now preparing the 4th edition of it, because war is tragically very popular and very fruitful. As I said, often in the old days you said, cherchez la femme, if there's a problem, there must be a woman somewhere who caused all this problem. And now you say, cherchez l'argent, there's money behind everything, even as we can see in this pandemic, people who take advantage of a disaster to make money, although you cannot take it with you anyway when you die. So that was one effect of my great admiration of John Paul II, was this book. And ironically, the Chinese government contacted me 2 years ago and said, we would like to translate this book, although it has bits about St. Thomas, the natural law, which I thought, well, wonderful. If there's a Third World War, it will be less dramatic than any other, because they will have read my book. They translated 3 chapters when the pandemic started, and we have a rupture in our negotiation because of that. But the first 3 chapters set out very clearly, don't do this, don't do that, no, you can't do that, you know. And it will, as I say, I will take credit if the Third World War is less dramatic because of that. The other thing that, in view of the nation state, is this book that I wrote in great haste, because I was advisor to the Brits about Brexit. And because I noticed that it is a very odd organization. People criticize the Croats, saying that they left one oppressive federation, communist federation, and then they joined another oppressive organization or federation, as it hopes to be one day. And I can't help thinking that you could probably allow this cooperation if it stayed on a cultural level, but once you have unelected, sometimes unqualified, and certainly bureaucrats who have no responsibility, no accountability, then I think you are in dangerous times. And then, of course, what I hope that Intermarium is going to do is to be pro-elite and get the best. As I say, in sport, it's obvious that elite is a good thing. It means you are the best of the best. And how come anyone can have anything against that? I was approached by, I'm an Oxford alumni, and they asked me, can you advise us how we get rid of this elite tag? And I said, why do you want to get rid of the Oxford as an elite university? Everyone knows it's one of the best in the world. And, well, I mean, you know, we got to be equal. We got to tone down the elitist tag. And I thought, well, do you think Harvard does that? They just think because we are elitist, it costs a bit more to go to Harvard than anywhere else. So why would anyone, and they had more prestige, precisely because it's difficult to get in. What's the point if you just walk in and walk out with your diploma and you don't really have to stand much competition, because we mustn't be elite, we must let everyone in. And so on that thing, I think that coming from what I'm saying about Intermarium, I hope is going to be pro-elite, pro the nation state, And what is the composition of the nation state? It's the other essential unit, is the family. Because without the family, we can't have a nation state, and without the nation state, we can't have peace. So, you know, it all seems to be terribly simple. Like all good things in life, it's a matter of common sense. And that, I think, many have lost these last few years. That, you know, common sense is will explain politics, medicine, law, human behavior. And if you lose common sense, you will really have an awful lot of problem on your plate. And the other hope I have, I know that Intermarium is going to be pro-nation state, pro the family, also pro-freedom, or wolność, one of my few Polish words, that without freedom of speech, life becomes impossible. Well, academic life certainly becomes impossible. And why should we not be able to say what we want? There is a new crime in England called hate speech. That is, if you dare to insult someone by saying anything about their religion or their looks or where they come from, and then you promote hatred, and that is very, very serious. And the British government have just issued a proposal for a law that will reverse that a bit, because for many, many years, the universities, like Oxford and Cambridge, has to have disinvited people because they don't say conservative, they say ultra-right. And you hear about ultra-right all the time, you never hear really about ultra-left. But, you know, people also like to rename themselves, so they don't always call themselves red-hot communists, they call themselves social democrats, like in Sweden, where they certainly have very left-wing policies. And I forgot to take my tempus fugit. So, what do we do about other hopes I have for Intermarium? Freedom of speech, freedom of will, that we must be less governed by what you call in English the nanny state, that will tell us everything we have to do, that we don't have to take any decisions. The individual doesn't have just follow orders. And that means that gradually, if you don't take decisions, you lose the capacity to take decisions. It is, you know, if you suppress your anger, you will lose the capacity to be angry, which may be a good thing. But when it comes to reducing your will to be decisive and know where you're going, it's a bit like diplomats who have to be very, by definition, diplomatic. They cannot criticize the Russians, they cannot criticize the Americans, and then they want to write their memoirs, and they realize they've got nothing to say because they suppress their emotions all their career, and there's nothing left but some gray mist of their past lives. So the freedom of will is, to me, also very, very important. What I have noticed in this last year that we lost with the pandemic, being in lockdown here and there, it's very fashionable, no one hardly knew what lockdown meant before this more or less disaster happened. But I also noticed some consequences on the legal side of the pandemic, which might be relevant for further study, and that's a shift from the democratic parliaments. That's all of a sudden, it's the executive that takes all the decisions in virtually every country. It's Monsieur Macron in France, it's Boris Johnson in England. No one talks about the parliament anymore, which is a very serious distortion, a trend towards what many would recognize as a totalitarian shift. Well, it sounds dramatic, but think about it. It is a very serious constitutional lack of balance or change of balance. And the other thing is that you can rule and achieve very much by instilling fear. And the British government had to admit the other day that they hired psychologists to how to scare their own citizens to obey, to wear a mask, and to obey being locked in lockdown and stay at home and work from home. And this social isolation, which has phenomenal negative effects on social interaction, on young people, on children, on all sorts of aspects of human life. And I can't help thinking that it seems remarkable that few people seem to notice that very much is similar to the communist regime, where everyone was so scared of being overheard, or being controlled, or being supervised, that it was a thought of becoming gradually a slave. And also psychologically, what they've done is they say a mask is optional, we recommend it, and all of a sudden it's compulsory. Vaccination is supposed to be a possibility, and now it's virtually compulsory. And, you know, I can see, and if we are on, as international lawyers or whatever field we work in, you'd realize that if you do things slowly, you will not notice the dramatic shifts and changes at the end. It is, I think, really quite remarkable how one can be hypnotized into having one's life changed for the worse, I think, because, you know, they take away all the pleasures like going to the opera, go to, in our case, to academics, to libraries. They close all libraries, they close the churches, they close some, and you can't go to Wimbledon, you can't go to Ascot, and all these superficial pleasures too. Now, what I think is, what I presented in this book, which is the work of my life, was that as a student, I listened to one professor after the other, both at Oxford or Stockholm or Paris or Rome, and I thought, you can't say when you're a student, you actually, sir, you're talking rubbish. You know, it's not true what you say, because it will not be conducive to promotion for a student to say the professor is wrong. So you have to keep your peace and wait till you're in a position of some academic power, and then gradually set out what you think is right. And this was the fruit of my work. It's the fruit of my academic work of my life. I mean, as I mentioned, I've published 17 books, but that is the most important one. And I try to say, I believe I agree with Aristotle, St. Augustine, St. Thomas Aquinas, and then I say to my colleagues, sorry, you wasted your life because you're wrong, and then me voila, I have this new theory, how rules are produced in international society. And it comes very close to the natural law of St. Thomas Aquinas or any other natural law philosopher. I don't call it natural law because it's such an overloaded word, and in Stockholm they accused me of religious fanaticism if I used the word natural law, because they dislike Christ, and I think in the end the bottom line is probably they dislike themselves, you know, because if you can't allow people to say and develop a theory like that. Anyway, I call it intrinsic rules, and intrinsic law, which means roughly what is necessary for a society to survive. And I think I gave a lecture at the Institute Государства и Права when they were still communist in Moscow, And they all applauded and said, you know, I said these intrinsic rules are those that without which no society can survive. And they said, oh, Lenin would have liked that. And I thought, it's actually St. Thomas Aquinas, but I don't want to dilute the effect of that I seem to have to convert them to St. Thomas Aquinas ideas in that sense. There seem to be some administrative things going on there, but I suppose it doesn't affect me. But when we have this book, I hope, is going to be a pillar in the teaching of Intermarium in the law section, because I think it is what I would like to think would become a hallmark of the new ideas that Intermarium will be known for being for the family, for the nation state, for independence, for university is there to make the student criticize, question, and analyze, and have an inquisitive mind that he questions things that he hears and to check if it makes sense. But I wish Intermarium the greatest success, because it is the most remarkable historical decision to have the nerve, to have the courage, to have the initiative to start something new, anti-woke, and to be a fresh air and a fresh initiative to change back to classical values and away from the crypto-communist ideas that some people misleadingly follow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Princess. May I ask you to put your sign on the declaration, please? Have you enough power? Pani księżna składa podpis pod deklaracją poparcia. Bardzo dziękuję.
So we're waiting for the signature.
Bardzo dziękujemy za to wystąpienie. Księżna profesor Ingrid Detter de Frankopan, dziękujemy raz jeszcze za tę mowę energetyczną i pełną celnych uwag i trafnych deklaracji. Przed nami ostatni dzisiaj panel. To będzie panel zatytułowany Dziedzictwo prawne cywilizacji zachodniej we współczesnym świecie. To jest panel, którego moderatorem będzie zacny redaktor naczelny tygodnika Do Rzeczy, redaktor Paweł Lisicki. Mam nadzieję, że jest z nami, nie widzę go stąd, ale jest. Zapraszam, szanowny redaktorze. I ustępuję miejsca, może będzie lepiej, że właśnie moderator przedstawi gości tego panelu. Proszę Państwa, po panelu mamy jeszcze 2 wystąpienia i później zakończenie długiego, owocnego dnia konferencji, ale zapraszam na panel. Oddaję głos.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Welcome, dear ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor to host the last panel in today's conference, The Heritage of the Western Civilization in the Modern World. I would like the panelists to take their places. Some of them are already here. I'm very happy about that. I would like to remind who participates in this panel. Mr. Francisco Javier Borrego, former Justice of European Court of Human Rights, who will make a speech, an introductory speech to this panel. Then
Dr habilitowany Jan Majchrowski,
Dr. Jan Majchrowski, professor of the University of Warsaw, Justice of the Supreme Court, Professor Maria Gintow-Jankowicz, former Justice of the Constitutional Tribunal, Professor Zbigniew Cieślak, former Justice of the Constitutional Tribunal as well,
Mr.
Sebastian Kaleta, Secretary of State in the Ministry of Justice. He is with us. And online, we'd like to connect with Ms. Ligia de Jesus Castaldi, who is the professor of law at Ave Maria School of Law. I know that this is the last part, and everybody would like to finish faster, earlier, but I hope that our panel would make these last minutes would not be a waste of time for you. There is just two things I would like to mention, and these are the questions I would like to direct to you before I give the floor to Mr. Francisco Javier Borrego. And namely, since we're speaking of the legal heritage of the Western civilization, the modern world, we have to notice that in the last few decades, this heritage has been greatly changed. For example, in these aspects like free abortion, euthanasia, same-sex marriages, what is related with these spheres, there has been a total remodeling of the legal perspective in most countries of the West. So can we ask, we can ask the question, can we still speak of any legal heritage of the Western civilization today? This is a question which of course, I'd like to be answered in the later part of our panel. And now I'd like to give the floor to the former Justice of the European Court of Human Rights, Mr. Francisco Javier Borrego, who would perhaps answer some of these questions.
Buenas tardes.
Good evening. I will be speaking in Spanish, but there is translation into English and Polish. I would be very happy to speak Polish, but unfortunately God has not given this talent to me. Of course, so please accept my excuses, the organizers. I would like to start my speech with double thanks. In the first place, to Ms. Ligia Castaldi, who called me and asked me to participate in this conference, and to Mr. Bartyzel, who has been so kind to invite me in the name of Collegium Intermarium. And in the second place, I would like to very, very strongly thank to Ordo Iuris for their very existence and for their work. My speech can be summed up in 3 points. The first one is to remember the old Latin words were in the Western civilization. Potestas and auctoritas. Potestas is the possibility to impose obligatory decisions. Who can have the potestas in our society, democratic society? Those who are elected by the people. What is the situation today? That those who are elected by the people are very limited, are very dependent on the so-called public opinion. And the so-called public opinion nowadays has a certain intrinsic error, a misunderstanding, which has been mentioned by Elisabeth Neumann, calling it the spiral of silence. Some people are shouting, and the great majority of the citizens become silent. And the others, because of cowardice or comfort, support this minority opinion.
But how does Neumann explain this? That this tiny opinion is becoming like a spiral, becoming stronger and stronger, and facing the silence of the other side, the cowardice of the other side, becomes, in front of the eyes of the politicians, consciously or subconsciously, the public opinion. This is the potestas. And against we have auctoritas. Who has this auctoritas? These are the people, the persons or groups that because of their experience, because of their work, knowledge, are respected in the society, and their opinions influence the society. So on the one hand, we have potestas, which is imposed obligatorily, very dependent on the public opinion, falsified public opinion. And on the other side, we have auctoritas of certain groups and persons of different categories. Second point. There is a question. The authority, autoritas, today, it penetrates the society the way it should? Personally, I doubt that. Why? Well, look, many years ago, thousands of years ago, Jesus Christ, in the parable of the unfaithful administrator in St. Lucas, said, the sons of the world, or of darkness, depends on the translation, are wiser than the sons of the light. I am not the son of the light. I would like to be. I'm doing my best, but I don't think I am. I don't want to qualify anybody, neither a person nor a group, as the sons of the darkness. But they are here and there, and they're much wiser than us. Who are we who pretend, who want to be sons of light? People with great knowledge, great experience. But hey, be careful, in this very society, you cannot write more than 140 characters in Twitter because they won't read it. This is the image of today's society. What we do today are great doctrinal works, thick books, deep, full of knowledge, that we and only we read. We do not penetrate the society, in my modest opinion, the way we should. That's why my second point, I'd like to conclude asking God for His help to support people and groups that are the impersonation of auctoritas today, to be wise, not to be good, not to be intelligent. Yes, many of these, wonderful, many of these things, but wise in the practical way. And in my third point, why do I say this? Because we that could think that we are the sons of darkness, but we are very, very, very clever, very wise. I'll give you an example. In one of the meetings in Rome, I was surprised by the expression gender. I asked, excuse me, have we accepted that gender has replaced sex? But people are saying, no, it's a lost battle, we have to use it. I said, no, sex is a biological difference. Gender is a cultural expression that anybody can have the way they like. Don't mistake these two. Oh, but Javier, you know, no, I mean, it's a lost battle. I said, no, there are no battles to lose. You fight until the last minute. Another example. Do you remember
del derecho al aborto?
Of the right
No se
to
dice
abortion?
derecho al aborto.
Nobody speaks about the right to abortion.
Derecho a la libre
They say
elección,
right to free choice.
derecho a la salud.
And even the right to reproductive health, which is achieved by the voluntary interruption of pregnancy. And we have assimilated these terms, absurd terms, reproductive health.
Se trata de no reproducir.
If we're speaking about not having a child, reproductive health by killing a child, a human being, I mean, that's absurd. And the other thing, voluntary interruption of pregnancy. What happens after an abortion? Can we have it after the birth?
En castellano, español,
in Spanish, English, French, Czech, Polish, Hungarian, in all the languages, to interrupt is to stop something, to continue. But this is what it really means, is to terminate. But we say interrupt, voluntarily interrupt. We're not interrupting anything, we're terminating. And this is clear, should be clear to everyone. Do you remember the words by Victor Klemperer, who speak about the Nazis? The sons of darkness are very clever. They are doing it very well. They are using the words like an arsenic, drop after drop. And in the end, we are speaking of genders, of voluntary interruption of pregnancy, not even abortion. Let's call it directly. Reproductive health, ha ha ha. No, they have won, or they are almost winning this battle because we have become silent. But apart from the battle for the language, they know how to use a very clever strategy. I'll give you two examples. Cases A, B, C against Ireland in the European Tribunal of Human Rights. Three ladies that painted a terrible image, poor situation, in terrible situation, very unhealthy, living in poverty, suffering from cancer, have so many children, and they had to voluntarily interrupt the pregnancy. Going to London, traveling to London to continue the procedure. And pro-abortion organization in Ireland, very well known in Strasbourg, presents these three cases. But please, pay attention.
No se ha efectuado
there has been no activity taken in Ireland. The first legal action was taken in Strasbourg. The second point, there was not even one document that would confirm that Miss B has cancer, that they are all very poor, that they have so many kids. There are no documents, no proofs, absolutely nothing that would confirm these suppositions. What does the Irish government do? Sorry. We are the sons of light. We are the good guys, and also very well behaved. So we will not help you in Ireland, but we will send your application of these ABC cases and answers. There is no way to do it internally. However, we can change the situation in Ireland. Constitution, norms, doctrines, books, and the answer of the Constitutional
tribunal in Strasbourg. There is no support in the documents that would justify what they want. There should be where it ends all these three cases. But the clever strategy by the sons of darkness answered. They said there are no documents of any kind, but since the Irish government, I'm saying, so full of goodwill, has given us all the responsibility to speak of the situation of abortion in Ireland, we have analyzed the situation. So we'd like to condemn Ireland for the first time for abortion on the basis of another wisdom, cleverness of the sons of darkness. Abortion has always been seen in Strasbourg as the right against life. But in a Polish case, Alicja Tysiąc from Poland was a lady who said she was very poor, she had very poor sight, she was pregnant, she would lose sight completely if she gives birth, and the Polish government presented all the documents and opinions, but unfortunately this is not the case. But unfortunately, in order to try to avoid the discussion on abortion and the second article, number 2, the sons of darkness are very clever, very wise. They said, no, not this right. The right to life is complicated. It sounds badly. We have to use the right to private life of the mother. But what does one have to do with the private life of the mother? Why don't we say of the father as well? And above all else, I don't know very well Warsaw, but I can imagine that Warsaw has to have some kind of a circular road that goes around the city, like most of the great cities, so that people can circulate around. The Tribunal of Human Rights in Strasbourg discovered their way around human rights, private life, the privacy of life, and for the first time such a serious right has been considered as the right to life has been considered inferior to the right to privacy, and that the circular way, the way around, has been used in order to avoid facing the problem directly. The Tysiąc case, in this case, I prepared a dissident opinion, speaking with many important people from Poland. They asked me why didn't they ask the repetition of the case before the Great Hall? I said there are 6 against 1, that is me, and one of them, I told them that one of them should ask to revisit the case. But unfortunately, the Polish government said they can't see any precedent to have this trial held in front of the Great Hall. What was the result? The Tysiąc and the cases ABC. They used this case, they used the way around against the Article 8, using the not the authentic way. There should be speaking of the right to life, not a private life. Article 2. They used Article 8 instead. I could give many more examples, but I need to keep my to speak concisely. So I'm finishing, and the way I'd like to finish is with 2 words, which I would like you to hear. I would like them to leave my mouth like the old dragons, heard well in these halls. Courage and wisdom. Courage and wisdom. Thank you very much.
Rzeczywiście odwagi i sprytu na pewno.
Yes, that's right. Cleverness and courage is what we need. Maybe that's not really like, at least in Warsaw with this circular road. I'm not afraid if we have already managed to create it so far. But yes, what has been very important in this speech was the manipulation that we are experiencing in the language and the impossibility that is a consequence of it to discuss it with the public opinion, even based to some things that we could consider as basic. I would now like to ask Professor Gintow-Jankowicz to take the floor now.
Tak, proszę Państwa, właśnie, Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
przyznaję, że
I admit
w kolejności
that in the first place,
do tematu.
I would like to discuss our today's topic, the topic of our panel, which in my opinion,
Po wprowadzeniu pana sędziego,
after these introductory words, I'm even it is even clearer for me that this is a very broad topic on the one hand, and not very precise in a way. Namely, how should we understand the legal heritage of the Western civilization? Legal heritage of the Western civilization.
I tak, to, że we współczesnym świecie to jest bardziej.
In today's world is clearer. Yes, that's an easier part of the topic. So I would like to be a little bit, to go a bit against the current. To share this thought. What if we understood this legal heritage of the Western civilization as the author of this topic would understand as an analysis of the word of the Constitution of the United States adopted in 1782. That is an act from more than 200 years. If such an important legal act as a constitution can be drawn, which has been in power since the end of the 18th century, is it already a part of the legal heritage of today's world? Or maybe it excludes from the term of legal heritage the fact that this is a constitution which is still valid, if we could say so, live and kicking.
Przyznaję, że nie jest dla mnie taką oczywistą.
I think I should admit that this topic is not entirely clear to me.
Szczerze Państwu przyznać, że
I have to admit to each of you that perhaps I should not speak here on a topic that is neither my specialty academically nor professionally, but only
czar zaproszenia.
Only the fact that the invitation related with a very important educational initiative has convinced me to come here, and I'm very grateful for this invitation.
Co mają na myśli organizatorzy?
So, what do the organizers mean by asking by giving to one of the panels a title like that? I suppose that our European centralism makes us think that we have these three pillars of the Western European civilizations. For example, if we speak of the legal culture, well, the Roman law. If the Roman law, then a few words on the Roman legal traditions. I would like to say, if you like, but I would like to share one Roman achievement, which to me is one of the crucial things for today's world. So in the first place, the Roman law,
że wielowiekowy proces recepcji prawa rzymskiego
the many centuries of the reception of Roman law in Europe has led to the situation in which it's true that the foundations of modern law is the Roman law.
Ale
That's a
to
fact.
jest prawdą tylko pod jednym warunkiem.
However, this is true only under one condition.
Że fundamentem
If I add
powszechnego prawa
that the foundation of
prywatnego jest
private law is the Roman law.
niestety właśnie
Unfortunately,
z tego, co powiedziałam do tej pory, nie jestem,
from
nigdy
what
nie
we
byłam
have said so far,
specjalistką.
I have never been a specialist in civil law.
No dosyć
That's why
trudno by mi było
it would be difficult for me
antycznie
to refer
przedstawić
historically to the antiquity and to present any
prawnego
material catalog of this
wywodzonego z
Roman
rzymskiego
law heritage
współczesnych regulacjach,
in today's legal
regulacjach
systems of Europe.
Także chciałam powiedzieć, że prawo rzymskie
That's why I would like to say that the Roman law as a foundation
rozwiązań
of today's legal solutions refers in its greatest part to the private law. I admit that I don't know if the division between the public and private law can be derived from the antiquity, or perhaps it's a bit a bit later invention, which I believe very important one. I think it's very important to divide the law and divide all these aspects to private or public law. I suffered greatly through all the decades in the public under the communism that excluded very strongly.
Jakie jest określenie bliskie prawdy, że po prostu nie istniał. Ten podział został
This division was treated by the communists as non-existent,
wojny światowej w Polsce też.
even though it had been prevalent in all the world until the Second World War. Then it was dropped completely. In my opinion, it's very, very important. For example, the fact that among the legal heritage of our civilization, we count the prohibition of carrying the rules accepted in the private law to the public law. That's why the public law should be governed by different set of rules.
To, co chciałam Państwu powiedzieć,
What I
wydaje mi
wanted
się,
to
że to jest
say,
takie jedno czy dwa zdania szerszego troszkę spojrzenia
or two sentences
na tę
to
problematykę.
treat this problem from a broader perspective.
Powiedziano wiele
Difficult,
gorzkich słów i słusznie.
many harsh words were said about using law nowadays
współczesnym świecie,
in the modern world,
na naszym kontynencie.
not only now on our
Otóż
continent.
Podobno, zaraz powiem, za kim to powtarzam.
Allegedly, supposedly, I will say who said that in a minute. In the end
Republiki,
of the Republic,
czyli
the Romans,
to jest bodajże II wiek przed narodzeniem
so
Chrystusa.
it's the second century before Christ. The Romans very precisely differentiated between
chodzi o pojęcie jus, łacińskie jus,
the Roman term use the law from other normative systems, not in any way less important, but in different areas, in different periods, perhaps even more important than use, but not yet lax. Namely, they were able to precisely differentiate between the law and the religion and morality and the custom.
Obyczaju, który może
The custom
byłoby w tym takim szerokim spojrzeniu na systemy regulujące
all those normative systems,
systemy regulujące ład społeczny,
the systems that regulate the society. We could even name it a tradition. We have different traditions, local ones, tribal ones, professional ones.
Wydaje mi się, że to jest,
So I believe,
cytuję to twierdzenie za, jak myślę, trójką niekwestionowaną.
this thesis that has been maintained by three important authors, specialists in the doctrine of Roman law, in their book Wojciech Dajczak, Tomasz Giaro, and Professor Priest Franciszek Longchamp de Berrier. I believe that all of our students, but also all our guests today, I would like to suggest the Roman law. And the subtitle to this Roman law says the basics of private law. But since among us there are definitely better specialists in this Roman law, I would just allow myself to add one more sentence, that
powtórzę, że
repeating after those authors mentioned before,
prawa rzymskiego również zaznaczyło
we can
się
see
dla prawa
a trace of Roman law even in the public law. This ABC of the political categories, like republic, monarchy,
takich jak,
like
zapomniałam, jeszcze jakieś dwie.
I guess there were two more, but I can't remember now. Probably federalism and unitarism. These ideas, these concepts of organization of the state can also be derived from the Roman law. But since we are speaking of the state, I believe that one of our distinguished guests would like to say a bit more about the Greek heritage in their ideas of the state and the rules that should be accepted in the state.
Thank you very much.
Też nie wiem oczywiście do końca.
I don't know, of course, 100% how the authors
tematu, jak oni myśleli,
of this topic, what did they think about the civilization in the modern world, the heritage it has. But I think the most important thing is that the word heritage is a positive word, is something that has resisted, has survived, and it obliges us in a way. As you have said, Professor, related to the Roman heritage, that in many Western universities it is not at all positive to be based on the Roman theories, because it's also white men theories. So we should get released from that and overpass this law. Your comment might be either to some other performances or to the topic as you wish.
I hope you can hear me. I'd like to thank you for the invitation. I would like to start by saying that I have been present here in this conference since morning, but virtually, as is normal, as is a custom nowadays. I have been watching you, listening. I'll take my glasses off so that you can look me straight in the eye. And listening to all these great speeches right from the start, from the first one through all the other ones. Really great. And I was thinking, why have you invited me here? What can I say? What can I add myself? And at a certain moment I thought, let me share it with you. I think it was a speech by Mr. Bartosz Lewandowski, the dean. I thought, perhaps maybe they invited me only to convince me that I should study in this school. I should take up some post-diploma studies here. And I thought, I'm still thinking about it. But since I have been invited not as a student, but as a speaker, I believe I should take up this challenge and speak about the topic that has been presented. Namely, allow me, I will. If I put my glasses on, it will sound more serious. Legal heritage of the Western civilization in today's world. Heritage in today's world. What does that suggest to us? I think Editor Lisicki has mentioned something about it. We lawyers think about inheritance, and inheritance means about the death of somebody. And we are thinking, well, isn't it the truth that we are now speaking of the death of that Western Latin civilization? Because the panel, the title of the panel doesn't sound the Latin civilization in today's world. No, but it says heritage. It speaks of heritage. So we could
pulling your leg a little, but we could also ask, is it not some sort of a camouflaged information that the Western civilization has passed on?
Dokonany przez współczesny świat. A więc współczesny
Maybe at the hands of today's world, we could assume. So we could also draw the conclusion that today's world has murdered the Western civilization. And what about the heritage? Well, perhaps it has not been so entirely evil that this allowing a part of this heritage to remain. Because the Western world has not been has not deserved to inherit having murdered the Western civilization. But even though, what happens with this heritage? Well, it has been left behind. Nobody has taken it up. It's been left there. It's being slowly overgrown with weeds, like an old field. Maybe even the rightful heirs have forgotten about it. They forgot that it belongs to them, that it's their responsibility to cultivate it, to pick the weeds, to plow the ground, to sow the good seed, to take good care of it, and in the end, to reap the deserved fruit. Well, that's just one of the parallels that I thought about. Maybe some free thoughts concerning the title of this panel. But the question is, what is the real situation of this legal heritage of the Western civilization into this world? Well, partly because of laziness and lack of time, I will not venture to have some kind of a scientific analysis. I'll take a shortcut. I'll give you an empirical example, which I have remembered very well. More than 20 years ago, during one of my classes at the Warsaw University. And the problem was related with the form of legal action, namely a loan. We're speaking of the form, written form, ad probationem. We all understand what it is. And the student said, if we have a loan of that time, ad probationem, for the aim of evidence should be has been contracted orally instead of in a written form, there is no obligation because nobody's going to prove it to him. I tried to convince him to accept an error because I thought it was one of those difficult cases. No. It was my clash. I am speaking with the Huntington's language. A clash of civilizations. And then, only then I realized that we are living in two different worlds that cannot coexist in the same place and in the same time because they would have to clash inevitably. They cannot coexist. This is what I understood that day. I think I learned much more than that student. But perhaps, well, we are learning throughout all our lives. And, ladies and gentlemen, what is this very civilization we're speaking about? I mentioned the name of Samuel Huntington. Everybody knows it, everybody's heard it. But we have to mention, not just because we are in Warsaw, in Poland, some other important names. And I think it has been greatly a great inspiration for Huntington, some people say. Oh, I don't know if this has been the truth. But I would like to recall, this is my duty,
of accountability, Mr. Felix Koneczny, of course, and his numerous works. A great part of his scientific life he devoted to working on civilizational questions. But in particular, his work on the law in Latin civilization.
Proszę Państwa, otóż on definiuje
He defined civilization as a method of organizing social life. The way we are, we exist with each other, according to what rules? Not our individual lives, but our communitarian lives. And at the same time, the law becomes one of the most important factors that shape this life, one of the crucial elements defining the civilization, telling us what kind of civilizations do we have. He pointed, well, not just him, of course, two sources of the law. I'm not speaking of the natural law, of course. Power, which could be otherwise put as strength, imperio, the strength of the state, the strength of the society, an organized society, and morality as the second source. And he tries to convince us that the very essence of the Latin civilization was the eternal connection of the law and the morality, not cutting morality off. This is the essence of the thing. Roman law, yes. However, this has not existed in a vacuum. There are many elements that coexisted, co-influenced it, because we, the Europeans, anchored in this thought. We have been developing it, enriching it. Not just the antiquity. Don't forget about the Middle Ages. For example, if I were to say not the Middle Ages as such, but the age of cathedrals. That's a great era in human history we should remember about. It's true that the strength, the power of the state supports the law. Of course, it's clear. That's how the state works. That's how the law works. There has to be power. There has to be strength. But similarly to politics, the politicians cannot separate one from the other. Of course, they sometimes do bad things, evil things. But throughout the centuries in Europe, politicians, by breaking the law, governing unjustly, doing evil, have ever been trying to convince us that it's not the truth, that bad law is in fact a good law, that it is not immoral, that it is absolutely observant of the morality. Only later they have invented the idea of amorality, of a non-morality, immorality. What does that tell us? It's a proof that even by negating what they were obliged to, they accepted the existence of these rules. It's just they didn't pay attention to them.
Proszę Państwa, jako dziecko zapadło mi w domu.
As a kid, I remembered very well from my family home that sentence. Maybe because it was very melodic, and I remembered it. In French. I suppose Professor knows this that the society is orientated metaphysically, or there is no civilization.
Zorientowana, skierowana ku. Zorientowana metafizycznie, albo nie ma cywilizacji. To jest właśnie ujęcie tej kwestii.
I think this is the way to put this problem of law and morality.
Jeśli, proszę Państwa, nie robimy tego w imię jakiegoś
we don't do it in the name of any good,
siły,
we only do it in the name of power and our own selfish interests.
To dlatego właśnie
This is why this linguistic manipulation, which has been mentioned today by Justice Borrego, because very often it is all about creating new words, new terms, adding some adjectives that will reverse the original meaning of a term, but still it's just a manipulation aimed at making us believe that those who do it represent some good. I do believe, however, and maybe this is going to be a risky conclusion, but also as a kind of a warning that we are approaching the times when this will no longer be the case, where people will no longer try to present the evil as good, but to present evil as evil and put it on the altar. And we are approaching these times. And this is going to be the real end of civilization.
Proszę Państwa,
ladies and gentlemen,
jeśli chodzi o cywilizację łacińską,
speaking of the Latin civilization, if we try to find some of its elements, we can find many of them in numerous areas of law, private law, public law. But I believe that its very nature has also been included in the title of today's conference, not just this panel. You titled the conference
Intermarium
as the space of freedom and order. That's right. The order without freedom is just a tyranny. It's nothing more but a tyranny.
Jeżeli ktoś mówi o władzie, że wprowadzi ład,
if somebody says he'll bring order without taking into account the freedom of others, their independence, their opinions, then we have a different language. Befehl, Ordnung, Gleichschaltung. And this reminds us clearly of the Nazis. This has been mentioned before today, in the beginning of the conference, from the Teutonic Knights, where the cross was placed. But it was just a false world. The essence was completely different. And then it just spread to Prussia, it infected Germany. And now this way of thinking has been infecting Europe and us. Freedom and order. You can create order only if it is created by free people. A condition of the real order is freedom. A wise republican freedom, which does not say, do whatever you want, which shows the direction, which is tightly related with responsibility, because we are not just individuals, we are not just living in an isolated way. We want to be together. Our freedom is a thing we share within a group, wisely directed. That's why Intermarium, the way I read it, the way I connect it with this panel's topic, is a shared space in which, it is something completely different than Mitteleuropa, even though geographically it's very similar. In different areas of life we could speak of this presence of Roman legal heritage.
Coraz mniej tych elementów znajduje się wokół nas.
That there are less and less of these elements. Let's think of administration. It's a sphere of life that has been close to me for a number of reasons. In the Roman civilization, administration is an organism, a living body consisting of people who organize and manage their own business. in a civilization which is against the Latin civilization. It is just a mechanism. And the human being is nothing but a part of the machine, executing functions because he does have no understanding at all about the purpose it serves. We could give many more examples, but not in the form and within the time limits that we are having here. And just to finish, a quick reflection. What awaits us? What will happen with this heritage of the Latin civilization? I would still present an optimistic perspective. I think that people want to live in the world of order, justice, peace, good, and beauty. People want to live in the world that this civilization proposes, that this civilization that has been proven for centuries, the Latin civilization, but very often don't realize in what situation, in what circumstances they are at the moment. And we have to make them conscious of it. We have to explain it to them. What is this civilization? What is the law? What does it mean in the Latin civilization? That it doesn't just give them a sense of safety, security, but it's a real safety, which is one of the basic human needs. How can we make them aware of that? And I think you have found the answer, and this is right here in front of us, the name of it. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo i też bardzo dziękuję za ten wątek optymistyczny.
Thank you very much for this optimistic thought in the end, because very often we speak about the fall of the world, the death of civilization, and the world of the West will just disappear. And now look, we have this optimism. There is still some life, because we have to believe in the human being. People are incredible, and people can help us believe in the world, because who saves one person saves the world. But I will still believe that the faith in man in today's world can be more difficult than before. That this nominalism that we're facing every day is something new we haven't faced before. Maybe it's a distance perspective, but can you give us some practical examples of this fight, of this conflict between the legal heritage in today's world?
This discussion, this argument, we talk today. The thesis of Professor Majchrowski talking about heritage, is it an open stage, or is it something new that we're building on the rocks of the previous civilization? Or is it a new state that we have to define once again and find ourselves in it? And this moment in which we are now is a question, is it a moment in the evolution? Or a revolution that we can see? Or maybe an interruption of the continuation of one civilization and the outbreak of a new civilization? I think that we're still on the stage, when we look from the point of view that Professor has mentioned, I think it's rather evolution. Because we see that some processes, some progress to achieve the desired forms of organization, when we talk about the law in the 20th century, according to many before given hypotheses, they found themselves close to the ideal that people have had invented before, and when it comes to benefit of political freedom, they can gather the wealth, they can get involved in politics, and the country is much less repressive than the country that was hundreds of years ago, when it comes to guarantee the justice, sense of justice, and maybe the moment that was aimed for many, many years and took place in the 20th century became the moment in which those hypotheses from the previous years and centuries turned out that there is a new ideal, because this is not what we are aiming to. And here we have this question: is this moment that for some people wasn't that the aim, or is it just the beginning of something new? And when we look at the aspect of this battle, actually, because when you look at the title of this panel and those declarations that we have seen during this conference, the heritage, the university, we can't hide that this is a kind of, we try to answer if these values, are they close to what we consider freedom in an American way, created by many thinkers of previous centuries. They were showing us that the human being has to live in a society. He has to aim to live in a republic. When we think about Wincenty Kadłubek, and it becomes, his chronicle begins, the Respublika, in our society, we see the idea as a republic. Well, it is not totally the way that, the direction that the nowadays world has taken. We see that why have we renewed the idea of the university? Why? Because its idea, which is developing for so many years now, is an idea completely different. It's a closed idea to any polemic, to any tradition. It tries to subordinate everything to the doctrine of ideology, of politics. And many people see that it threatens other values and sensitivities. And this is also the moment of truth that our editor here has mentioned. We are thinking if universities, in a classical way, in many places in the world, also in Poland, becomes a place where it has been referred to, which is the freedom of speech, of thought, of research, and also of presenting one's own views. Or today, we see it's rather closed. So if we see at the level of higher education, there has been some big change, can't we see, can we think that this trend would be dominant also in the law? Is it built, this trend, on the legal rules that are to be kept vigilant? This view that we see today, that not every thought is desired, that can enter into life, will bring us to the very good legal methods to build a new society. As the professor has mentioned about the difference, the biological one, the gender one, which is a creation from the last few decades. The second article of the European Treaty says that there is equality between men and women. This is one of the values of the European Union. And the fight against this inequality. So there are lots of legal acts of different importance. And usually the motives of those loans are
Dziwnym trafem w ostatnich latach
or much more the same. In last year,
znika z tych aktów prawnych już niższego rzędu.
some notions that were assumed as granted many years ago now disappear from the streets, like a man and a woman, yes?
Kończy się ten artykuł drugi.
But when this second article finishes in other official EU documents,
Przed tym ostatnim jego elementem.
the
Gender equality.
last few words are cut. They are replaced by gender equality, not men and women equality. And this is what we are discussing today, in the extent of the role of the law, the role of the law. And in our civilization, it is the possibility of making from new words new laws. And when somebody gets into notions, then the law is affected. Not as we simply think, okay, there is some new rule, some new act, and everybody should obey it. No, it happens on the level, on the EU. In every small act, they introduce this notion, and later there is a further discussion.
Na przykład dotycząca, można powiedzieć, fundamentu funkcjonowania
For example, on the based on the foundation of the civilization, how it should work, how the society should be functioning.
Dyrektyw, rozporządzeń.
There are many acts, bills, laws, and people who try to question those acts. But you know, in your law, it's been present for so many years. Why are you questioning that? Here you ask, our moderator asks, how does it change the law?
Dzisiaj odpowiedział na
today, the answer to the challenges
podczas tych kolejnych paneli,
that we face and we discuss during those consequent panels, and the discussion that the public discussion that we see nowadays, in my opinion,
jesteśmy dzisiaj w miejscu, że narzędzia, które
we are at the point that the tools that were created by our civilization,
realizacji wolności człowieka,
such as a place where we could realize ourselves, our freedom,
na wykorzystaniu tej idei,
today those tools are being used to create a state that actually limits the freedom of their citizen.
Człowiek dąży do tego, by być
So for so many years, the human being tries to be as free as possible. The laws created by Republic are serving to this purpose. But actually nowadays, by changing those laws, we cancel all those frames that before were the guarantee of the order. And this is what is a key point when we talk about freedom. Nowadays, those mechanisms are very subtle. The problem of gender, as you have mentioned before, is just one of them. But the redefinition of expectations of the freedom, there are much more of that. And the law and the heritage, the legal heritage, we can say, of our culture area is simply just a tool to implement those programs.
Dziękuję bardzo. To mi oczywiście przypomina.
Thank you so much. This reminds me of the debate which had place in Poland regarding the term LGBT, whether it refers to people or an ideology, which has been greatly based on a certain logic contradiction. Because when we speak of it, we want to attach it to a certain arbitrary decision, whether you are a man or a woman, or who is a man or a woman. Then, I mean, logically, we reach an aporia contradiction. That's why demanding equal rights for men and women, and at the same time the right to choose whether you are a man or a woman, I mean, this is contradictory. It makes no sense. I think one of the biggest problems of today's problem is that the category of contradictional logic has been kind of turned back. We turn our backs to it, but we try to keep a certain order. And now I'd like to speak. This is not going to be an online conversation, but it's going to be a video by Miss Lidia de Jesus Castaldi, who has prepared a lecture for us. Please listen.
I would like to thank Ordo Iuris and Collegium Intermarium for this invitation to briefly speak today about the legal heritage of Latin civil law in the contemporary world. It is an honor to be a part of this event on freedom and order, even if remotely. I will speak about the one contribution of Latin American civil law systems that I consider to be the most meaningful or significant to the current framework of international human rights law. And that is the legal recognition of the unborn child as a human person entitled to the right to life in Latin America. That contribution, that Latin contribution, can be primarily illustrated in the American Convention on Human Rights. This is an international treaty adopted by most Latin American and Caribbean nations that establishes an international obligation to legally protect every person's right from the moment of conception, as you can see in the text here. Article 4 of the Convention has been identified by international human rights scholars as the most emphatic recognition of the prenatal right to life to date in any international treaty. The recognition of a right to life from conception in this treaty seems to be distinctly inspired by the region's predominantly Catholic values, a Catholic vision of human rights, a Catholic moral understanding of the natural law in general, and in particular, a respect for prenatal life. Latin American states have also contributed to the understanding of the Convention on the Rights of the Child as protecting the right to life of unborn children. Since the preparatory work of the 1959 Declaration on the Rights of the Child, which led to the adoption and parts of its text made it to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, Latin American states affirmed their view that the child's right to life was protected from the moment of conception in a proposal introduced by Argentina and supported by all the Latin American states enumerated here, Latin American and Caribbean states. So again, that declaration then led to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which, as you probably well know, was first drafted by Poland, which I imagine is a fact that your country must be very proud of. The Polish representative to the CRC Preparatory Work Conference, his name, and I hope I'm not mispronouncing it, although I imagine I am, Adam Łopatka, indicated that the convention was intended to allow states to legally protect the unborn child. This was done by the introduction in the preamble of the terms before as well as after birth, quote unquote, when referring to legal protection, human rights protection being recognized for children. So it would apply before as well as after birth, therefore implicitly protecting the unborn child. So just as much as it was a Polish contribution to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, this had been supported by Latin American countries even before the convention was adopted in the draft Declaration on the Rights of the Child, which later, the text of which later became the convention. At the domestic level, at the national level, Latin American nations have a long-held legal, juridical tradition of recognizing and protecting the unborn child's right to life from conception, one that is very much alive today. That tradition is very much alive in 2021. Since the 1970s, Latin American countries have been pioneers in explicitly recognizing prenatal rights in their national constitutions. 8 states so far have adopted explicit constitutional provisions recognizing and protecting a right to life from conception, something that has not yet happened in any other region in the world. It happened with Ireland in Western Europe, which used to recognize the unborn child's right to life. However, that provision was overturned, as you know, by referendum in Ireland. These states, however, have passed since the 70s these constitutional amendments recognizing the unborn child's rights, and those amendments still prevail today. Honduras actually updated its constitutional recognition of the unborn child's right to life to specifically ban elective voluntary abortion. For all countries in the region, even those that do not have explicit constitutional protections, and I just want to add that some countries, even though some countries don't have explicit constitutional protections, some Supreme Courts or high courts, such as Argentina's, have found that their constitutions contain implicit constitutional right protections for unborn life, for embryonic life, or fetal life. So many more constitutions have implicit protections, but in any case, there's a large body of domestic norms in Latin America and the Caribbean recognizing the unborn child as a person, as a human being, sometimes even as a child, and protecting his or her right to life from conception. These can be found in civil laws, civil codes, juvenile codes, family law codes, and domestic primary laws. Several of these laws codify, for instance, the pro nasciturus principle, which favors the unborn child in cases of doubt, when there's doubt about his or her existence in criminal and civil jurisdiction. Most civil codes also establish that the unborn is entitled to legal protection, even though he or she may not enjoy legal capacity or legal personhood for the purposes of civil transactions, which minors generally don't. A general presumption for unborn children's entitlement to property and succession rights is recognized in national civil codes as well, even though it is usually contingent upon a child's live birth, in which case it applies retroactively back to the time of conception. Some Latin American states have also recognized economic and social rights belonging to the unborn child, such as the right to health, survival, and development. These rights are perceived not merely as a right belonging to mothers, but also as a right of unborn children, and equal protection is granted to both. In addition, some family law statutes have recognized legal parent-child relationships between biological parents and their unborn children, involving some parental rights and duties. For instance, the right of a father to establish paternity before birth, or the duty of a father to pay prenatal child support, alimentos gravíticos, it is called in Brazil, for instance. Most states also authorize the appointment of a legal representative or a guardian ad litem for an unborn child in administrative or judicial proceedings that involve property or inheritance rights. That doesn't mean that proposals to abolish these prenatal life protections have not been advanced. They have been, and mostly in order to create a legal entitlement to elective voluntary abortion, both at the national and international level through the Inter-American Human Rights System and the United Nations systems. Proposals to abolish prenatal life protections have advanced in Latin America. To date, however, as of 2021, no Latin American state has fully decriminalized abortion, despite a significant prevalence of abortion rights advocacy and pressure in international human rights politics. Latin American nations still categorize elective abortion as a criminal practice and continue to generally regard it as a violation of the unborn child's right to life and personal integrity, even where statutory provisions for non-punishment of abortion exist. Other practices that directly affect prenatal life, such as forced abortion, fetal homicide, and fetal injury, are also sanctioned with criminal and civil penalties in the region. Latin American and Caribbean laws generally establish narrow exceptions to the rules regarding abortion as a crime and waive criminal punishment for abortion only in limited circumstances, mostly when the mother is suffering from a life-threatening health condition. Other criminal punishment exemptions vary, and the regulation is not homogeneous in the region. Around half of all states have exempted abortions from criminal punishment where a pregnancy results from a sexual crime, such as incest or rape. And only about a third have passed exceptions for non-lethal health risks to the mother or for fetal viability or fetal disability, which can be properly called eugenic abortion. Decriminalization of abortion in the region has only been partial. It has been irregular, inconsistent, and often advanced by the national judiciaries rather than the legislatures. High courts have been responsible for the creation of some grounds for abortion in states' parties, such as 3 grounds for abortion in Colombia, authorization for abortions of anencephalic children in Brazil, and for abortions of children conceived in rape in Argentina, and most recently in Ecuador. It must be said, however, that no decision authorizing the non-punishment of abortion in domestic high courts in the region has been unanimous. 1 or more judges have dissented in every instance, and courts have been deeply divided over the issue, as illustrated by the Chilean constitutional decision, which upheld an abortion statute in 2017. No Latin American state has decriminalized any abortions through popular vote. Only 2 states, Argentina and Uruguay, have decriminalized abortions via legislature-adopted statutes. These countries, Argentina and Uruguay, currently have the most liberal abortion regimes in the region by allowing first trimester abortions. However, later term abortions that do not meet certain requirements continue to be illegal. And even in those jurisdictions, elective abortion is not celebrated as a constitutional right or as a human right of women, as it is, for instance, in the United States, where abortion is a constitutional right. Elective abortion in general is not understood as an entitlement of the pregnant woman in Latin America, or as a constitutional right in any Latin American jurisdiction. Arguments of female autonomy, privacy, and gender equality have been rejected as legal justifications for the creation of abortion rights in constitutional courts in the region, and the rights of the unborn child have always been brought up. Respect for prenatal life in Latin America and the Caribbean has transcended governments and partisan politics. Traditional allies of abortion rights advocates in other regions of the world have actively resisted decriminalization of abortion in Latin America. For instance, socialist presidents like Tabaré Vázquez from Uruguay and Rafael Correa from Ecuador have opposed decriminalization of abortion. The leftist Sandinista government of Nicaragua has fiercely defended its full abortion ban against enormous international pressure, including sanctions, financial sanctions from some EU countries. Medical organizations and professional colleges, as well as top academics, have spoken against abortion in Argentina, Chile, and other countries, in contrast with North American and Western European professional organizations and academia, which have traditionally sided with abortion rights advocacy. That said, abortion rights advocacy has deeply divided nations, institutions, and individuals within Latin American and Caribbean countries, forcing them to take a position on a single issue that seems to have taken precedence over any and all other feminist causes, over any and all problems affecting women today, including poverty. Abortion advocacy has pitted believers against non-believers, liberals against conservatives, nationalists against globalists. It has raised larger jurisprudential questions in Latin America regarding constitutional interpretation, treaty interpretation, how new rights are created, and who has the authority to do so. Latin American law protection of the right to life of unborn children is no doubt under attack, both internally and externally. But for now, it remains as one of the greatest contributions to international human rights law. Hopefully, more Christian nations will, in the future, reject a false understanding of female empowerment and promote true nonviolent alternatives and compassionate support for girls, women, children, and families facing unplanned pregnancies. Thank you for your attention today, and I would be glad to get any comments or questions by email. Thank you very much.
No cóż, jak widać, można w bardzo różny
As we can see, we can understand this topic in many different ways, from a very particular aspect to a broader approach that we have been trying to present in our discussion today. Would anybody of you like to add something else, to refer to the other speakers? We have touched upon many different ideas.
Albo z wystąpienia jeszcze? No rozumiem, że szczęśliwie dobijamy w takim razie do końca.
I understand that we have reached the end of our panel and the whole conference. So I'd like to thank you very much to the panelists for participating in their discussion. I hope that it is going to allow us to better understand what is the Latin heritage, Western heritage in today's world. Thank you so much.
My również dziękujemy.
We also like to thank you, Paweł Lisicki,
Jego paneliści zakończyli
and his panelists have finished this last official part of our conference.
Ale zawsze jest ten punkt ostatni.
But there is always this last point, last word, and that's why I would like to give the floor to Mr. Attorney Jerzy Kwaśniewski, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of Collegium Intermarium. So please, the last words for you to say your goodbyes, and I'd again like to ask the panelists to sign the declaration, as usual. I'd like to thank you for these words. For the words that were uttered here during this panel. The world is falling, the civilization is dying. We, as the Institute of Ordo Iuris, but also as Collegium Intermarium, we're those who bring hope to these perspectives, and do like this hope to be the last element of today's conference, to end this conference with the hope that many of these negative processes, many of these problems can be challenged, can be stopped, not only in the Intermarium space, but in the entire Latin civilization. So that this hope can be clearly, easily heard, since the Intermarium College
przygody, która będzie łączyć w przestrzeni wolności i ładu w Intermarium narody, a tu w Collegium Intermarium studentów.
And here in the Intermarium, in the college, both students and professors, in our shared effort towards the pursuit of truth, good and beauty, because Collegium Intermarium is the great return to the idea of the university. It's a private university. We can do whatever we want. We can set the bar very high and set the standards very ambitiously. We'd like to bring back that value of academic life that, as we know, many have been waiting for. Many who are members of this academic world and are today the pillars of Collegium Intermarium, as well as those who will join our university, be our students, study here, study law, study postgraduate studies, because we would like to answer three great needs. The first one, very close to me, very personal, the very easy, simple things, just business.
To jest potrzeba biznesowa obecna w naszym społeczeństwie.
A business need. We just need good lawyers in our society. That's why we'd like to fulfill this need in the first place, because we need lawyers that do not just read the law, but the people who understand it, but who are able to write it anew. And that's why we would like to have the graduates of in the Intermarium College
become lawyers who deeply understand, who have broad horizons to understand what is the source, the origin of these norms, how to interpret them, and how to use them and apply them in practice, so that they can serve the society and the common good in business, in the public service, in the diplomatic service, and everywhere where the fatherland calls them. And that's why we answered the second need, our countries, the Republic of Poland. We need good lawyers. Poland needs good lawyers who are needed in our country. We know very well as attorneys, judges, legal counselors, legal advisors, how much do we need good lawyers and how few good lawyers do we have in Poland. That's why I would also like to fill this gap as well. And the very name, Collegium Intermarium, we see the third need, the need of the intermarium, and the need of this shared space of our entire region, so that these proud nations of the intermarium region can be able to hold their heads high, being able to rely on great lawyers who can bring back their pride in their identity, who can bring intermarium from the local understanding to the global one, who can give intermarium this pride of becoming as equals with the international tribunals, to heal us from a certain shame that is sometimes a remnant of our communist past. And I am convinced that, like these 40 years of marching through the desert, our time, our journey after the fall of the communism is coming to its end, and that this generation is almost able to face the European tribunals proudly, to speak as equals with their colleagues from the old democracies, with their clear identity that we are different because we are the heirs of the intermarium. And it all depends on us, on all of you who are here with us, on the staff and the students of the Intermarium College, the sponsors that will make this work possible. And it depends on us whether the Collegium Intermarium will become a shaggy boat that will allow a change, an opportunity to survive for a few people, or whether it's going to be a galleon, a powerful ship that is going to sail on the high seas with its banner held high, and to bring the values of our civilizations to the end of to the whole world. No attempt, no endeavor can be successful if it's not ambitious. That's why we set our bar high very ambitiously, and I hope we're going to make this dream come true. I would like to thank you for your presence today. All the speakers for their great speeches, the great things they all the organizers and people who helped us to take it, and our strategic sponsor, PZW Inwestycje, as well as Mr. Paweł Witaszek, who is here with us. I'd like to thank all of you.
Jeszcze raz dziękuję bardzo.
Once again, thank you very much, and let's close today's conference and head on to the last unofficial part of it. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after these strong words, I can only stay silent, so I only once like to thank you. Thank you for your belief. I think it was a very inspiring day, so we're holding our thumbs and wait and see how the first year of students manages to complete the studies, to graduate. I would like Mr. Kwaśniewski to sign the declaration as well. Please. Our conference, Intermarium, the sphere of freedom and order, has come to its end. Thank you very much for everybody who has been here with us, both physically and online. It's a good thing that we're able to have these hybrid forms. People from all over the world have joined us today, thanks to the possibilities of today's technology. So just one practical information.